Hello, hello, I'm back. And tonight, we are playing the letter. I won't get scared, promise. I forgot what part of the story we're in, but we'll continue the story. Ah! Don't jar me. Which part are we in? Oh, we were starting Zachary's one. The pleasant aroma hits me long before I cross the threshold. Faint but light and warm, a reminder of what home is. Past stern but commending gaze, mass tender smiles, the sunlight filtering through the eaves in the morning, and the distinct smell of cinnamon and vanilla as it drifts through the air every time something cooks from the room. The room, our room, Ma and Pa's pride and joy. My sister and I too, eventually. But we ain't allowed there. What? Not yet. Not until we're taller or older. Not until we've learned how to take care of ourselves and not burn our Oh, it's the kitchen. Or reach the cupboards without having to be
But a
lifted.
little peek wouldn't hurt, yeah?
The floorboards are cold under my feet more than it usually is, the walls more forbidding than what I'm used to. Farther and farther, the room goes. Ma singing ceases and
No,
Pa.
please wait.
Oh no, is this a child abuse home?
I'll be good. I'll sleep on time. Don't go.
I can't hear. Oh, they left. They bought milk. Ah! I didn't expect that his parents got killed. Not above the rocker's clanging deafening roar of gunshots, nor the screams replacing the comforting soft melodies. It is only the blinding fear. By my foot slips, the red sea catch. Oh, its blood dripping sounds. Red sea catches me, bitter and frigid. Blood that drips in my hand is warm, warm. It ain't my blood. The walls stumble and everything goes quiet. Why is every character here trauma filled? Oh, he woke up. These few moments, everything fell in place from eyes adjust to the relative darkness of the room. Despite the pleasant chill of the AC brings, my shirt is clinging tightly to me and my blanket a tangled mess around my throat. Morning. Oh no, he's gonna have a lot of weird things. He has trauma. Morning's not even arriving yet. Ah, hello Norwegian fella. Thank you for the lurk. How are you? How are you?
Way too early for this thing, man.
And too long. Too long since the last I've awoken, drenched in my own sweat, head littered with thoughts that are gone as soon as my eyes open. All too often, only imprints and brief images are left to haunt me for the rest of the day, or until my mind forgets about it. Egad, whichever comes first. Yet, vivid or not, what little I can remember does not matter. Regardless, the desperation sticks glowing up, pushing, urging me to relive every moment, every sensation, and there's a twinkle in Ma's eyes when she looks up from her work, flour dusting her nose and cheeks. Scent of freshly baked bread wafts from the oven as soon as Pa opens it, and homely fragrance of honey fills the room. He reaches up to wipe the small beads of sweat away from his forehead before gesturing for me to come closer, the moment he spots me on my little hiding place behind the door. I expected him to be angry, but his pat on my back when I come in within his arm's reach is encouraging enough. We'll have to taste these before we put it up for sale tomorrow. You're up for it, little man? Is it good enough? A knock cuts through the air before I can answer. Sharp, heavy, demanding, familiar. So distantly familiar. Ma ushers me out of the kitchen when Pa moves to answer it. But I know what we. Ah, we forgot Genshin boss again. Oh yeah! You do it with Chubby Boy. Taste of blood in my mouth, sense an unpleasant churning in my gut. You didn't remind me. My apron crinkles under my tight grip. Something snaps back into place. Bed remains utter disarray, the walls still need a new paint job, and the wall clock sticking opposite my bed is unsettling as ever. Ash is right. Should have already replaced that when I had a
You're
chance.
no longer there, Zachary. Here and there are miles apart. Calm down. Breathe.
Pressure my own fingers against my temples a welcome sensation over the anxiety gripping me. Never really did anything to stave off the headache, sure to follow after this before, but it grounds me. A little reminder that I am safe, away from the place I once called home, from Ma and from Pa's. The urgency with each rap that follows finally chase away the ghost threatening to hang around. Everyone thinks a good idea to knock someone else's door. This light confuses me. Nana would chase them away with a broom if she was here. No matter, it's a welcome break from thoughts about to take morbid turn if I left festering. It's probably just Ash anyway, looking for a place to crash. Looking for a place to crash. Wonders and wonders why he's bothering with the courtesy when he never did so before. With that hunch, though, habit compels me to check who it is first through the peephole. Better safe than sorry, they say. Except the person that greets me on the other side isn't him. Ooh. Unless his hair grew longer overnight, he started wearing a ponytail, of course. So I highly doubt would happen anytime soon, no matter how funny that looks in my head. Waste no time opening the latches.
Isabella,
Ah, it's
it's late.
Isabella. Oh, does this continue Isabella's story? Isabella is late. There's something I can't quite pinpoint her eyes when she looks up. Her face a pallid shade, shoulders tense, breathing heavy, and uncontrollable shaking in her hands she trying to hold back. Hide if I didn't know any better.
Hey, Zach. Sorry, I know it's weird for me to show up at this hour, but you were the closest to my office, and
No. It's perfectly fine. I'm not really working on anything right now. Do you want to come in?
is it all right? I know you should be sleeping at this hour, but I thought. I'm sorry. I just thought. I have no idea why I went here. My feet just moved on their own after I got out of the office, and. Sorry.
You're bringing a ghost here. She trails off, her voice lost in the muggy night air. Wait for her to say more, but instead her only response is downward shift of her gaze. Back to her still drumming hands as if the motion alone is enough of an explanation. A minuscule gesture. Except to me, if one is not paying attention. Someone who has seen the same impression in the mirror, done the same thing too many times when night terrors are inevitable, it is not.
Hey, don't worry about it. At least you not. Ash just barges in and crashes on the couch whenever he feels like it. I swear that guy is one fine hairline away from being a criminal. Besides, you already know you can count on me whenever.
Without waiting for an answer, step away from the door and saunter over the kitchen. A few good seconds only, the clinking of the plates can be heard above the constant tick-tock. Late as it may be for a snack, the familiar motions keep me occupied, steering my mind away from dangerous thoughts. Isabella's company is not unwelcome either. Whatever reasons for showing up here at such an hour doesn't matter. I'll be damned if I just turn her away, frazzled as she is. Door clicks sharp behind her when she finally enters, feet scuffling softly against the tiled floor. In all the years I've known her, she was never once lost her ever upbeat spirit. Yet in this particular moment, as she stands in my doorway holding her arms close to herself, it's as if I'm looking someone completely withdrawn from the person I've come to know all these years.
Do you want to drink or eat anything? I haven't restocked my food stash yet, so ingredients may be a bit limited. But I'm sure I can whip something up with what I have here.
Just water will do, please. Thanks, Zach.
What? No additional food requests? That's new. I'll put something together for you anyway. Feel free to make yourself at home. You ain't exactly a new visitor here. Although my room's not at its most presentable right now. Sorry. New freelance gigs and such.
At least it's not filled with the ramen packages like Isabella's house. Her house is so annoying to see.
Didn't have time to fix things up here lately.
It's okay. I don't mind.
Usually she'd have something more to say about that. A quip, a witty remark to provoke a laughter or two. Nothing from her this time. Only a weak smile before she takes a seat on the couch, and a silence that stretches out until we left hanging feels disconcerting. For everything turns stifling and awkward, Continue talking, if only to keep the dead air at bay. How's one supposed to keep a conversation going when the person you're talking to is like this?
Uh, anyway, gigs. Can you believe this one client we got? Boss had all my scheduled shoots shifted after they caught wind of this couple buying a new property. Man, must be nice to have all the money in the world. The world itself moves for you, huh?
She curled up on one side of the couch, hugging her knees close when I bring the tray carrying the sandwiches and the water she requested. Starts to straighten up as I'm unloading the contents, but pauses as soon as I hold up my hand in a halting gesture.
You're a guest. Didn't I say you're free to make yourself at home? Here's your water. Careful.
Tremor in her hands, though lighter now, still hasn't subsided when she reaches for the glass. Well, she did see a ghost in her office. Give her a questioning look, but she's quick to avert her eyes, keeping herself occupied by taking small gulps of water. Or maybe she just doesn't want me asking questions, worrying. This sudden loss for words, this bout of quiet, not normally present in our chats. Even the creaking of the old chair when I casually take the seat is a welcome break. Although the company's familiar, this has gone way past
What
unnerving.
happened? Overtime at work?
She doesn't answer immediately. Another gulp drains her glass of its remaining contents. One would think it would be enough for her to recover, yet she doesn't lose her taut grip on the glass as she cradles it on her lap. Her eyes take an unfocused gaze when she speaks again.
Yeah. Boss handed me extra work today. After what happened to Rose.
Rose. Why do I feel like you've mentioned her before?
Yeah, Rose died.
Sorry, I'm better with remembering faces than names.
She was my coworker. That will take some getting used to. I was just talking to her the other day.
Was? Did she resign or something? I think I'm missing a few details here, Bella.
You've never met her. I think I did mention her once or twice. It doesn't matter. You probably heard her name recently from the news than me.
Something clicks then. A little memory from the night before. The bright red light from the dark room, the strong odor of the stop bath, the television's barely audible murmur in the background, and a glimpse of a bloody room. The news is everywhere, even the morning that follows. Just didn't think its effects will strike someone this close to me.
Oh, damn.
Ah,
I,
hello,
I
you're
didn't
raising.
mean to bring that up.
How are you? Yeah, we're there.
No,
We're playing this horror visual novel today.
It'll take some getting used to, but it'll get better. I hope it will. Things might become a little busier for me, though.
I wonder
She
when we
left a
will
lot
see
of
the
things
ghosts.
unfinished, and I'm one of the few people in the office who knows how she works. Boss thinks the transition will be easier if I handle it.
That explains it. Well, just don't forget you still need rest. Even the most hardworking people I know don't keep hours as late as this. Hell, the subway stopped running hours ago. Crime rate might be lower here than most places, but that doesn't mean you can walk around freely in the middle of the night.
It's just for today.
Still a good thing you dropped by here first. I'm not just about to let you walk out here alone, especially not in the middle of the night. Who knows what else could happen? I'm not saying
Hello,
you should go
Setsu.
right now, but I could accompany you home if you...
How are you, Setsu?
No! Wait, please!
She doesn't want to be alone. The vehement tension in her voice makes me pause. It is an instant the mask she's been keeping up falls apart, if only for a short while. Oh, she's gonna see the ghost again. Right then and there, I stood without what's hiding behind her unfocused stare from the moment she arrived. Oh wait, Zachary saw the ghost in the house too. So fear, pure unadulterated fear. It's disturbing to see such marring her usual upbeat countenance. With a sigh across small distance separating us and kneel in front of her. Yeah, it's a horror visual novel. She doesn't flinch when I do so. However, the way she appears to make herself smaller against the couch is telling
Bella,
enough.
this ain't just about your coworker, is it? What is it really about? I'm all ears.
Ah, you broke the glass! Sound of glass shattering runs through the air as soon as her hold on it loosens. I spent a few seconds, her breathing grows
I
labored.
don't know. I don't know anymore.
Just tell him the truth that you see a ghost. She claps her hands over her ears, pressing it tightly against the sides of her head. Her voice grows weaker with each word, each plea coming out of her mouth.
Please, please don't leave me alone. I don't want to be alone right now. I can't shake it off. Everywhere's not safe and...
All right, Isabella. Look at me. Look at me.
I'm the captain now. My hands are firm on her shoulder and I pull her up. Look at me. It takes every force of will to ignore the terror in her eyes in favor of taking control of the situation. Too close, too
Breathe.
similar.
Breathe. You're safe here. Inhale, hold, exhale. Stay in the present. I'm here. No one's gonna hurt you. Do you want to talk about it?
The force with which she shakes her head is enough reason to drop the topic
No more.
altogether.
Please, no more. I don't want
Talk about it.
to remember anymore.
Kate, no more talking. I won't ask anymore. Can I get you anything? Another glass of water? I think I have a tub of that pistachio ice cream you love so much. We're gonna have to clean this mess first. Will you be fine on your own for a little while?
She nods slightly before retreating into a short breath. No more words are exchanged after that, and I take it as my cue to start cleaning the shards littering the floor before either one of us get hurt. Quiet time of the AC is pleasant distraction as I go over the menial tasks. Yes, I love the background AC, the AC noise. More so than her ragged draws of breath or my little feeble attempts to tell a quick story or two. But the latter does the trick. And soon enough, she has already drifted off. By the time I return with promised glass, her chest rising and falling in a steady rhythm and the strain on her shoulders gone. Oh, she fell asleep. Frankly, I've never seen her this still. She mumbles something I don't quite catch when I carry her to the empty bed and hugs herself tighter against the mess of blankets. Despite of the fact that she appears relaxed, a small frown on her face hasn't quite disappeared. Whatever happened to her won't be leaving her anytime soon. But for her sake, I hope it won't stay long with her. Because no matter what promise I've made, this is a kind of fear no person could shield her from. I should know. There are still questions left to be unanswered. That late hour coupled with a sudden exhaustion made my old couch a more comfortable bed than it typically is. Darkness immediately welcomes me. Oh no, it's dark. No, ghost please. As my head hits the makeshift pillow. You only wish the dream. Oh no, no bad dreams, please. Only wish dreams kept. It's the Saint Maker all over again. I fear the night. We'll keep our distance for now, for both of us. Morning, please. Thank you. Few notes were well muffled are enough to wake me. In the end, it became one of those nights when sleep passed like a blink and is plagued with vague, fuzzy thoughts. I left my hand to rub away the rosiness from my eyes, although it does little to relieve the gritty, burning sensation from my eyelids. Outside, the sun has yet to peek over the horizon, but night has already given way to cool morning light, washing everything in subtle gray hues. At this hour, this entire city remains unstirring. Ordinarily, waking up before my own alarm means abusing the snooze button twice or thrice just to catch those precious few extra minutes of sleep. Charmy relates to this. My snooze button, always used. But the persistent ringing makes it impossible now. Charmy's the one being woken up by my alarm.
This better be good.
Groggily, I scramble for the bag sitting at the foot of my bed. Ah, it's trash. Ring. Ah! The ring still hasn't stopped even as I fish the phone out, and Ashton's name flashes brightly on the screen when I turn it on. Must be pretty urgent if he hasn't dropped the call yet. Ah! Stop it!
Took you long enough, Z-Man.
Ashton, it's 6 in the morning. Sun hasn't even risen. Hell, my brain ain't even awake yet.
My brain isn't awake yet.
Stop calling me Z-Man.
It's 20 past 6, Zach.
Yeah, it's still 6.
You're one to talk. Give me back my 5 extra minutes, Ash. I want my sleep.
Hey, don't make fun of me. I can be a more person too if I want to.
What's this all really about? You don't usually make calls around this hour. Is the world ending today?
Sorry about that. Becca rang me up a few minutes ago looking for Isabella. Said she didn't show up in her own apartment last night. We both tried calling, but her phone seems to be off. Do you have any idea where?
Oh, she's here.
I should have known you two would come looking for her first thing in the morning.
Not a laughing matter, Zach. You can't really let your guard down with everything that's happened here recently. You've heard about the Cooper woman from the news. Everyone in the precinct has been restless ever since the incident the other day.
Yeah, I get what you mean. Listen, Ash, about Bella.
I let my voice turn. I wasn't sure how to go about recounting last night. I should even say anything to him. He might be a close friend, but at the end of the day, what's ever bothering her ain't mine to speak of in the first place. Oh, that's nice of you. On the bed, Isabella remains as still when I transferred her the night before. Sometime during her sleep, she pulls a blanket over herself and tucked into it comfortably. Like this, it's easy to forget the horror in her eyes, how much her hands and lips trembled. Save for her firm grip on the edge of the cover, she appears nearly as normal as she would any other day. Almost.
I'm not really sure how to go about this while being.
Zach, what about her?
Something the worry, the concern must have surfaced in my tone because his own shifts. Then, carefully, if he's preparing for the
Look,
worst.
you don't have to worry about her. She's with me right now. Since last night, in fact.
Oh, why didn't you just say so earlier?
She kinda knocked in the middle of the night. I couldn't possibly wake you two over that. And with how things are when she arrived, I thought it'd be best if I let her rest first. I just wasn't expecting people would be looking for her before the rooster even crows.
You could have at least called her something. Becca's beside herself with worry when she found out. You know how much she frets about the smallest stuff.
I know. I'm sorry. That was a lapse on my part. And I just didn't think. Okay, you know what? Rebecca's worries ain't completely baseless. Isabella hasn't been her usual self since the movie. Maybe even before that. I don't know if I should be opening my mouth about this, but Bella didn't outright say I shouldn't, so
So something's
Spill
wrong
the
then?
tea. Spill the tea.
I'm not quite sure, to be completely honest. I couldn't get the story out of her.
Really? I thought you'd have learned something from me by now.
That's not it. Ash, when she appeared at my doorstep last night, she was shaking, and when I tried to ask her about it, she just panicked. Had this frightened look on her face. I'd be surprised if this was the first time I've seen it, but it ain't. Dude, the first time, she was screaming.
First time? When was this? You weren't talking about the thing in the movie house, are you? Because that was just us fooling around. Granted, I think I went overboard with the joke, but...
No, it happened the day after. When she invited us to lunch, you weren't there. We were walking 1 second, and then the next, she's crying out.
Oh yeah, she saw it in the store window.
I'll be straight with you. That scared me shitless.
It bothered him. If the way he falls silent after his telling. But whatever his opinion, he stays absent from his voice when he speaks again. He's always been good with that, hiding what he
Did
thinks.
she say anything else?
Ah, hello, Max. Are you still playing Small Land? Thank you for dropping by. Yeah, I'm just playing this visual novel. Trying not to get scared. At least the ghosts are not here this morning.
Nothing. Won't tell me anything aside from a few vague words. I didn't want to push it.
Where is she? Is she still sleeping?
Right here with me, still sleeping. Should I wake her up or something? Let her know you guys are looking for her?
No need. Let her rest. I'll drop by in a few.
Today? Don't you have work at this time? I mean, I can drop her off home myself before meeting my client later.
Look who's talking.
My schedule's flexible, Ash. Last time I checked, you're the one who didn't have that luxury. How on earth do you think I'm able to tag along when you need me?
It's not completely out of the way.
They live on the other side of the town from you, Ash. Your definition of out of the way is a little screwed up, you know.
It's fine. I have some things I need to do anyway. I'll call you back. I've got to let Becca know that Scared Cat's fine.
Drops the call before I can even get the word in. For several minutes, I find myself simply listening to the rest of Luxborn houses. The greasing sound of passing traffic, the bustle of nearby shops preparing for the day, and the growing clamor of people who will go about their morning. Not the most soothing sounds to hear following the troubled night, but the routine puts me at ease nevertheless. What's comforting, what's safe, what I'm used to. Nearby, Isabella shifts but doesn't wake, blissfully unaware as the city slowly steers itself back to life. Was her night as restless as the one I had? Were her dreams as lucid? In hushed moments like this, I envy her. Unreasonable, probably a little unfair, to say such in light of last night. If only forgetting is as easy as breathing. Smolder escapes me when I rise from couch to stretch. Luckily, the short conversation with Ash has effectively driven away any will to go back to bed. I still have a day to get through despite the proverbial ghost hanging around. Oh, it's not just proverbial, it's actual ghost. The orange waddling the edge of my table is shivering against my palm. Instantly, I pick it up. A sterile odor of capsules equals to, oh, what is this? Yet the weight they carry is something I've never gotten used to. Years ago, I spent minutes, heck, even hours staring at a single pill prior to taking one in. Now it's just a routine, a way to stave off the unwanted nightly visits. Although I don't think Dr. Navarro would be quite pleased if he ever finds out I'm relying on them again. I do owe him a visit regardless, especially after missing our appointments on purpose and ignoring his calls for weeks. Nurse guy comes out, tired and weary, and then I pop the tablet in my mouth.
Zach? What time is it?
The bottle in my hand hits the table with more force than necessary. So as I trust my friends, there are some things I'd rather keep to
Morning,
myself.
Bella. Did you sleep well?
She answers the questions with a long, drawn-out yawn, one reminiscent of a child. Chuckle manages to come out of my mouth at the sight. In this manner, it's easy to mistake her for someone too young for responsibilities, inexperienced and immature even. Easy to forget she was thrust into the role of an adult earlier than her own dreams can afford, to overlook how surprisingly observant she can be at times. Maybe not on the same level as exercises for investigations, or Rebecca needs for her own work, but it's certainly enough to deftly put what she sees around her on canvas. The way her eyes flicker to the table and my hand says something, it is that I won't be able to avoid questions this time.
Only a little. I don't remember how I ended up on the bed, though.
My doing. You didn't look very comfortable sleeping on the couch, all hunched up like that.
It would have been enough for something temporary. Sorry I stole your bed.
Hey, it doesn't matter. Besides, what kind of gentleman would I be if I leave a lady sleeping in such uncomfortable conditions? Not in this house. My nana would give me a tough scolding if I ever did that, I'm telling you.
Thanks a lot, Zach. I know I barged in at a very inconvenient time last night.
You what?
I wasn't really thinking when I did, and
Hey, it's cool, Bella. I ain't mad at you. That's what friends do. You guys are welcome here anytime. Although Ashton abuses the anytime part a lot, I don't really mind. We might have less wiggle room if all four of us are present, considering the size of this place. But as long as no one makes anything explode, it's totally fine.
fine or not, I still owe you one for last night's trouble, especially since you don't seem to be.
Concerned expression passes over her features as she spares another cursory glance over the table. Back to the bottle, holding every small piece of what keeps the bad memories at bay. The blood blooming over her past heart, horrified look at Ma's face as she watches him fall lifeless to the ground, and every ounce of spite seeping from the stranger's smile. You don't belong here. You monkeys don't belong. Oh, it's a racist attack. It never stops, doesn't it?
Well, you don't seem to be feeling well. Let me know, okay? I'll make it up to you somehow.
She makes a slight gesture with her head towards the bottle, asking a question without really asking. Subtlety has never been one of her greatest assets, but right now, even Ash would have been a little amazed, if not at loss for words at that. It's left it up to me whether I'll give her the response she wants to hear or not. Let's tell the truth. It's never easy, ain't it? Talking about my own problems, that is. It'll never be, not by a long shot. It's always nice if people listen. Not when I've let it stay this way for so long. I realized long ago, when wounds are still fresh and dreams are a nightly occurrence, can't force yourself to get better or move on to better things. It's what's normal now, and can only cope. Question her highs may be unwarranted, but are simply out of curiosity, sincere, and concern for a friend. I don't owe her an explanation, in fact. But of all the people I keep close in my life, she's probably one of the very few who perhaps I can trust with this. Maybe she won't understand entirely, I can never hope she will. No, never to the full extent. That alone is expecting too much of her, giving too much of what I can. However, for all her shortcomings, I know she'll hear me out, and that is all I can ask of
My
her.
bad. I was kinda hoping you wouldn't have seen me with these.
The pills rattle lightly against the container when I gently set it back to its usual place. Always the small area closest to my laptop, near the right hand. Within reach whenever a quiet reminder of what I shouldn't miss every day.
What? Oh, is it bad? I was just thinking that maybe it's a cold like Becca's. Do you need me to get anything from the store? Soup or something? There's one nearby, right? I can run real quick and...
No, nothing of that sort. I'm perfectly healthy right now. It's really difficult to say, but can you promise me you'll listen at least?
What is this about, Zach?
I should have been upfront with you about this a long time ago. Well, Ashton found out without me telling him anything. But you already know how that guy is. Can't hide anything from him.
If it's something you're having trouble saying, you don't have to force yourself to tell me. I'll forget I ever saw anything and won't ask questions. Promise.
No, I need to get this off my chest eventually. Besides, we're already here. Might as well finish what I started, yeah?
If you say so.
She takes a seat on the couch, her posture easy and open, and her smile honest. As if this is just simple talk between two friends on a regular day. It's far from one, but her unreserved air is enough to stamp down the twinge of unease that threatens to come up.
Let's hear it then.
And she does. True to her word, she listens with while the story spills out of my mouth, of my ma and pa, that little old diner across the pond, and what left in me that day. I can recall most of it now, my own account jagged with a few missing details here and there. The passing years have eroded most of my recollection of the whole incident, all except for that one moment in the kitchen. The ringing of gunshots are as vivid as it sounded that day. Even Matt's hysterical screams the moment Pa's body hit the floor motionless, his lifeblood flowing out from under him. And the gunman, he was smiling. He was smiling when Pa opened the door to welcome him. He was smiling when he put a bullet to Pa's chest and that is so traumatic for a child to see. I heard stories of how the world can be a cruel place for people like us before. I never believed until that
Dan and
moment.
Gran took us right after that. Sis and I flew straight to New Jersey as soon as they heard the news. A few days after, Ma and Pa were laid to rest. And we have a new home a continent away. I didn't even get the chance to take my favorite pillow with me. They said something about the change of environment will be good for us. They had no idea the different kind of ghosts would follow me here.
Expected questions, mostly those brimming with childlike curiosity, and maybe some that are a little too hard to answer. But to her credit, she just sat there, lent her ears, and looked at me with no expectation or unnecessary judgment in her eyes. She appears wiser and older like this, easier to see the breadwinner in her. Her younger siblings are lucky to have her. When I'm done after everything's been said, she wraps her arms around me. A bit awkward considering the gap in our heights, but it gets her sentiment across. It's difficult to answer this in kind. I'm supposed to reciprocate the gesture given my earlier apprehension. Walks away shortly with a smile on her face. Not the reaction I braced myself for, but it's obviously better than what I imagined.
Are you not gonna say anything?
Am I supposed to say anything after? Like, apologize or something? I don't think that's very appropriate, but if you want to hear one, I can think of something real quick.
Not really. Other people have something to say after usually. And they're not necessarily nice either.
Oh, okay then. I won't. I can't think of something anyway. Sorry, I'm not very good with this. Who else knows, by the way?
My older sister, grandparents, and just Ash and you for now. Maybe I think I should tell Rebecca too, but
But not right now?
yeah, not right now. When I'm ready. Like today.
I'm sure she'll be willing to hear you out once you do.
I don't doubt she will. I'm more afraid of how she'll react after. One step at a time, yeah? Whew. Surprisingly, it feels good to get that one out my chest. I was a little afraid you'd be angrier. I didn't tell you earlier than today.
I'm not angry. I'm just surprised. You didn't look like it. I wouldn't have suspected. I suppose that's how it often is, isn't it? We all have our... what's the word Becca uses? Inner demons?
Yeah, we all have our own inner demons.
But this is something personal to you. I understand why you'd rather have a few people know.
That too. Well, these past few weeks haven't been easy for you. I didn't want to add that. Not after last night.
Something passed in her face. A brief, fleeting disappears right before I can recognize what it is.
You okay?
Yep, no worries.
Oh,
I'll
Bella,
be fine.
stop lying. Tell people about the ghost.
Look, about last night... Never mind. This isn't a good time. But don't lose sleep over this, alright? What's important is you got what you want to say out. And if you need me, I'll be here.
Should be relieved. Her words are more than reassuring to my ears. There should be comfort in hearing those alone, in knowing I have another person to rely on if things ever go bad. But somehow I find myself worrying more for her instead. I'll make another attempt to get the story out of her if I can. This is a dance I know all too well with her. I doubt forcing her to say something would yield any results. As much as I want to imitate Ash, there's only so much I can ask that don't result something a little over disastrous. At best, she'll stop talking to me until a week passes. At worst, I'd rather not risk it. I've never seen her angry. Outright annoyed, maybe, and often directed at Ash, but never furious. Do they say again about the happiest people when angered? Besides, it'd been fair to her after our little chat.
So, food then?
She's hungry. She seems to leave with the brisk change of subject as it's been simply waiting for its cue all this time. Her stomach rumbles at the mention of food. Rather loudly, as a matter of fact.
Alrighty, Missy. We're going to get some chow now. Better be quick, though. Can't have your stomach starting a revolution on us here.
Don't make fun of me! I'm not that hungry!
Your stomach says otherwise.
Maybe a little. I didn't think I'd end up skipping dinner last night.
And now we have one starved stomach protesting. Sorry, it'll be nothing fancy, since I'm a little low on stocks. I should probably drop by the grocery store after the meeting this afternoon.
I can make a quick run for you if you want.
Nah, I've got enough to put together something nice here. Maybe. I could always improvise if we're missing an ingredient or two. It ain't like we're going for a Michelin 3-star status here. Also, didn't I say you're a guest? Is this a Filipino thing? Or just Rebecca rubbing off on you?
Well, it probably is a Filipino thing. Soft laughter that comes from her doesn't quite reach her eyes. Neither? Well, answer is neither. So if she stays idle, she'll remember.
On second thought, I might need a little help slicing up the potatoes while I prep the ham.
Ooh, what are you cooking with potatoes
You up
and
for that?
ham?
What? Do you think instant noodles are all I'm about? I'll have you know I can cook a mean paella with my eyes closed. All my siblings love it.
Oh, really? You can cook well.
Sure you can. Come on. I think I know what we'll do with those spare ingredients.
What are you cooking? Well, we have food art again. Despite massive effort to keep my mood light, the small chatter, cooking ends up being a mostly quiet affair. Between us, consistent clapping of the knife against the board, muffled noise from the television I left running, words have become surprisingly difficult to string together. Not entirely unusual, we have moments like this before, but definitely unnerving with how things are now. I really wish someone else will come knocking at the door. As pleasant as this is, breaking the ice or keeping a conversation going has never been my forte. Has always been Isabella's or Rebecca's department. Sometimes Ash's, but although most coming from him border on awkward or embarrassing. Speaking of the guy, he never did call back, and I'm willing to bet my entire yearly salary that he fell right back to sleep after that call. Oh, Ash is here probably.
Sorry, Bella. Could you?
Yep, I got it. The potatoes are almost ready, by the way. I turned down the heat just in case. You might want to check on them, though. Hold on, I'll be right there. Sheesh, wait up. If you keep rapping at the door like that, you'll break it down. Ash.
Oh, good. You're awake.
Oh, we have another to feed. Ash has already welcomed himself in and take my eyes away from the oven. He's never been really keen with the notion of courtesies after he's warmed up to you, this guy. All 13 of my locks he broke. You break locks? What? He's a good fellow, though. We had that bit standoffish at first glance, but he's trustworthy.
Don't you have work today?
I could ask the same of you. Hey, Z-Man.
You're late. Something came up? You need to drop the Z-Man. It's getting old.
Sorry, I got caught up with something at the precinct on the way here. Had to attend to that first before things got out of hand. I'd tell you about it, but you know how it can be with those kinds of things. Later, maybe.
And you're here because...
What? I'm not allowed to say hello?
I doubt you're here because of that. And you're not answering my question.
Ah, my bad. Forgot to mention that. He called earlier looking for you. Rebecca's worried because you didn't come home last night.
You could have called my cell instead.
You weren't picking up. Anyway, I'd really hate to cut this little get-together short, but I need to be somewhere else. Come on, Isabella, let's get you home. I'll drop you off on the way.
Wait, we're going now?
He lightly taps a hand on her arm and begins ushering her out of the... Wait! She's still gonna eat! They just take her. Very casual wave at me as they pass. Isabella, on the other hand, doesn't appear too fond of the idea. Sure enough, before they can even cross the threshold, she puts firm foot down, force alone, and halt them both catch the taller man off guard. Would have made a funny picture. But Ash almost crashed into her, and Isabella giving him indignant pout over her shoulder. Surprising confusion are in his face all at once. Two things that rarely ever grace it if he can't help it. Rare moment even for our small group. I only have my camera with me there.
What is it?
She needs to eat first!
Zach cooked something.
Yeah. Eat food.
If it's just food, I'll get you something on the way back.
No. Zach cooked.
But the food! It's Zach's cooking. Real delicious food that actually tastes like food. At least stay and have a bite, please. Zach, help me here.
Yeah, don't waste the effort. These two, whenever they're in the same room, sometimes feels like herding a group of unruly kids instead of talking to two mature adults. One moment they're engaged in pleasant chit-chat, and the next they're bickering over a minor issue. Frankly, if I didn't know any better, and I have an overactive imagination, I'd say there's something going on. Never mind how utterly impossible that idea is. Or it might just be me reading too much into things like always. I already hear Ash's laughter if I so much as suggest such. Yeah, I cooked up a feast!
I don't know about you two, but I think you guys should really stay. I've already made enough food for all of us, and it'd be a waste.
Yeah, don't waste food.
Why, I cooked up that special honey glazed ham you two keep on yapping about. Got some scalloped potatoes with onions and cheddar to go with it, too.
Sounds good. Oven timer dings. Shoot the two of them apologetic look with sauntering over the kitchen, mittens in hand. The sweet smell of the glaze. Oh, I'm getting hungry. Salty tang of melted cheese wafts through the hair. As soon as I open the door and take out the two trays inside, scent immediately fills the entire room, even the door and windows open. The mouth-watering aroma lingers. It's appealing even though I put the dish down the counter. Another starved stomach protests loudly, followed by a burst of laughter. My head snaps up two of them, and can't keep back a smile at the sight that they make. Isabella is clinging to the doorframe for support, doubled over with breathless laughter. Ash is the more composed of the two, trying to look unconcerned, but a flush has crept up his neck and cheeks. It's clear whose stomach that came from, and Isabella's not going to let him live this down. He's also hungry.
You're in no place to reject an offer of free food, Frey.
I wasn't rejecting an anything. Damn it, I just missed a meal, that's all.
Aw, he's flustered.
Shut it! Those guys at the precinct said it was urgent. Somebody has to be responsible for it.
Well, aren't you precious?
Right. You know, if you keep laughing like that, you'll burst.
I'm sure it won't be as bad as your stomach suddenly rumbling like a starved.
Alright, kiddos, play nice. Food's gonna get cold if we keep this up. Ash, you gonna stay?
Might as well, since Scaredy Cat's so hell-bent on staying.
Ooh, food. Eventually settle down after food has been served. The jive's replaced by another round of friendly chatter, mostly about what's going in the news the night before. Ooh, it looks delicious. And that's just a surprise. You cook that up as a surprise. There is, however, a conscious effort to avoid mentioning what's currently on the headlines. That is never a good topic, talk over food in polite company. This case in particular, the wounds are too fresh, too soon. I'd like to avoid it as well if I were her in position and someone I personally knew passed away in a gruesome manner like that. Though perhaps the closest we got to broaching the topic is when the infamous mansion is brought up again. But even then, we are careful, Ash and I. Keep the conversation light, avoid bringing up her late business partner. It's the least we could do.
Rights? Yeah, they're planning to move in soon. In fact, they already have a housewarming party planned. It's why they wanted us to rush the papers. They wanted to send the invitations out as soon as possible.
Oh, now I get it.
Get what?
Remember what I told you last night about the new clients?
Vaguely? Sorry, I was a little out of it yesterday. Was it the photo shoot?
Yep, it's actually for the one you sold. Something. When you put it that way, I suppose it makes sense why my boss wants me to prioritize the couple. They can have those documents rushed at just a snap of their fingers. Then they're more influential than I initially thought. Man, I guess my boss is expecting a lot more from this project than I expected. Hope I can live up to it.
Your photographs are more than good enough, Zach. You'd probably win an international award if you let yourself. Ma'am Hana's easy to please, too. As long as you're good at following instructions.
Easier said than done. Different clients have different tastes after all.
Still, a week? I don't think that's possible.
Now that you mentioned it, yeah. They wanted everything finished at the earliest. To be honest, it's not unheard of, but...
But it's still weird. Still weird, yeah?
Slip off the tongue. Still barely noticeable to someone who's already familiar with Ash's ways. Yet in this moment, it's impossible to miss. I shoot him a curious glance, but he ignores it. Rather pointedly.
I can't exactly say it's like that, where I'm just the middleman after all. As much as I want to comment on it, I only know what's on the surface, not the in and outs. It's just that BRC and my boss are more hands-on with the legal stuff this time, despite having a separate department dedicated to it.
Maybe Mr. Wright helped with it too. They have their own legal team for this, don't they?
Well, they should have one. Especially for a big property like this.
They have, but like I said, it's off our hands.
Alright,
Rose and I
Tasetsu.
don't handle
Thank
this
you
stuff
for
in the
dropping by.
office.
Rest well.
If anything, to me, this just
Before
means
the
I'll be
horror
able to send the
starts, you
rest of the
better
funds to
rest.
Papa's treatment earlier.
I guess that makes a whole lot of sense. Officially off our instant noodle diet, aren't we?
Ash, has anyone ever told you that you have an uncanny way of ruining the mood?
What? I was just saying. A few more months of stuffing your face with those, and I'm sure you'll start to look like a noodle cup. That's a pretty picture.
At least I don't live off convenience store food. Or make poor, unassuming pressure cookers explode.
What? How do you make pressure cookers explode?
What? How did you... Oh, come on, Zach.
Sorry, it just came up while we were cooking earlier.
I'm impressed, Ashton Frey. You even made it to the news.
A one-time thing. And it wasn't as big as you seem to be imagining.
Oh, sure. Let's all pretend that one time you almost set my apartment on fire didn't happen too.
Hey, that was an accident.
You were making a salad, Ash.
How do you set an apartment on fire while making a salad?
Can we please move on to a different topic?
It helps the casual talk, the harmless teasing. The mundane story is interesting enough to let time pass unnoticed. But time lunch ends, the shadows are no longer Wait, they cooked. They woke up at 6. They cooked, and it's already lunch. How long were they cooking? That's why they were hungry. Same time for Isabella, for whatever troubles, I can never tell. These things, the anxiety, the fear, they ain't easily seen, ain't easily forgotten after all.
You go on ahead. I've got a few things I need to ask Zach. I'll be downstairs in a minute.
Confusion briefly flashed in her eyes. She catches the keys, toss over her, but he doesn't give her an answer and waves for her to go
How
ahead.
sure are you I won't be driving away with your Shirley?
You don't even have a license. Do you even know how to?
Papa taught me how. I'm probably a better driver than you.
Ah.
See you later, Zach. Thanks for the food.
Always has to have the last word, don't you?
You're welcome. I'll send you the recipe for the potatoes tonight.
A grin is back on her face when she leaves and closes the door behind her. For a little while after we're left alone, Ash goes wholly quiet, listening, waiting for her remaining footsteps in the hall to fade. Earlier amusement is gone from his face, replaced by what I can only describe as trepidation. I know that look all too well. Oh no, we're gonna start with the dark things now. And he's like this, expecting shit to go down at some point.
That wasn't
soon.
very nice, Ash. What was that with Isabella earlier? You're usually subtler with your questions.
They hired you.
Hired me who? Don't change the subject yet. What's really going on here?
The Wrights. Luke and Hannah Wright. You said your next gig is with them.
Is that what this is all about?
Just be careful around them. You have no idea what you're dealing with when it comes to that couple. I'd rather you stay as far away from them as possible, but you're already here. Isabella's their real estate agent. Seriously, of all the people in Luxburn.
Okay. I guess I'll just have to take your word for it.
He nods, claps her comforting hand on my back, and turns to leave without another word. He's never been good with those. More often he fumbles with what he wants to say, but his actions alone are enough to tell me how grateful he is for the trust. He just out for the knob as soon as he gets the door, but he doesn't turn it. Instead, he looks back and gestures with his head towards the table. I don't need to follow his line of sight to know what he's going to ask about. He's likely taken notice of the moment he enters.
You
the
back
room.
on those? I haven't seen you taking them in a year.
Yeah, I kinda had to. It got worse after the film fest. The dreams, that is. I don't think I'll be doing that again anytime soon.
Heard about that. Don't drop it, though. You don't want Becca scolding you. She actually enjoyed the movie you made, and she's hard to please. Consider that a small victory.
You don't have to tell me. She already did. Rebecca and Bella both gave me an earful after I said the opposite. Promised them I wouldn't, but you can never tell. Hopefully, once I feel better, I'll be able to think about it properly. Speaking of Bella, she didn't open up to me, but maybe with you and Rebecca.
Yeah, I'll try. I can't promise anything, but I'll talk to her.
Thanks. That's all I'm asking.
This time when he reaches for the door, he lets it close fully behind him without glancing back. Maldraft sweeps into the room as I close the door behind him, slightly disturbing the papers on the nearby fridge. A low note flusters by my feet, the letters on the surface glaring at me in mute intensity. Oh, it is it. Ermengarde Mansion, H. Right. 11 a.m. for luxury living. After Ashton's warning, they hold a different meaning now. The next 2 days rush by in a blur, altogether leaving a collective mess of work suddenly piling up in new unexpected acquaintances or friends. Depends on how you look at it, really. Either way, I'm stuck developing these photos at 3 in the morning to reach a deadline set by an over-eager artist. Oh, are we gonna see ghost pictures? Don't get me wrong, Ulysses is good, has a vision, knows what he wants, but damn, can be too enthusiastic sometimes.
Doesn't matter when you couldn't sleep anyway.
There's nothing new in it, of course. After years of working as a freelance photographer, simply something I have grown used to. Get to know people, build a client base, do good work, and cash in some late hours if need be. Rinse and repeat. Certainly takes a while to get some footing on the field, but it's kind of a thing that pays off in the long run, as long as you keep at it. Given enough time, you might end up with big names on your client list. Names like the Wrights in particular. Never did pay much attention to them, but it's virtually impossible not to hear about them when a local news channel or paper has something to say on their name. Party here, an acquisition there, sometimes a new business venture, other times everyday gossip typically follows popular people like them. Not in a million years did I imagine I would end up working for such a high profile couple. And between that and the fuss that comes with, it leaves you no time to ponder over what happened to Isabella or why Assie's so adamant to keep away from the
They do
bear.
seem like the good folk, though, despite the whole fame thing.
Surely there was a rumor running around years ago about him being involved in some business scandal, but just like every gossip blown out of proportion by the media, nothing came of it, and eventually it simply died down. It's definitely left set for the husband, but I doubt a woman like Miss Wright would pick him if he doesn't have any good points at all. Miss Wright, Hannah herself, though, she ain't particularly bad the way press makes her out to be. Yeah, Hannah is kind. Tabloids had it all wrong, that's for sure. Someone born with silver spoon in her mouth. What did we do last time? I think we chose divorce or living separately. We didn't try to because I hate the husband for being racist. Well, she ain't exactly what I was expecting. One other things, the newfound friendship is what I least expected from her, but here we are. Although with a life as public as the rights, no wonder it's a woman who often gets the crappy end of the stick. Can't help but feel sorry for her. She's really a nice person when given the chance. Heck, she might even ended up friends with Rebecca and Isabella too if they weren't living worlds apart. Probably. The beep weekly pulls me back before my thoughts travel any further. In one practice motion, I carefully place the wet print I'm holding drying rack and amble over my makeshift dark room to get the last photos from the water bath. Inside the converted broom closet, the film processor lets out another soft clack before going on its standby mode. At its mouth, lone photograph sits on the tray, barely visible. Oh, this is gonna be a horror. No. It's the last one tonight where set me straight requested. Don't usually make this habit, giving away stuff that is. It's bad for business no matter how well intentioned generous you are. This expression, however, she did treat me well and was pleasant companion all throughout the shoot. When she didn't ask, probably given her few prints just for the hell of it. This right ain't such a bad subject matter to begin with. Maybe it's just me, but for someone who has everything at the palm of her hands, all the money in the world's loving husband, plenty big match to call, and she's lonely. Doesn't just appear like it. It shows in the tone of her voice, how she moves. Yeah, she's hating her husband more than most certainly in her smiles, always hidden behind the glamour for the world to never see. Sometimes for people like her, small things like these help. Little reminder that the world can be kind too. Water is from paper. As I blindly picked up, gently lay another tray holding a decent amount of photo flow. Few second resolution is all it needs for it's ready for dying. No good rushing. The last one. I'm scared. Maybe this is a ghost photo. No. Hand fumbles her light switch towards fruit melt while I fish for a squeegee among the mess tools in the drawer. No. Well, flickers twice. Your glow settles, casts off light, tiny space. Glance back, squeegee hand, ready to finish process. I finally call it a
What
night.
on earth?
No. Ah, it is. It's not that scary. Her head is gone. Blurred start beyond recognition, rather. Her complete was much over, leaving no trace. Same sweet smile the good woman cared over.
Damn, that was too careless.
Common mistake to make, of course. The one's negligent enough to pick a newly processed photo in the dark, like I apparently did. That's happened before, lots of times actually. It still can help feeling small pangs of frustration over one mistake a newbie would likely make. With a sigh, I reached up to switch again, intending to develop a new one from
It
scratch.
could pass off for one of those supernatural pictures they show on TV, though.
Memory clicks, one cursor thought to see of many, is short yet distinct second from the day before. Glimpse all gat, but enough to burn an image in my mind. There was a shadow. Yeah, this one. No, a woman. In her 20s, early 30s, maybe? How far gone her flesh is Alone has become, it's not difficult. It's not possible to tell her at first glance. Skin itself has already taken a sickly pale color, rot in most parts, blood dripping, every open gash and lesion on her body. Bone hands grip Miss Wright's neck like a noose, staining the skin underneath with a vibrant shade of scarlet. Nothing but malice fills the gleam in her eyes.
Zachary,
Not for me, for Miss Wright.
Zach, is something the matter?
Sadako is on your neck.
Oh, no, there's nothing wrong. I just remembered something, that's all. Let's get back to the pictures. Can you move a bit more to the left, yeah?
At least not attacking. The memory alone is enough to make me retch. And brush it off then. A little trick of the eye. I told myself, really a trick of the eye. A product of the heat. But there's been unexpectedly warm recently, so it shouldn't be so. You saw a bloody woman, and it's part of the heat. Shouldn't be too surprising for such things to happen. Well, blaming this on the usual fatigue, an overworked brain, the weather, or an amateur error on my part, is far more convenient. It makes a whole lot of sense what small voice inside my head whispers. Same tiny voice only makes itself known when something's foul. Same one that lent curious ear to Isabel's worries about the mansion. Each second I spend staring at this photograph, the murmurs in my head only grow louder about news. Show it to Ash. Ash will give me flack for this, he will. In order to hear what's going to say about this moment, I bring it up. Hell, before I even see something, I'll wager. A skeptic through and through, and take more than my count for him to even consider this. Even you've been there, seen something enough to raise hairs by the back of my neck, leave you wanting to flee or hide. What he thinks is at least of my concerns. I'm no hero, that's a title best reserved for someone else. Still, if this helps him change his mind, it's worth a try. Isabel's gone and done the same thing, didn't she? Outside, the sun has yet to rise. Still got a few hours before dawn, good enough time to mull over how I'll go about this with him. Plenty of space to check if he'll get the same result if I redo the process again. Film processor hums back to life. At my touch, a light switch gives out a soft click. Darkness embraces the small closet again. Ah, hello. Broken brain, how are you?
Somehow those urban legends don't sound so silly now.
Ah, it moved on. Sometimes I wish Ash would make himself easier to find. I'm doing fine. We're just playing this horror visual novel. And the ghosts are appearing now. 24 messages, 13 phone calls, and one visit to his flat later. I still have no idea which rock in Luxburn he went off to hide under again. The guy has his own place but refuses to stay in it. He has his own phone but doesn't answer any of his calls or give any indication he's gotten my messages. Most of the time, he'll just show up on my front door. Sometimes in the middle of the night, complaining how uncomfortable it is to sleep at the back of his car. As if the old catch in my flat is any better. Nothing new from him, though. A bit frustrating, really. There's the police precinct, of course. Then again, it's not there most of the time either. That's also true for today. He's likely out on another stakeout. There's nothing much to do for me but to wait if that's the
Let's
case.
just hope I'm lucky enough today.
While Luxburn is a relatively peaceful, boasting low crime rate, this precinct stays abuzz with activity. As soon as I open the glass front doors, murmurs coming from the people waiting in the lobby welcome me. Officers can occasionally be seen shuffling in and out of the rooms, meeting civilians with a casual smile and a polite nod. Some, though, a little worse for wear, like the receptionists who look at me with much disdain the moment I arrive. Thankfully, I won't have to deal with him today. I can even step in. Ashton's voice, though low, comes a hallway adjacent to the
Not
lobby.
even for just 1 minute?
No. The case was dismissed, remember?
You were the one handling that case.
If you want access to those records, you've got to ask Chief. I was taken off it before shit went to hell. Why do you even bother? Even Professor Clark seems to have given up on that.
Well, Never mind, you won't understand.
Right. I know you owe Professor Clark a lot, but the right guy isn't just someone you mess with. They've got the money. Who knows what else gets swept under the rug with them involved?
That takes a special kind of ignorant not to know.
And a smart person to know which boundaries he can't cross. You're a bright guy, you'll figure it out. In any case, I've got to get going. Another missing person case on my hand. Benjamin on the front desk looks like he's about to maul someone after the fourth one yesterday. Murders, people missing, what a time to be alive. Man, I miss the old Luxburn.
You and me both. I'll see ya. Gonna go grab some lunch.
You notice me as soon as he enters the lobby and pauses. Vision briefly crosses his face until I fish out the phone from my pocket and wave it up. Frowning, he pulls his own mobile out, wordlessly fiddling with it a few seconds before sighing heavily. There ain't any annoying in him when he glances up, though. Only mild exasperation and what might be a hint of amusement.
Stop taking pointers from Isabella. This is gonna get old soon.
At least use your phone properly.
It's an alarm clock, a good note-taking device, a halfway decent camera, and maybe a music player too. If I'm being nice. What else do I need it for?
I don't know, keeping in contact maybe?
When he merely shrugs, I know I've stuck a chord. It's far from holding a piece of technology in contempt, of course. Ash has always been nothing but practical from the start, and technology is useful. Only when he gets too focused on one thing, like a case he's handling, he tends to forget there are other things around him. A little reminder of a nudge in the right direction can get him up a long way.
I've got an email on that social media site the girls roped us into joining.
That doesn't make any sense. Also, you've got an account before any of us had one.
For policing purposes? Anyway, why are you here? I thought you have something scheduled today. Or was that yesterday?
That was yesterday. Look, about that. There's something I want you to see.
He stops me with a tap of shoulder, walks past me to straight to the door, and gestures with his head towards their very irk receptionist when I raise an eyebrow in
Over
question.
lunch. I haven't eaten anything since last night, and Benjamin there doesn't really like loiterers around here.
Wordlessly, I follow after him, but not after seeing the poor guy behind the table and an apologetic smile. Oh, it's the cafe again. Inspected, he takes a seat in the farthest corner of the cafe, a good way from the window, but easily allows a view of who comes and go. Secluded enough not to be disturbed by the lunch hour rush and be overheard by a curious bystander. If I didn't know this is lunch he invited me, he'd automatically assume I got dragged into another stakeout. After years of knowing him, though, this simply has become one of many habits he has gotten used to. Food arrives minutes early. Ooh, what is this? After a cup of coffee plus a serving of...
You having cake for lunch?
Hey, what's this? A quiche? He shrugs and proceeds to dig in without even a hint of remorse. Frankly, it's like seeing a child get his Christmas present.
Don't tell Becca. I'll get an earful. It's just for today.
You should listen to her, though. The kind of work you do, you'll need to eat something other than sweets. I don't want to see you drop dead in front of my apartment again.
I told you, just this once. Have you been hanging out with Becca lately? You're beginning to sound like her.
Nah, just for some recipes. But she has the right to worry, you know? It's like she's taking care of two kids. One bitches on sweets, while the other on cup noodles. At least Bella knows how to cook.
Hey, I can at least boil something. Wait, that's easy, right? I mean, you just put water in and...
No, don't even think about it. You destroyed your own kitchen once by sticking a pressure cooker on it. I think my sister is a whole lot better than you. And this is coming from someone who has no other choice but to eat her cooking for some time.
To be fair, generally appears offended at the last remark. Hate will be too strong a word to describe how Sis and him usually interact wherever they're in the same room. Though whatever appropriate word is, I can say with most certainty that the feeling's mutual for both. Ash thinks she nags too much, while Sis thinks he's trouble magnet and I should stay away from. They're both technically right on their assessments.
How's your sister, by the way? Still bullying white guys?
Oh, what should I say? Give an update. She's married to one
You
now.
do know she's married to one now.
I hope she doesn't end up poisoning him with her cooking.
Pot calling the kettle black?
She can't be better than me.
Actually, she is now. They're planning to start a
Oh.
restaurant sometime in the future.
I was bedridden for days after eating some of the stuff she whipped up. And now you're letting her cook for other people?
Don't exaggerate. It was just for one day, and you're the one who refused to leave your apartment. You should come by, though. Sis gave birth a few days ago.
Oh.
Girl, I've only seen the pictures, but I might visit sometime after everything's settled down. Too many backlogs to go through for now.
No way in hell. She'll just find something to criticize again. Last time, it was Shirley.
It makes a show of being utterly mortified, though quite sure he doesn't mean any of that. Might not say it straight, but I'm pretty sure he's enjoying the small visits whenever he can. Something about it reminds him of his own family, sort of like making up for the one he never got back after his parents separated. Sore spat that one topic. One thing he never ever brings up in every conversation. If he can help it, and I've never seen the need to be nosy. There's some wounds you're just not meant to open, and for both of us, sentiment goes the same way.
As if you ain't already on a shit list. You're just afraid of her.
In your dreams. But I'll think about it. Can't just drop this thing at the moment.
His change in tone is subtle, but his aggravation over the matter hangs completely palpable.
Still no
there.
closer?
The opposite, actually. There's been some slip-ups here and there. Careless mistakes, and let's just say I'm waiting for him to make another one. What about you? How are things on your end?
All piled up on top of the other. But I can manage. Still recovering from the expenses for the movie, so the surge in new projects helps. Well, there's this one thing.
What one thing? Oh, it's the picture. Oh, it kept appearing like this. Expression on his face grows more puzzled with each photo spread on the table. There's about 8 of them, all of it reprints of the same thing. Mrs. Wright's distorted head on the photos. Takes a minute to go through each, eyeing the prints wearily. The fur on his brow doesn't ease even as he gathers all of it in one pile and sets them one neat stack in front of me with a heavy sigh.
Hannah Wright?
Yeah. How did you...
The locket. She never takes it off. Evan's family heirloom.
Don't even think about asking why or how he knows that. If he's investigating them, he's likely already dug up every unimaginable dirt on them, including family history.
Are you done with your work with them?
Yesterday, yeah. It's just a small feature for a magazine. Interviews, photos, standard stuff, nothing big. But see, here's the thing. I don't know how else to put this out there without sounding crazy, but there really is something odd with that place. Remember the letter?
He drags in breath, reaches up his nose and pinches it. The action alone will help grant him all the patience the word to continue this conversation.
Please tell me this isn't about that again.
No, Ash, you've got to listen this time.
I am listening, and I can't believe that just came out of your mouth. These are some blurred out photos, and that letter is just a stupid prank. I expected this from Isabella, not you. You're the photographer here. I don't see any need to get worked up over this.
I know what you mean, but will you hear me out first?
Well, he saw a ghost. How would he just dropped? Ash leans back on his seat and doesn't say anything further. Just for me continue with a wave of his hand, patience clearly on his face. Any other person telling him this, and he'll walk out without batting an eye. Suppose the only reason he's giving me the benefit of the doubt is because we know each other.
Ash, I don't easily buy into these things as much as you do. Yesterday, though, behind Hana.
He blinks at that, his eyebrows lifting momentarily before settling in a deep...
Hana? Since when were you on a first name basis with the right missus?
Why does that even matter?
I thought you said this was just a gig.
His voice stays level, but the accusation, well, they're friends, so what's wrong with that? It's unnerving me somehow, more than the tone usually does. That's not the point here. All the things I said, my connection to the rights is the first thing he points out. So I want to keep my own annoyance at bay, I can't stop it from seeping into my voice.
That's completely beside the point here, Ash.
I warned you, Zach.
I get it, alright? But you can't just expect me to turn it down after I made a commitment to a client. I've got to put food on my table.
I didn't say you shouldn't, but you should not be messing with them.
I wasn't messing with them.
And this isn't?
Why are you so angry? You just took a photo. Waves of photos in front of me before dropping the pile on the table with a loud smack. Even need to look nowhere, I've already attracted some attention from the lunchtime crowd. So he's turning away from the heat. Feels almost the same as admitting he's right. There are things more important than his damn case right now. We should
It was
see
a
that.
job, and that ain't how these photos were intended to come out. You think I'd go out of my way just to edit something like this? There's something weird going on here.
And you think Luke Wright will see it that way? You think the Wright missus will find it amusing?
Hello, Yuki. No, it's not a karaoke stream. Karaoke stream is on the 30th.
I did not do this for my amusement,
No.
Ash. People's lives might be at stake here.
It's a horror game. Let me finish
If
this
you
part.
understood that in the first place, we wouldn't be having this.
Why did you make it to
stupid
karaoke?
talk. Luke fucking Wright is a dangerous man, Zach.
What song do you want?
Keep hanging around them and you'll find yourself burnt to a crisp in your apartment or floating down a river 3 days later. This case is...
Will you stop talking about the damn case for once and just listen to me?
Let's just finish their angry
Why
conversation.
do you think Isabella's...
Don't you dare bring her into this. We're talking about you and this stupid...
Oh, of course you don't want to talk about it. Because you're fucking afraid there's some damn truth to what she's saying now that there's two of us.
Every expression drains from his face as soon the words are out of my mouth. They've hit their mark. His shutter unscathed, sharp with nothing but anger and truth. Yet there are also things I won't typically say out loud in good company, and rather ease people into it before letting it fall. Well, our man, let's see. Almost immediately, a wave of regret washes
Ash,
over me.
dude, that ain't what I meant to.
You said enough, Zach.
Oh no. Did I choose the wrong option? They fought. Not knowing where he stands, his scared scraping loudly against the floor. All while my brain races to find something to fix this. RC ain't a fragile as by any means. I think we've gone past the stage when we find everything the other says insulting. There are times when letters and phrases alone can cut deeper than any blade. Mine might even leave a scar. Doesn't let me, however. Who is this? Andrew Clark, Professor of Psychology and Ethnography. College of Humanity. Ooh, he says a card in front of me. Name is familiar, but amidst a cloud of remorse swirling in my head, I can't bring myself to recall what I've seen.
You shouldn't be running blind. Call this guy. He'll be less inclined to shout at you. Might even talk some sense into you.
Don't see his face when he leaves, and it's only when the star's bell chimes again do I breathe. We're going to the library. But first, before we continue, where's the sound? Let me turn it down a bit. Let's sing. We're gonna sing. We're gonna sing. So Yuki turned this into a karaoke stream. Got the mic. How do I remove the lab coat? Not that. There. We're gonna sing. Weller man. Let's see. YouTube. Airman karaoke. How do you sing Weller man? Let's see. Let's see. Pardon the interruption, is now a karaoke stream. Wait, I started too late. Once was a ship that put to sea. Name of the ship was the Billy O.T. When I blew up there, bout it down, I'll blow my bullet boys blow. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Not been 2 weeks from shore, down on her a right whale bore. The captain called all hands and swore he'd take that whale in tow. Soon may the wellerman Wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Da 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 da. Before the boat had hit the water, Will Silky and caught her all hands inside a harpoon and fought her when she dived down low. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Line was cut, no whale was free. The captain's mind was not of greed. He belonged to the whaleman's creed. He took that ship in tow. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Da 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 da. 40 days or even more, line went slack and tight once more. All boats were lost and only four, but still that whale did go. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. As far as I've heard, the fight's still on. Line's not cut and the whale's not gone. The wellerman is regular called and curse the captain, crew, and all. May the wellerman come wearing us sugar and tea and rum. One day the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. There we go, Yuki. You have your chosen song. I said it would be 3 songs per karaoke redeem, so here's the second one. Just some yellow. Do you have any? I wanted that. Yeah, that would be the last song. Why did you turn this into karaoke? It was horror, Yuki. This is a horror too for the ears. Look at the stars. Look how they shine for you. And everything you do. And they were all yellow. I came along. I wrote a song for you. And all the things you do. Yeah, I was gonna sing that for this month's karaoke. And they were all yellow. So, so then I took my turn. Oh, what a thing to have done. And it was all yellow. Yeah, this month's karaoke is Disney themed. Your skin, oh yeah, your skin and bones turn into something beautiful. Do you know? I know I love you so. You know I love you so. I swam across, I jumped across for you. Oh, what a thing to do. Is you're all yellow. I drew a line, I drew a line for you. Oh, what a thing to do. And it was all yellow. Your skin, oh yeah, your skin and bones turn into something beautiful. Do you know? For you, I'd bleed myself dry. For you, I'd bleed myself dry. It's true. Look how they shine for you. Look how they shine for you. Look how they shine for. Look how they shine for you. Look how they shine you. Look how they shine. Look at the stars. Look how they shine for you. And all the things that you do. Now let's go the distance. Is there a lower key for this? Ah. I have often dreamed of a far off place where a hero's welcome would be waiting for me, where the crowds will cheer when they see my face, and a voice keeps saying, "This is where I'm meant to be. I'll be there someday. I can go the distance. I will find my way. If I can be strong, I know every mile will be worth my while. When I go, oh, it's not yet. When I go the distance, I'll be right where I belong. Down a known road to embrace my fate. Though the road may wander, it will lead me to you. And 1,000 years would be worth the wait. It might take a lifetime, but somehow I'll see it through. And I won't look back. Oh no, right. I can go the distance and I'll stay on track. No, I won't accept defeat. It's an uphill slope, but I won't lose hope till I go the distance and my journey is complete. But look beyond, Lord, it's the hardest part. For a hero's strength is measured by his heart. I don't know that. I love Mickey. I was playing the letter, but somebody redeemed the karaoke time, so we got karaoke. How are you? How was Persona? I thought we're gonna have another 12-hour stream for Persona. But hope everyone's. I'm breaking your ears right now. Like a shooting star, I will go the distance. I will search the world. I will face its harms. I don't care how far. I can go the distance till I find my hero's welcome waiting in your arms. You can hear for the letter. It turned into a different type of horror. We'll search the world. I will face its harms. Till I find my hero's welcome waiting in your arms. All right, all right. Okay, let me greet you properly. Hello, hello, Mickey. Thank you for the great house, everyone. Thank you for coming here and dropping by. I'm currently playing a horror visual novel, The Letter, and somebody redeemed karaoke, so we had a little bit of singing. I'm currently at Zachary's part where he's telling. Oh, we fought with Ash because we were friends with Hannah. But yeah, that is the karaoke. Redeem. We did 3 songs, and now we go back to the game. You cannot stop me from playing the game again, Yuki. We're going back. Yeah, we just fought. Let's bring back the music of the game. Yeah, they fought, and I'm now in here. He showed me the calling card. Wait, let me fix my live 2D to be in the corner again, and remove my mic there. Am I at almost at the middle part? Somehow there's always been this kind of disconnect between me and the books in general. Sure, some of them held my attention in my youth during the brief times of the day I was left to my own with nothing to do. I went through the whole of Grant's collection, as a matter of fact. Read all of them twice or thrice even. Never did hold it for long, most of it never even sticked. Especially after I learned it's simply easier to do things myself if I want to learn stuff. Oh, you're not gonna say why it might end if I choose something wrong. This ain't the plan in the first place. After that argument, I really don't have any other choice. Nothing but nothing but quiet greets me inside though. Not typical mom, one would hush it with the library, but one aching to hush prior to an impending trouble. Or perhaps I'm just overthinking again. I really like to think that I'm just thinking too much about this, and this is just the lack of sleep talking. Regardless, apart from the group of students murmuring in a corner somewhere, the place is free of its usual visitors. All while my footsteps echo in a manner startling enough to raise the hairs at the back of my neck. Much to my relief, it does not take me long to find him, being the only occupant in this side of the room. Oh, it's Professor Andrew Clark. Never personally met the man, but Ash has spoken highly of him several times. In fact, he's Ash's go-to guy when something's troubling him with a case. My steps are unsure as I approach. At any rate, he greets me with a warm smile like a grandson he hasn't met in a long
Ashton's
time.
friend, I take it. Zachary.
Oh, Professor Clark.
You'll have to forgive this old man if I don't get your name right.
Oh, no, you got it. It's Zach. Zachary Steele, Professor Clark.
He gestures at the empty seat across the table while he returns to his books. Hello, Sonny. How are you? We're playing a horror visual novel right now. We're talking to this professor. The next couple of minutes pass in relative silence. He continues to read and take notes from the pile he's accumulated on the table. How are you, Sonny? May- Maybe I should have taken a book first before heading here. But before I can get far into that idea, the professor clicks the book shut and sets it atop the stack next to
Ashton
him.
told me you were hoping to get answers from me.
At my confused look, he lets out a small chuckle. Feel free to hang out, but don't look, there's
He sent a
horror
message
here
ahead.
later.
A friend needs to have some sense knocked into him. In verbatim.
Really? Is it about the ghosts?
That boy never changes.
Ah, I wasn't really expecting he'd do that.
Although I'm not quite sure what I could share, I'll do my best to help.
Of course, there's a lot of things I want to ask. How do we get out of them is the first among tens and hundreds of concerns in my head. The presence of someone I barely know, the thoughts won't easily form. He's nothing but patient, however, and with enough time to mull over, question finally
Do you
forms.
believe in the paranormal, Professor?
It's supernatural, actually. Don't worry. It's a common mistake to make. But they really are two different things.
Really? What's the difference?
The other one deals with what we can't explain at the moment, while the other are things we may not have an explanation to.
Oh, he actually answered my question.
Here,
He places a couple of papers in front of me, the very same one he was writing on earlier. Study Fluxburn's supernatural culture in a nutshell.
a friend of mine wrote that a few years ago. He took interest in the city after reading about the stories. I have to agree with him here. Even stories dealing with things you don't see with the naked eye can be rife with culture, and this city thrives on it. Just ask the locals.
Like ghosts, for example.
Among other things. The interpretation has changed over the years, though. Various religions, for example, have their own version. It might not always be a spirit now. It could be a memory, or an imprint, an echo, so to speak. Some are born from curses, even, out of great anger, hatred, or pain. There was this one story. Here it is.
Another book is pulled from a stack and placed open up atop the papers while he speaks such passion that makes me wonder if some part of him believes these to be true. It is interesting though, even I'm personally not a fan of such stories. And soon hours pass without my notice.
In the end, it asked for something to be sacrificed in order to destroy whatever anchors the wraith. A sad tale, that one, but the simplest grudge can bring the ugliest, even in the kindest person, with some people none the wiser.
Also, you believe in the
Oh,
supernatural.
I'm sorry, I just went on.
Nah, it's good. Are you familiar with the Ermengarde mansion, though?
Of course, that goes without saying. Who hasn't heard of the local legend? Although, word of the mouth is, someone has already bought it.
Ah, yeah. The right couple. It was a close friend who handled that sale.
So I heard. Well, don't think the house being bought by anyone would stop us from talking about it. What is it about the mansion, then?
I just want to ask what you think of it, sir.
We're going to need more than an afternoon for that, young man. You see, it's the kind that has changed over the years, passed down from one person to the next. Sometimes, it's the Lord William who haunts the place. There are versions where it's the lady of the house. But my favorite, a personal favorite, would have to be the ones that followed after the disappearance of the kind daughter.
Oh.
Well, what about these then?
There's a moment of hesitation on my part before I pull out Miss Wright's photos and lay them all in front of him. Unlike Ash, though, Professor inspects each print with great interest. That gives me some hope, at least.
When were these taken?
Just the other day. Do you think those are the same?
Perhaps. Perhaps not. There were certainly instances when the film would pick up what the human eyes weren't able to see. But then, it could also have been human error.
I didn't edit it
Oh,
in any
is
way.
the ghost coming for
Have
me,
my word on
Mickey?
that, Professor. They all just came out like that.
Then, if it is what you're thinking, I'd
I'm
strongly
scared the
advise
cat.
against doing something reckless and further tangling with them. Accounts about them may be riveting to you, but most
Oh,
of it
no.
often ends in an unpleasant manner.
What about those people in the house? If there is something in there, shouldn't they know? I'm sure they're already familiar with the legends, but
Some people might deserve it, however.
deserve what, sir?
Oh, are you angry with the rights? What do you mean deserve? All of a sudden, the tenderness of Professor Ice disappears, his face becoming unreadable. As though catching himself, he hastily clears his throat, gathers his books, and rises from his seat.
Professor?
Oh, I hit a nerve.
I'm sorry. I just remembered something I neglected to do. You'll have to excuse me, Zachary.
Uh, all right. Do you need any help with that?
Don't let my looks fool you, son. I can still carry a few hundreds. I've been doing this for years. I'll see you some other time if you have any other questions.
Kailangan magpagpagkatapos nito.
Of course. It was nice knowing you, Professor.
Doesn't hear it, however. A few short strides. Oh, I wonder what the right did to him. It's out of the library, leaving me in every piece of this whole mess amidst the oppressive stillness. So why is Ash so dismissive about the supernatural if the guy he trusts actually studies it? What? Despite the answers gleaned, more questions surfaced. There's even single way out of this. He even fought with Zachary about it. Oh, you're alone again. Ah, ghosts don't come to me. The moon is well into the night sky by the time I make it back home. My heavy treads sound traffic outside echoing my ears, filling the empty room with some semblance of life. Nana would scold me if she ever hears me walk like that. But after today, I really can't give a damn about everything. After squeaks under my weight, I unceremoniously flop down onto it. I find myself looking at the paper under my grip. Oh, what's this? Invitation request cover any. Oh, it's the housewarming part. Oh, I still remember Hannah's part. If only were that easy, but it'll give me a chance to talk to her about the thing in their house. With a sigh, I let my hand fall inside of bed along with the invitation. Think about it tomorrow when my head ain't muddled with thoughts of a headless woman and the haunting smiles of a ghost. Belatedly, it occurs to me at last meal I ate had been the one with Ashton. An empty, knowing ache makes itself known, but I can't bring myself to stand up. Today was completely waste time, frankly a disappointment. Don't like this, the lack of certainty that is quiet, the lack of stable ground to stand on, the part where I don't know what will come tomorrow. Ever since that damn letter, everything has been thrown out of the loop, which everything stayed the same. Routine would have been easier to make sense of than this. Closing my eyes, I let the noise from the streets below lull me to sleep. At the very least, that's the one thing that hasn't changed. Nothing happened. Oh, it's your mother again. You're having the dreams. Melody cares in the hall long before I cross the threshold. Solemn but gentle and soothing reminder of what home is. Past firm but meaningful gaze, most wistful smiles. The warm rays filtering through the eaves at sunset, the sick smell of wet earth, leaves after a long day's rain in our room. The room, Ma paused pride of joy, place we were once promised several springs ago. Yet it won't
No,
stop.
wait! Come back! I'll be good this time! Please don't leave! Please stay!
They cannot stay. The floorboards are cold under my feet, more than it usually is. The walls more forbidding than what I'm used to. Farther and farther the room goes. Ma singing ceases and Pa. I can't hear Pa. Oh, they got shot again. Not all rock was clanging, deafening roars of gunshot, nor the screams of placing comfort soft melodies. There's only blinding fear. When the light breaks, it's a woman again. Her skin has already taken a sickly pale color, rotten most parts, blood dripping from every open gash and lesion of her body. Bony hands grip Hannah's neck like a noose, staining his skin underneath her vibrant shade of scarlet. Nothing but malice fills the gleam in her eyes. Yeah, Hannah's so pretty. And Sadako's here. A scream ripples through the air. Why is somebody screaming in my apartment? I hear blood! It's the ghost in my room. My whole body feels distant. Oh my god. Every limb, every midland. Oh my god. But even though I will be swept with my temple. Rasping my breath evenly fills the room in a VR while I force it back into the center rhythm. There's tight in my chest, I can shake it off. My heart pounding against it as if it's about to. Oh my god, is it gonna appear? Do I need to do a quick time event again? Something cold has settled in my legs. Oh no! Don't go to my legs! Not the usual chill comes and goes with the passing breeze of my window, but one strong enough sting. Shackle leave a fridge sensation keeping us. No, I don't want to open my eyes. Every struggle I make, the pressure winds firmly around my legs. No, tighter. No, the ghost is near my legs. Tighter, tighter, until it becomes too much. Oh no, it's here! Ah, no! I don't want to do the quick time event. My heart stops. Another draft sweeps in the room. I'm not ready for you. Thick, suffocating. Feeling my nose falls away. Oh no, it's gonna be here! The ghost is here! Monster. Ah, it's here! Ew! No, don't touch me! Don't touch my feet! I stretch the hideous smile, brimming with nothing but madness. Yes, a body cadaver, the girl! Such of gore things the hair around me, I can't look away! From it, her, that her canny twisted features alone scream. Tried to open my mouth to shout, ask any help, but my voice left my body together. Don't touch me! All I have is space for realization. No kind of plea will ever save me from her. Then suddenly the bed dips. Ah, no, no, no! At least there's no quick time in that. Damn it, lady. No touching. The brutal plunge to my back itself jerks me awake. Damn it, lady. So ear splitting scream, no wild thrashing of limbs. This painful, constricting awareness that something has wound itself tightly around my neck. I waste no second pulling it, a blanket away, but allow myself a few minutes to steady everything between getting out of bed. Inhale, hold, exhale. I was okay before that lady touched my legs. One step, two steps, three. Dreams have gotten worse. Ever since 2 days ago, they're no longer are they small cursory flashes that I'm used to, vivid ones that linger. Can still feel the blood in my hands, the putrid smell of rotting flesh, this sickening crush of bones breaking with every movement, and her cold, chilling eyes as they bore into me. All right, Pokediv, have fun lurking. I know you don't like horror. I drawing one long ragged breath. Good. The only good thing is that this is a visual novel, so the monster won't move until I click the mouse. Unlike actual horror games that they can actually chase me. I'm safe with visual novels. As long as I don't press the mouse button. I am safe just to stare at them. Even the waking world, it reeks. A bench at the park is far from the most private place for thoughts in Luxburn, but considering its location at the heart of the bustling city. In the early hours of morning, provides enough peace and quiet for any poor problematic souls who happens to wander there. City is just waking up a little later than usual, not knowing what day it is, so one can't fault it for being a little tardy just this once. Yet neither the pleasant morning chill nor the soft twittering of birds does anything to banish the images. Every single one is in my head, it claws digging deep in what is no longer a safe place to hide in.
London Bridge is falling down,
Oh,
falling down, falling down. London Bridge is falling down, my fair lady.
oh no,
Take
the
a key
scariest
and
one.
lock
A
him up,
child.
lock him up, lock him up. Take a key and lock him up, my fair lady.
Used to be easy finding some pretense of
London
peace
Bridge is
under the
falling
guise of
down,
sheer optimism,
falling
following
down,
regular routine.
falling down.
Yeah, the scariest thing.
London Bridge is
A
falling
child.
down, my fair lady.
Now,
Take a key and
now I
lock
don't
him
know
up,
what
lock
to make
him
of
up,
it.
lock him up.
Sometimes it's
Take a
easier to
key
run,
and
easier
lock
to
him
hide
up,
when everything's falling
my
apart.
fair lady.
That way you don't have to be the first to witness when it
London
does.
Bridge is falling down, falling
It
down,
worked when things went
falling
bad in the
down.
movie after all.
London Bridge is falling
Always
down,
work when
my
manpower taken from
fair
us.
lady. Take a key and lock him up, lock him up, lock him up. Take a key and lock him up, my fair lady.
Who do I need to lock up?
London Bridge is falling down, falling down, falling down. London Bridge is falling down, my fair lady. Take a key and lock him up, lock him up, lock him up. Take a key and lock him up, my fair lady. London Bridge is
Maybe it's really
falling
better if I
down,
just...
falling. Hey, mister.
Ah! It's a child! No! Hey, mister. My voice gave me a pause. I look up. Maybe about 6 or 7 is peering at me. Two wide eyes, overflowing with only natural curiosity one typically sees in children. That demon child with pigtails! No! Vaguely note the Goretti uniform she's wearing before returning your greeting.
Hey, kid.
Why are you coming to me, kid?
Kylie.
Why are you telling me your name? I'm a stranger.
Kylie?
That's my name.
I don't care, Kylie. Where's your mom?
Mama said it's rude not to call people by their names.
But you don't know me. Jen flops down an empty space beside me. Her little legs still too short to touch the ground, swings in tune with the song she hums under her breath. Don't mind kids, Nana would often invite the ones in our neighborhood to give them treats. Of course, by then, Sis and I were too old to play with them, but you get used to the commotion eventually. It's not completely as unpleasant as most people would imply. Kylie seemed to be a well-behaved kid anyway.
Oh, sorry. Nice to meet you, Kylie. Is Mama here?
No, but my big brother's with me. He's taking pictures with his camera over there.
Boys are far end of the park, one close to the street where a kid is taking shots of something above him. Doesn't look to be birds because all that there's side of the park are
I don't
buildings.
see what's so interesting with the tip of a building, though. I'd take pictures of dogs if I were him. They're cuter. Do you have a camera too, mister?
Yes, actually I do.
Yeah, I'm actually a photographer.
Mama said I'm too young to get a camera.
I'm sure your mama will eventually give you one. But won't you be late for school like this?
Big brother will get us there on time. Rowan promised Papa. We aren't going to be late. It's sports day. So it's not good if you keep looking like that today. If it ends up raining and we lose, it's your fault.
All right, I'll try not to upset the clouds today, kid.
Is it because you're sick, mister?
For a minute, the smile has spread over my face. They say kids ask the toughest questions. And they sure do with how sincere Kylie looks. Lying feels like doing her a huge
No.
disservice.
Not sick. Just having a very, very bad day.
Why is that?
Who are you calling sick, kid?
Is that like when my big brother ate all of my pudding? He did that once and then cried. It wasn't very nice of him.
Oh, I ate all your puddings. Why are you telling me all of this, Kylie?
Yeah, I think so. You see, there's this mean girl. She's giving my friends and I a lot of trouble.
A mean girl, the ghost, you mean?
I even got in a fight with my best friend because of her. Hard to keep up when things are like that, you know? Especially when you can't do anything. It's kind of scary. Makes you wish things will just stay as peaceful as they used to be.
Maybe she just wants to be friends with you?
I highly doubt that.
Yeah, I don't want to be friends with her.
She already hurt one of my friends.
What if she's just sad? Or maybe she just wants help. That's what happened with Melody. I let her borrow my crayon when she left hers. Now we're playmates.
It's not really the same thing, Kylie. What she did, they're pretty bad things.
Yeah, we won't play with that ghost lady.
I still think there's another reason. Did you try talking to her? That's what Mama said I should do.
Girl, you try talking to a ghost.
I don't think that'll work either.
You haven't even tried yet. You sound like Rowan. You're just scared, mister.
Well, who wouldn't be scared if girl suddenly holds your legs like that? Waves honestly in the tone simply the truth in the words herself. I don't know why, but I can't help it. Loud enough to disturb an elderly couple taking a leisure nearby.
Why are you laughing?
That's nothing. You're a really smart kid, you know that?
That's what I've been doing, ain't it? Yeah, we don't speak Sadako language. We don't. Once Dr. Navarro said I should be the one first. I'm the first one willing to deal with any problems before anyone else. I didn't show up next appointment after that. But he's right. Though I hate to admit it, knowing that I've seen, but the kid makes a good point too. I've been caught up thinking there might be a way out. Maybe there isn't, maybe there is, but that doesn't mean I should just leave it up to fate. Aren't spirits supposed to be humans before too? Really, you're gonna speak with Sadako? People they cared about lived a life on their own, smiled and laughed like the rest of us does. Really lose all of it
You
after
better get
that.
to school though, or you'll miss sports day. You should have won yourself some awards, alright?
Alright. Can I show it to you when I do? That can cheer people up, right?
Kid, you barely know me. In the distance, her brother calls for her and took it as a sign to leave. Got things to do to face. A few steps, they say.
Nah, I'm good now, I think. Thanks to you. Besides, Mister needs to go. But you should show it to Mama and Papa. I'm sure they'll be proud of you, Kylie.
I will. Thanks, mister. Bye.
Gave her a little pat on the head before heading my way. Small gesture of thanks from a stranger she didn't know. She might have helped. May not understand it now, even though she's such a young age. She already has this understanding of things. But maybe when she's older, when the world no longer seems too big for her.
Aren't you going to help me, mister?
What the hell? Girl, are you a ghost? Why are you talking to me? No, I knew it. We shouldn't trust the child.
With what?
Confused, I glanced back. Oh my god, it's a demon child! Never cheer, little talk about advantage on the chef suddenly dancing. It is a demon child! The frigid air is almost definitely not how morning chills should feel like. Bitter, stinging, and welcoming. Not the demon child. And the kid.
What do you think, mister? Are you
Oh!
going to help me?
No! Don't talk
What
to
do
me.
you want from us?
It's a demon child. We were right. The response never comes, however. Because when I blinked...
Hello? Mister?
oh no.
Are you okay?
No demon child. I would have punched the kid if that... if it's in real life, I might have accidentally punched the kid. Well, but no, actually in real life, I would probably just run away. For several passes, I could let my stare linger on her face, waiting for any sign of another change. All that remains in there is carefree smile of a child. None of the spite, none of the cold, bloody smile.
Nothing. I really need to go, Kylie. It was nice meeting you.
One thing I liked about this studio, they're so good with the sound cues.
See you again, mister!
Yeet the child. Yeah, if only we can. I break into a run. I don't look back, not even as I bump into a couple of passersby as soon as I'm out on the busy streets. Going insane, this is what it is. If we don't do something soon, we all will be. Tremors follow me even as I get home. I'd hope a little stroll around the block for a few hours would help. Instead, I'm assaulted with more images of her. Her smile, the loathing in her eyes. The stench of war, the horrid crunch that comes with every movement she makes. Even old memories have been sullied by her, and Ma's song no longer sounds as sweet as it's meant to be. In the end, all I got is a sinking feeling I will never be rid of her image. Another ridiculous idea that may or may not even work. The sun is already hanging low on the horizon when I make it back. For the first time, coming home feels more like a chore. Only I didn't arrive to an empty room. Is Ash here? I'm greeted by none other than...
Sup, Z-Man?
Nice.
I told you we should have called him before going here.
Session Becca.
It's fine.
Ashton, I see first. Oh, it's Bella. Sitting comfortably on the couch, munching on a bag of chips with both feet propped atop the coffee table. The very proverbial stone has made a home at the pit of my stomach, automatically flies right out the window at the sight of him. But before any exasperation can set in, my attention is taken by other occupant in the room. Isabella perches on the only other chair in the room, attempting to make herself smaller, it seems, for how closely she's hugging her arms against her. Nevertheless, she gives me a small smile when she notices my stare. Yet somehow there ain't any warmth in it like it's supposed to
Hey,
have.
Zach. Sorry we just barged in here. Ash was.
Relax. Z-Man gave me a copy of the key himself.
Only after you broke the 13th one? I can't keep replacing them every time you think it'd be a good idea to break into my apartment.
Yeah, that's rude, Zach.
And stop calling me Z-Man.
I mean, Ash.
I didn't break anything this time.
Ash, just because I gave you a key doesn't mean you can just stroll in here whenever you want to. And, hey, is that my...
Ash breaks at me because, of course, he has the gall to smirk knowing what he did. He pops in what's very likely the last piece of chip into his mouth and folds the wrapper neatly on the table before turning to nearby trash. He looks like a Final Fantasy character. From her hair, Isabella shoots an apologetic smile as soon as the foil hits the waste bin with a dull thunk. Common sense dictates that I should be angry, but after everything, despite every, despite things we've yet straightened out before it blows up in our faces, having someone normal play out in front of me, no matter how childish their antics can get, I can't bring myself to muster even a tidbit of it. Behind me, the television starts playing the music for the end credits of a movie. You've been waiting for a while if Ash has gotten impatient enough to rummage through my cupboards and watch
Of
something.
course he eats all of it. You know, I was saving that for the weekend. Did you at least share some with Bella?
Don't worry about it. I'm good, Zach.
Really? It's free food, you know? What was that you usually say? You don't say no to free food? What happened?
No, I'm just not hungry.
Ash only throws that question in my eyes. If the only one who finds this vibe she's giving off to be odd, and the guy has no doubt already caught wind of
Aye?
it.
Aye. But if you want something, just say so. I've got a fully restocked pantry right here at your disposal. Still not a 5-star level thing, but for an empty stomach, it'd do. Just say the word.
Thanks, Zach. Maybe next time. Food is not really what we came here for. Ash, he's the one who...
She casts a brief glance at Ash, and in an instant, he sits up. Every trace of amusement is gone from his face as he clasps his hand in front of him and leans forward. Minuscule gesture means to ease, yet the grim expression in him tells a different story altogether.
All right, you two, what's this about? I don't like those looks. If this has something to do with the other day, I really am sorry about that. It was rude, and I didn't mean for it to come out that way.
Short but tense pause follows. They're both stalling. Under normal circumstances, the wait with these two, the more you force it, the more they'll clamp down on it. This handful of seconds continue to slip by, and the unsettling feeling in me also grows with it. Soon it turns into impatience. Before I can demand a response, though, one of them finally speaks up. It's Ashton who first breaks it.
No, don't apologize. I should have listened.
Oh, did you see the ghost too?
How is everything with you lately, Zach?
Hold on, Ash. Both of you. Did I just hear you say that? Is this why Isabella's here? Has something happened?
Calm down, we're just here to check on things.
They probably see the ghost.
So, did you meet Andrew about the photos?
Yeah.
What photographs?
Said photographs had been sitting untouched since the day I dumped them in my drawer. Isabella goes very still when I hand her the small stack. To her credit, she does not flinch like I'm expecting her to and flips through each of it in silence. But while her eyes remain strangely calm, her hands have gone rigid and her mouth has set into a thin line. She, out of all people, understands what this means. In hindsight, he should have been the one approached before
What
Ash.
did Andrew say about them?
It could be one, but there's no guarantee it's a supernatural thing. It doesn't always happen. So, that's a dead end right there. Now that I think about it, bothering that guy for this feels pretty silly now. But with the dreams lately,
That's all? Did he say anything about the damn letter at all? Did you ask him even?
I pause, glancing at him skeptically. I don't know where this sudden curiosity is coming from, but if Ashton Kong, cool, collected, always logical Ashton takes interest in this, something or someone must have fucked up somewhere. The world is ending. Seconds pass. The apocalypse I'm expecting to go along with it doesn't arrive, however.
yeah, that's really everything. The letter kind of slipped my mind. The photos were more important at that time. There was some stuff about the local horror stories, though. Talked about the curses, and he was really fascinated with the story about a wraith asking for a sacrifice to move on. Kinda nasty if you ask me, but it does make sense if you simply go along with it. I'm not sure how this will help in the grand scheme of things. Why are you asking about this anyway?
Rose's death isn't just a coincidence, Zach. It may have something to do with. I may have.
Wait, stop right there for a sec, Bella. I thought you ain't buying this stuff, Ash. Just the other day, you said the exact same thing.
I still don't, but even Rebecca, out of all people, claims there's something. Whatever this is, someone has got to look into it. Everything about this screams shady.
Are you sure you even have the time? Ain't you busy with your current case?
I got taken off that one.
You didn't say you were taken off your case.
I just got the news this morning. Apparently the higher-ups think I'm doing a horrendous job at it. It doesn't matter though. If these two cases are connected like I initially thought, then regardless, I'm on the right track.
Are you sure we should even be doing this?
Doing what exactly?
There's some place we'll visit after this.
Is it a Maya?
Too vague for comfort, Ash. And please don't tell me you're bringing her with you.
This affirmation comes in forms of stare, and not alone. Says all I need to know. Pointed out gives him pause, and his voice thick with hesitation when he addresses Isabella.
You know what? Zach's right, Isabella. You don't have to come with me.
It's not myself I'm worried about. It's you. I'll just do this myself, if it'll get you into more trouble with your superiors. At least I can make up an excuse why I need to be there.
Don't be ridiculous. You're not walking in there without me. Besides, I think it's a little too late to back out now. Have you two seen the news this morning?
I haven't, actually. Mama called, and I was busy.
Change the air around her will small, could not have gone unnoticed, and it takes every willpower not to ask. Probably the only thing reigning in my curiosity is the fact that Ash himself haven't brought it up.
No problem. It should be in the afternoon news as well.
Somebody died again. Who is this one? Another victim by the Aslam Butcher. Man burned after room catches fire. Help me, help me, help. Who is this guy? How did he see a letter? He grabs her remote, cycles through numerous channels until he gets the news report. Another guy who has been found dead the early hours of the morning today. Burned alive this time. Oddly, no fire spread. Whatever damage has been contained within the place the body was found. The room itself, however, has been completely vandalized. Help me, help me, help me. Another murder, the authorities will claim. Isabella and I knew better. None of us shifts even after reports ends, but the room has suddenly felt stifling. Ashton's eyes have gone hooded with what appears to be restrained anger, and the remote in his hand creaked mildly under his grip. Stone is back in my stomach. Tiny little thing gripping at my insides and growing with every passing second as the dread sinks in. In the thick of it, Isabella's voice is the one that breaks the hush. A small, weak thing on its own that wavers unevenly between words. Every syllable heavy with meaning.
This is because of that thing, isn't it? I did this somehow.
When it fades, all that's left in the here is her doubt and fear, while all we can do is to cope. We can still fix this.
It ain't too late. We could still fix this. There's 3 of us here. 4 if you count Rebecca.
No, she's staying away from this.
She lifts her gaze at me, eyes steady, shoulders squared as she holds it against the baffled look I gave her. Although in the next second, the gently softens and it takes me by surprise nevertheless. Those brief moments, it's like I face a different
I
person.
don't want to involve her in this any more than I already have. Both of you as well.
I already said it. That's completely out of the question. Stop asking.
Still in all, that's 2 extra heads who can do the thinking. Between us 3, I'm sure we'll figure something out pretty soon.
Don't make this whole thing sound like it's a piece of cake to deal with.
It ain't. But better than sitting around, yeah? Plan is still a plan.
You're going to shoot yourself in the foot one day with that kind of thinking. We don't even know who's doing this. The last 2 murders might just be similar incidents done by 2 different suspects.
Hasn't stopped you from going after them before. Remember that time when you...
Okay, stop right there. There will
Hello,
be
Anna.
no
Thank you for
retelling
the
of that
headbats.
incident today, Z-Man.
How are you, Anna?
Or ever.
Keep calling me Z-Man and maybe I will.
Suffering? At least you're going to vacation soon. Muffled by hands, ringing light and easy against the thick tension in the room. Gotta leave in an hour. Oh no! Gotta rush the packing. Still a far cry from the usual cheer she carries, but brings a welcome shift in the otherwise dreary
Thanks,
mood.
you two.
I'll tell you about it when he's not around.
Give it up, Z-Man. She's not interested.
Who says I'm not?
As she makes a face with chuckles at the jest despite himself.
Why am I even friends with you two?
Like this, most of our worries ebb away, if only for a few moments. Take their leave mere minutes close to sundown. Regardless of lighter mood, little has been said about their plans, only vague hints of what they're aiming to do after. Just to know something about this whole thing still gnaws at me. Tiny thought urges me to do something as well. This hour, the streets are busy with people heading home at hard day's work. Little of the bustle matters to them as they step out the crowded walkway, however. Ash especially. Only Goldman is a wager, whereas nothing can do to stop him at this point. Probably decided on it before they made the decision to drop by. But despite this, Isabella lags behind. Worried grease is back on her forehead as she watches Ash leave to get his
Something
car.
wrong, Bella?
No, Actually, can you check on Becca for me after this? I really didn't get the chance to tell her where I'm headed off to.
Are we going to the man?
Tell her I'm okay and we're... No, just that. That's all.
You sure I should skip on that part? If she finds out about this, she'll be angry. I don't really want to deal with angry Rebecca. It gives me a stomachache just thinking about it.
Neither do I, but I'll handle it if she gets mad. You too. Take care of yourself.
Almost abruptly, she paused to gaze in her eyes hardening as she lapsed to another one of those long-distance silences from earlier. This ain't just because of the whole fiasco with the letter anymore.
I don't want what happened to Rose to happen to you guys as well.
This one cut deeper. Recognize about it, Ashton returns, casually singing his car keys on one hand and gestures at Isabella.
Come on, we don't have much time. Shirley's waiting.
Whose shirt? Oh, right. Don't answer that. I don't want to hear it, you huge dork.
You huge door.
Says the person who gave her stuffed toys names. Batcat? Really?
It's cute. Yours is just weird. I'll see you later, Zach.
Spares me another smile, and as I watch her walk off, only now did it occur to me that none of those she gave today ever did reach her eyes. Take a grab for the back of Ash's parka. Staggers briefly for correcting himself, shooting me a confused
Is she
stare.
alright?
What? Who's okay?
Isabella. She's been, I don't know, out of it today? Did something happen earlier?
Scowl on his face says
She's
it
actually
all.
been like that this morning. I'll ask, but
Just do me a favor and watch over her. We have no idea what we're dealing with. I don't know what happened to her since the last time I saw her, but from how she's been doing today, whatever it is, seems like a pretty big deal. Wait, you didn't annoy her again, did you? Because I swear to God, if you did, you've got another thing coming for you.
what? No. Why would I?
I'm just asking. I'll take your word for it. But if you can find out what's bothering her, that'd be nice. Honest.
I'll see what I can do.
Make sure you keep yourself out of harm's way, alright?
Yeah, you too. Don't do anything reckless again.
Reckless, no. But I can't make you to promise I won't do anything. After seeing that, there's no way in hell I'm going to pretend there ain't a problem when there is. This is a really big one, and I'll be damned if I let anything happen to you guys while I sit here. I'm done running when things get tough.
So about to argue for a moment.
Look,
but-
bro, if things ain't good, I'll be the first one out. But allow me this one thing, alright? Just this one time. If it doesn't work out, you'll be the first one to know. You can laugh then, or berate me all you want. But please don't ask me to step aside like I'm incapable of doing anything to help.
No idea if it's the look on my face or the tone of my voice. Ultimately, although his mouth presses in thin line, he knows.
Alright, stay safe, Zach.
He stumbles into the sidewalk and allows the afternoon crowd to swallow him. Oh, I like to think tiny gleam in his eyes is the closest we can get to an optimism in this situation. Whether that alone will be enough to give me peaceful sleep tonight remains to be said. Oh no, we're sleeping. Oh no! The rave is still stuck in my head, flashing every moment to catch me off guard. Most lot of it still echoing in my ears. No longer a soft tune it once was. Terrible knowing pit to my stomach. There's no wonder I can bring myself to drift off even for a little while. Will somebody die? It's not as if we're complete lack of things to do while waiting for sleep to come to me, if it ever will. And at 2:45 in the morning, I find myself cleaning my photography equipment for no reason than just to pass time. Why did it turn to the angle? Though I'm going to be honest, not the night terrors that are keeping me wide awake tonight, but anxiety and hope that I'll hear from Ash and Isabella soon. So if I'm going to be honest, not. Oh, already said that. And for perhaps the 32nd time, my eyes shift over to the end of the table where my phone lies still. Haven't heard since they left. They haven't promised a call, of course, but small part of me wish they would have common sense to very least. Yeah. Waiting stuff game with the concern stretching of minutes far longer than usual. It's impossible for unpleasant thoughts not to enter my mind. Over, it doesn't help when the clock finally strikes 3. Oh no. Oh no, it's here. She's behind me. No, lady. Stop it. To be complete naturalizing, my heart didn't leap straight in my throat in that brief second. She wants to help clean the camera. My whole body's got motionless, ears straining for any further sounds. Yeah, it's the ghost. It came to visit. Couple 10 seconds passed, nothing. Of course, with how old the building is singing, power fluctuation, anything new. Every now and then, this would happen, leaving any tenants in a rather bad mood. Not unusual anymore. Don't touch me, lady. Just stay there in the corner. Is that her legs? I can't hear more. You used living here. This time, sudden hush brings with it stillness that raised the hair at the back of my neck. Set my heart beating hard against my chest. Something reeks in the hair. In an instant, the place is no longer home. It's a prison. Every rational fiber in my being screams at me to leave. Force myself to swallow, and I keep a clear head as I lay down all my cleaning tools. Begin gathering together the rest of my things scattered around. Camera's body, lenses, filters, diffuser, phone, anything a hand could reach. Resulting panic, oh no, do I need to quick time event like nightmares scent of reaches me first. A foul, putrid smell filling my lungs with a heavy stink of death. Fierce club title camera holding close to my body if a tiny thing would provide enough protection whatever is with me in the room. It won't. It's the only comfort I have. And knowing whoever she is, she has once been human. Perhaps not all of it's gone. Perhaps some of it's still
Hello?
there.
I know you're in here. What do you want?
Something moves behind me as if scuttling all the walls. Oh no, scuttling over the walls. Following by the squelch and painful creaking. What can only be rotten flesh and broken bones. Without hesitation, I whirl around, my fingers scramble ready, patiently waiting for another movement.
I can help you. Whatever it is that keeps you here, I can help. That's what the letter's for, ain't it? You don't have to keep taking people's lives.
No, no. Brief moment of silence after a short while. I think my pleas work. No warning, shuffling her shoes. All of it was steps of a woman. What the hell? Why do I need to take a picture? No! Where are you, woman? What the hell? Take a picture. Oh. Lisa! God damn it! I'm flash reading a glance of your grotesque shaped features before once again lost in the darkness. All of a sudden, her tune changes, no longer soft, but high pitched shriek, brimming in pain, grief, and anger. Every ounce of courage mustard flees from the body of sound. The next thing I know, my hand is giving the knob and wrenching the door open. The wheels follow me as I flee into the night. Yeah, yeet! Yeet away! Pacing has always been more a fashion thing than mine. When I want to think, I sit and let the minutes tick by, an idea comes to mind or pulse settles down. Yet dry leaves and twigs crack under my shoes. I make another pass at them. There's too mild to describe what this thing is. No way in hell I'm going back. There she is, pleading won't work. The moment we saw the letter, she's been after
I
us.
can't run. Not this time.
Nearly 2 hours have gone by since I left the comfort of my room for a stroll to the park. It took 3 hours since I started making calls. No one's answering. Not even Rebecca, who has always kept her phone line open in case other people need her. Or Isabella, who frequently checks hers for any messages and readily responds as soon as she can afford. Does not help that Ash hasn't said a word where he went off to
Damn
as
it!
well.
I knew I should have asked him before I let him leave.
Knowing him, he can be anywhere. But really only one place he'd likely be at this time. Sun has already peeked over the horizon when I make it to the mansion. You went to the mansion at night? No idea what I'm expecting to see there when I got there. There's Ashton first and foremost. Part of me wishes my assumptions are correct. He's really somewhere close by on a stakeout. Never been the lucky sort when it comes to that kind of guessing. Even if I made around the vicinity, I could find neither hide nor hair of him. Calling him does not good either, considering how awful the signal here is. Can't be too far if he's really here. If he is, he would have already noticed me by now. Instead, there's only silence. Kind of too quiet for any sort of comfort. Even trees seems to have fallen asleep with the rest of the mansion, oblivious to what's happening around it. Small island of stillness in the otherwise fast-paced world. No wonder Hull Anslem feels odds with the rest of Locksmorn. While the city is alive, growing every minute, breathing every second, pulsating with life, the village remains moving. Unchanged. Surprising legend still lives up to this day, and why she's still here, walking its hollowed halls. Beyond me, the mansion looms ominously. Now ain't time for fear. Even as she's not here, still got to let the rest know what I've seen, what's in their home. Whatever grievance Ash has with them doesn't matter. Might be grounds for imprisonment, but they don't deserve brutal death at the hands of one malicious spirit. I'm sure Isabella would want the same thing. Straight to their door without second thought. Takes a few rings sound loud above, foreboding stillness before I hear the footsteps on the other side.
Get it? Only a Nazi would knock at such an ungodly hour. Where's that damn butler when I need him?
Oh no! For a long door swings widely open, with Mr. Luke Wright standing behind him. Seating would be complete understatement to describe. Well, yeah, he's gonna be angry. You come here at the middle of the night. Because I could know that where Ash would find him.
You? How the hell did you
Yeah,
get
it
here?
looks like Draco.
What in seven hells do you want? It's bloody 6 in the morning.
Oh, it's already 6 in the morning.
Listen, sir, I know this is not a good time,
Oh, it's not a good time. Did you even check the clock before coming here? I bet you didn't. Unlike you, the
My
ones
father
who
would
live in this house
hear
need to
about
sleep.
this.
Come back when people are actually awake, or I'll call security on you.
Or I can get a word in, he slams the door in my face and bolts it shut with much
Wait,
finality.
sir, you gotta hear me out. You're both in danger if you stay in there. Have you seen the news lately? Everything's not a coincidence.
Only silence answers me. Maybe if it was Miss Right. Oh, who am I kidding? There are limits to how far a person will believe in you. Then again, didn't believe Isabella when she warned us. Now I'm here desperately trying to save people, even if I'm aware it's completely out of my own capacity to do so. Is this what they call karma? If so, this is one horrible way of turning things around. Taking people's lives, playing with people's fears, making them feel
You're
useless.
around, ain't you? You here? Inside this house?
You're talking to the ghost.
Listening, watching, or whatever it is that you spirits do? What did they do to you? I can help you, you know? If it'll let you, don't have to kill anyone.
Nothing. Don't even know who I'm talking to. If Saint was supposed to be doing that. All thing get after is feeling of foolishness washing over me. Or perhaps it's just me losing my mind. Out of other options and other ideas, let my hands slide off the door surface and fall listlessly to my side. Get back to Luxborn. Try to find others. Try to get others out of this mess. With them. I'll let them know how much deep shit we all are. Both sounds good. Either way, my loitering here ain't helping at all. I'll let the quietness calm for a few minutes before standing up and heading out to fetch my bike. Quite the distance to Luxborn, but if I hurry, I'll reach it in maybe. Oh, rustling stops as soon as I turn around, strain my ears for another movement around me.
Yo, Ash, you there?
No answer. If he's here, I just missed him earlier. Already my feet are moving in search of him a second time. It won't hurt to double check. Triple check even. With how big the property is, he can be anywhere. Things ain't so urgent. Ain't so dire that lives are at stake. I'd probably have just waited for him to show up again.
But damn it! He needs to realize what exactly it is he's dealing with.
It's not just pretty criminal he can simply throw in jail, but something beyond the authorities his police budget can ever give him. Guy needs to stop playing a big damn hero. Sit down and chill. Breathing comes short, shallow rasp by the time I make it back to where I started. Still no sign of him, but I begin to think I'm just wasting my time. So that when I hear it, nice melody and a heartbeat. Ma's favorite song. Listen for a while, trying to gauge where exactly from the house is coming from. Feet starts moving before I can stop them. There I circle around the corner from room in the first floor. Single windows open. Can't make whoever's inside. However, I'm sure the singing comes from there. Still, while I'll hear an old tune, here of all places I won't know. I don't know if it's obscure song by all means, but it's pretty rare to find someone who knows this. For some reason, that seems to follow this song around. Panic lodges itself base of my throat at once. Whoever something might be, I want to be pessimistic, but on the off chance that is Miss Right.
Shit.
Should just barge in there. I can put myself in danger because I can save anyone. Ash will tell me in the exact same words. Might even write me dissertation why it's a bad idea if he ain't so lazy. Damn it, damn it, damn it. God damn it. No, it's a bad idea to trespass. You might get shot. Keep looking for Ash. Yeah, mind your own business. It's a ghost tracking you. In the end, the rational part of my brain wins out. I've spent. Yeah. I don't want to just rush in there because I might get shot by Draco. I might get Avada Kedavra. The end, rational part of my brain wins out. I have spent too much time around Ash. It's right though, reasonable part. Force my way in, find something unpleasant. How am I going to fight back with my camera? No matter where you look at it, it's simply asking for a painful death.
I have a better chance if I find Ash. What is he snooping about?
Perhaps I should try the forest, make a round. Why is the crying? Sounds like laughing now. First, yeah, I should try the forest, make a round further in the gardens. sound plan, but it's better than nothing. Once soft subs subsided now by some means. Almost inaudible to the point where I'm wondering if I truly heard what I heard. Didn't get to dwell much though, because the right moment my phone rings. Sharp nose cutting pierce through the thick quietude. Thump hand over it, pressing button for speakers, I close my
Are
ears.
you?
Ah, only got the tail end of person greeting under the. Oh, Sadako is with you. No device
What
well
was
enough.
that, Ash? Could you repeat that? Signal shitty here.
I asked, where are you? Hell, Zach, I've been calling your number for a good 20 minutes now. What kind of shithole did you get into?
Good morning to you, too. I should be asking you that question. I've been looking all over the mansion for you. I thought you'd be...
What mansion?
Oh, you're not in the
Do I
mansion.
really need to answer that?
Why are you even... No, wait. Just get your ass here at Isabella's place, and hurry.
Oh, you're not in the mansion. If I went in there, I might have died. So if I gazed in the mansion, specifically at the window, I heard cries from. There's nothing of it now, not even.
How
echoes.
urgent is this?
Pressing enough for you to stop asking questions and get yourself here. Please, Zach.
Just give me a pause. It's a rare thing for him to take on that.
I'll be there
tone.
in a few. An hour or two, tops.
Thanks. I'll see you.
I rush back to my bike as soon as the call ends. Without another look, I leave the mansion along with its haunting melodies and grim echoes behind. There are more things important than my own curiosity and impulses. Who's Marianne again? Who's Marianne? Number so little top of my screen. Oh, is it the interior designer? Number so little on top of my screen, they glare with me such intensity that I can just hear their accusations. I'm late for a night out with the girls, yes, but I have perfectly good excuse. Jeez. Didn't follow typical office hours. They really can't expect me to be able to just go as I please. At 5:30 on the dot, the client is first and foremost my priority. Sit tight when my personal assistant Chris tells me we have a big one coming up, and that I shouldn't miss this one. There's a lot more on who's who and what's what when it comes to these socialites, and I trust that judgment call. I really don't have time for rich people, their drama, and their politics. These sort who were born with silver spoons in their mouths and who were used to wagging their silver tongues about. I'll let him handle the negotiating with them for the most part. Where else would I have hired him? Told me I'd receive a message about it an hour ago.
Now, if only he has the full shilling when it comes to the time.
Oh, it's Marion. Come on, I have social life too, you know, to an extent, of sort of. What's that sound? Why did it sound like Gartic phone? Pressing my head against the table, I tried to save off an oncoming headache when the notification for a new email pops up. I expected, hey, this looks like a good project I found. Go send them a design or something like that. Really, that's how it goes often. Even with these rich jammy clients who've heard of me from their equally rich jammy friends, can't expect them to hire me right off the bat. So well, good and reasonable. We've figured out what they want, send them my portfolio, my drafts for their projects, my rates, and hope for the best. Oh, what's this? This is a big... the subtitles will say it. This is a big client, Marianne. I'll babysit Beruthiel for you. Just please take this one project. I promise this person is huge in Luxborn. Sir Parker, this is a formal request to secure the services of Marianne McCullough, hereinafter called the designer. So phrased by Hannah Wright, hereinafter called the client for interior design work at Ermengarde Mansion, Luxborn, S18ORF, United Kingdom. Client hopes to have designer there on 21st October, Friday, with the time pending. So I open the mail and see what I've been requested by client specifically. Well, I certainly didn't expect that, and pretty straightforward too. Anyone else would probably excited they would be working with the Hannah Wright. She's one of those rich socialites that everybody loves to talk about, no matter how hard I try to tune such nonsense out. It would have been enough for me to reply an affirmative to Chris and leave, but he has never pleaded for me to take a project before. I've worked with big personalities in the past, celebrities, bankers, and even few politicians. My PA had been indifferent about those. So the question bounced about my skull before I spied one of the email attachments. A newspaper clipping from Luxembourg's daily business news section, boasting their headline: Right Enterprise donates 2.5M to Refuge UK. Certainly caused quite a stir back then. Apparently, they've been invited businessmen, socialists everywhere in the guise of it being some big business
2.5
announcement.
mil and an expensive looking party to boot. These people sure know how to throw their money around.
Oh, sana all. Not that I should be so callous. They're going to do a lot of good and help a community of people with all those pounds. I of all people shouldn't criticize such acts, whether they were for show or not. At least I know they'll be able to pay my rates. Headline out of the way, however, I found myself staring at the picture that came along with the clipping. Because wow, here I'm expecting a sour old woman in a blazer and skirt. But the woman that was plastered on the front page looked like she belongs on the front page, the entertainment section, or even, if I'm to be crass, as the pinup for a glamour. Okay, I'll be real here, a men's magazine. He sure knows how to rock that dress. Wait, her hair, her eyes, her lips. She can't be her. And at the same time, she is her. Oh, sure. So you know her personally. Only several years older. She looks just like. No, come on, Mac. The world's full of pretty blondes. And it's just a coincidence. Oh, how are you related? I shake my head and snap out of it, reach for my phone with buzzes, nearly falling off my chair in the process. Who else would be on the other line but the very people waiting for
Oh,
me?
piss. I'm so sorry, Cam. I'm on my way.
That's what I say, yet still don't move from my chair, face flush and heart racing. Could only stare until I can will myself to reply that yes, I'm accepting the assignment. It takes more time for me to close the image, shut down the computer, and leave. Even then, it's already burning my image from my head, no matter how much I wish for it would just disappear. Makes me eager for the alcohol and the company. This makes me eager for anything that can help me forget. Good thing that nearest pub is like a hop, skip, and a jump from here. The Galway Shoal, as it called by those who frequented the place, is the only decent Irish pub in this country. Pretty much tell that someone is new if they call it by its official name, the Troll Bar. My home away from home, ever since I moved to Luxembourg. Well, that's it when I'm not cooped up in my condo and working anyway. It's good alcohol, good company, and thank God, Saint Cecilia. Good music. Crowd favorites like the Bothy Noise, the High Wesleyan Men, and Second Fusion Orchestra are often played. Not to mention the singing. I love singing. Anybody could just break out in a drinking song, and others in the pub were just wonderful that they'd start singing along. And doing so while intoxicated is the best ways to go about it. So win-win as long as I don't puke in the middle of the chorus, and as long as I can get home in one piece at the end of the day. Tonight is karaoke night. What better time to try and sing all my words away? Well, that's what my intoxicated brain tells me.
The ghost of guilt and sorrow
We got free
remembers
karaoke.
who I am, and in the prison of my heart, I was my only slave.
Drinking all reminds me of home. Thought of home makes me think of her.
But in the depths of my cold soul, I'll leave the burden and despair. I'll fight for
what's worth fighting for. Forget the fear, forget the rest. I lied to the Lord, I lied to myself, I lied to you and everyone I care, until there were no more lies to tell.
But I already have a client who will be having our first little meet and greet in a few days.
Cowardice is easier than being brave, but at last I found the strength I lost to sing my love letter to you. Cause people can lie, but my lone heart beats true. That song was for Cam, our lucky bride to be. So give her a hand, Galway shawl.
During the stay time in, one can excuse my smug grin as cheers and applause rise among the pub's patrons. Possibly off-key public sing aside, I feel like I'm top of the world right now, and it's good reason as any to belt out in front of these strangers. With good drinks and friends, there's nothing wrong. Nowhere else I'd rather be tonight. I forget for a short while.
And that song was brought to you by Marianne McCullough, everyone!
You have pretty friends.
A round of applause!
Haruna.
That was so good. You rock, Marianne.
Oh, please stop. You're just saying that.
You know neither of us can hold a tune, Marianne. A toast to our shameless drunk singer. May your drinks forever flow and your notes be ever lovely.
If anyone deserves a toast tonight, that's Cam. Finally sealed the deal after 3 years, eh?
Read 'em and wait, bitches.
Kamal's diamond engagement ring gleams as she holds it up for all the world to see. She has reasons to be proud. 3 years of living together, and her boyfriend finally asked her the big question. Obviously, she said yes.
Don't get too attached to that ring or the one after, sweetie. I was wearing a wedding ring not so long ago, and look at where I am. But enough of me being a downer. Cheers to a happy engagement!
Of course, if something like Haruna's divorce were to happen, I'd be there for Cam. Just as Cam been there for me, acting more than just my yoga instructor. Can't be happier for my friend right now.
Cheers!
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 Well, we both will be there for Cam, won't we, Haruna? Haruna, been really bad year for her ever since her divorce. She's such a knife, even loaning me money to open up a studio. She didn't deserve what her husband had pulled. I'm happy she's smiling again, pigging out like she used to. I think we all miss our Japanese firecracker. We met in yoga class, something I had joined to keep myself in shape, well, honestly, so that I could make friends when I had moved to Loxborn. Clearly, it worked like a charm. Definitely didn't have anything to do with the fact that I brought along my lucky D20 die. Oh, you have a lucky D20. First day, no sir. I love this girl so
What about
much.
you, Marianne? You're 30 years old and you still haven't got yourself a man.
And you guys know I have a very busy schedule. I don't have time for that.
I really love her ass.
Oh, come on! That's a lame excuse and you know it! You need a man who'll take care of you and you need it now! Maybe some hunk who'll be your house hubby while you rake in the dough.
I'm quite capable of taking care of myself. Who needs a Mr. Right?
Hey, look at me, I'm Marianne McCullough, a lawful neutral cleric with 9 points in wisdom and 8 in charisma, but I can't get myself a date.
I love it. Mentioned druids and demons once, and they don't even know the rules to understand what the numbers mean. Certainly, I'm not sort of holy person. I'm far cry from miracle worker, and I barely have the willpower to fight off demons, especially my own.
Actually, maybe she isn't looking for a Mr. Right, but a Mrs. Right.
Yeah, what if it's that case?
Oh, my Marianne, we still love you even if you're in the closet.
That would explain some things. Howdy now, you don't have a ring anymore. Maybe you two can be together and I don't have to worry about my best girls being alone.
I explains poster in her room.
What are you on about? There's nothing to explain.
The more denied, louder they tease until the other people in the pub start to watch. It doesn't help at all when her room adjusts her arm over my shoulders and leans
Will
in.
I be all yours then? Will you be making me feel like a woman?
I like the term friends. Like this. Awfully defensive, ain't her? No, they're just kidding around. It doesn't make me comfortable in the slightest. When Kamala notices my silence, Arna sees the expression on my face. They stop. Oh, good friends. They read the room. When awkward air settles over us, the rest of the pub goes back to whatever they were doing before the whole thing ever happened. Probably won't even remember it when they wake up with massive hangovers anyway.
Sorry.
Me too.
Hey, no hard feelings, right?
I raise my glass. They smile. We drink. There's no need to say anymore. We're all definitely far too drunk tonight. Eventually, fun times ends a weekday after all. With Harna being a nurse, she still has to get ready for her next shift. Kama also has a loving fiance waiting for her at home. Didn't have to make a fuss about having left some buns in the oven when she took off early. Really, I understand. So one insisted who was determined to get pissed drunk anyway. Moving that bar, I sit alone at last. Alone with a stranger. Oh, you. I haven't seen him before. Obviously not a regular. He hasn't said a word. Are you gonna flirt with Marianne while you have a wife? Savoring his drink. This whiskey served neat on one hand, lighter in the other. Doesn't seem like he has noticed me. Yeah, we should go before he does look my way. As he was pretty, he was blonde, and those two things plus alcohol never did me any good. Oh no, Marianne has a taste. He likes the Draco. I thought too late. Judging by the way his flushed face and dazed look in his eyes, he's as pissed drunk as I am. Whereas I'm feeling like keeling over. Looks like he's still ready to take the catwalk by the storm. Really, he has just air of one of those men who think they own the world.
Hello there, sexy. Please don't stand up on my account. I already like what I see. Fancy a drink? It'll be
Oh dear Lord. Then again, I must be pleasantly surprised if it
Want
proves me
some
wrong.
between the sheets? Sex on the beach? I'm talking cocktails, of course.
The moment I opened my eyes, no, his mouth, oh no. Fat chance. Doesn't matter, we both know how to play this game. There are two different ways for the night to end. One thing or another is going to happen. Question is, so what do I want to do?
That's fine. I'd rather order some blue balls or some AMF if you don't mind.
What's AMF? Is he old enough to be? Looks like he's about to say some witty report, but stops him and downs the rest of his whiskey. I order mint julep. He gets another whiskey. We start customary small talk. Of course, the ask me no question and tell you no lies goes without saying. We ask nothing about each other, offering up falsehood to establish a strange fake connection between two strangers at a pub, only to pass the time. They should call his father to get him out of here. Whiskey, as I have to call him, is supposed to be 21 years old. Single, takes care of his sick mother, manages some... What lies? Manager of what? I didn't seem to care to listen to the details. Meanwhile, Mint, as he comes to call me, is 29. What did I say I was again? Oh yes, told him a professional chocolate taster. Because fuck it, I'm going to lie what my job is, might as well make it fun. It's pretty decent chat between two pretty drunk strangers, and maybe it's just me, might fucking well expend the tiniest amount of effort and pretending there's something meaningful in this meeting. Would have been nice too if it was just left at that. But during a long conversation, he brings it up.
No, I've never been with a woman taller than me.
You're flirting, you have a wife! This guy, if the game gives me a choice to kill him, he will die. I don't care if I need to keep characters. This guy would die. And I think he might have been different from the
Never
rest.
have and never will, Whiskey.
Yeah, he has a wife. Never have, never will, whiskey.
Can we go back to the history of chocolates?
And actually, he's the husband of Marianne's client, so it's gonna be awkward.
Did you know that chocolate candy was introduced in 19th century England as a healthier alternative to alcohol?
Saint Lucy was the most beautiful woman of the time. She had men come from our four corners of the world just to see pure light of her exquisite green eyes. She were so lucky anyway.
No, enough of the history lesson. Come on, Mint. You know and I know what you came here for.
Though not every suitor was gallant, and she was no fool, she had known that sooner or later wouldn't be able to defend her chastity. No, Marianne, don't do it.
Come on. There must be something that gets you going.
No, Marianne, she had taken out the knife. Yes, stab him! Gouge out her own eyes.
There is something, but I don't think you can handle it.
Impressed with her devotion, God restored her eyes, made them more beautiful than before. His peculiar sense of humor, hasn't he? That only meant suitors kept going after Lucy, and she kept her eyes in a challenge to scare them away.
Oh, I'm pretty sure I can handle whatever it is.
Whatever, Draco. Saint Lucy, help me. Help me turn away from sin. Help me with my own blindness.
My place isn't too far from here. I won't take care of you if it ends up being too much for you.
Oh, Marianne, don't invite
And
him.
no one will be able to
He's
hear
a vampire.
you if you try to scream. You sure you want to go down that road, pretty boy?
Wouldn't have it any other way.
Did you bring him home? Marianne? Oh no, oh no. Each line grows why I cringe more and more that I'm gonna develop abs by the end of this scene. Best thing about having condo so close to the pub is ease of access. As long as I can stand and walk, make it home. Did you bring him? Maybe I'd need help from a kind neighbor to help me with last leg if I really gonna run out of alcohol. Always made it home, sometimes with company. Of course, that always comes with complications, especially with the real clingy ones. It isn't really a good tip, but stalkers to the building security can fix. Always nervous though, even if it is the first time I've done this. For a few minutes, we enter my. Oh no! He brought Draco in. Enter my room. First time we're trying not to panic. Okay, Mac. So far, so good. Don't let him smell your fear under all that liquid courage. I leave sooner or later. I'll never have to see him again. I just like every other man before him. I like to say myself, the man I brought to my place, so more scared than I was. Yet there's no reason. When I look through Whiskey's eyes, only the light. Starts touch. Oh no, they're doing it! They push him against the door, roughness expected. As long as he sticks to the script, everything will go smoothly. We'll have a little tumble in the sheets. He'll leave. We'll forget about it. They're gonna do it. Somebody asked what I really wanted. I would have told them that I wanted a bed of roses, chocolates, music, maybe in an Irish castle. All I really want is her. It's never going to be a reality. You want Hannah? That's my fault, of course. All right, Anna. Not just you get yeah. Have fun. Is your vacation starting today? Have fun then, Anna. Have a safe trip. That's my fault, of course, because I was afraid. I was a coward. They would never hold up a candle to her. She was the light of my life. I had to let her go. Can't even be bothered the thought of her. The single thought of her makes my resolve to see this affair through waver. So Marianne really likes girls. Well, she probably is bi.
Wait.
What is it now?
Oh no, now it's true. She brought him here. Ah, we have a choice. This is wrong or nothing, never mind. Should we do it? Just to make the story more intriguing. We're gonna sleep with a man with a wife. Yeah, I'm not sure how it will affect the story if they sleep together. Or would our choice even matter in that case? Should we? Since we're gonna kill him, let's use him for this night. Let's see. We're gonna kill him anyway because I hate him. Nothing, never mind.
Never mind.
We are gonna sleep with this one. To hell with it, doesn't matter. I'm just doing the exact same reason I brought a man home before, and the one before after that. Didn't care any of them, they were all nothing, less than nothing. We part for air, he all but rips my belt off without even bothering to take off his own jacket. He somehow make it safely into my bed and don't even feel it as he pins me down. Oh, they're spicy! There's nothing to cover, right? It's safe. It's a pleasure, it's about punishment. Is it safe? There's nothing just kiss, tongue, and roaming hands. There's no passion, only. I'm not gonna ban, right? It's safe. There's nothing showing. Now, something you'll get wet without bringing down strangers for lay. Look at both of their bodies, though. It's ridiculous how under the professional facade I like to put up, I do these sordid things. Plans can see Marion McCullough now, all boozed up, having rough sex with some bloke from the bar. Well, none of their business, really. Still, everything is after a drunken blur, not much to remember in the first place. So one night stands, always the same empty, meaningless sex, flesh coming together, smelling booze and sweat.
Mother of God, pray for us sinners.
No, not the prayer! Not the prayer during the scene. To be remembering her hands touching during it. Try to remember her lips that kissed me. Oh, you really had relations with Hannah. I can remember something that never happened. Oh, good. That at least it didn't show anything that we don't want to see. When all said is done, all I have
You
to
were
say
saying
is
something while we were at it. What were you mumbling?
we were praying. You were that bad. She had to pray.
It was a prayer.
Like, oh God, fuck me?
Oh my God!
I like it.
That's cringe. No, it was an actual prayer. Prayer for forgiveness. As I lie down my bed while he gets up to leave, I can feel my scenes. All the regret. Almost is crawling on my back like spiders, filling me up with their venom. Feel an itch that maybe wants to scratch my skin until it bleeds while my heart pounds in my ears. I even register what Whiskey says when he whispered goodbye.
Thanks for the good time, Marianne.
We just slept with our client's husband. The mornings are after are always the loneliest, although I can simply brush it off. For I've gone through several years of my life with the only fleeting company of others. Always nothing permanent. After her, there never was. I lived through this. The regret, though, is the one that stays and weighs. So, no time for self pity. I have a job to get ready for. Oh, they will meet. It's not that I think about drinking on the job, but after meeting the rights yesterday, really makes me want to break my self-imposed rules. Yes, first off, fucking damn whiskey was the fucking Mr. Yeah. Like, damn whiskey was fucking damn Mr. Right. Top it all off, they had someone forgotten to inform me that they didn't own the Ermengarde mansion yet when they hired me. What sort of person does that?
Rich people.
Do nothing but twiddle my thumbs twiddle my thumbs and wait for their go signal. Not like I can accept other small projects. This is a big job and I should be ready to start on it anytime. Yeah, was not even the mister. Not to mention that my PA practically begged me to be patient to wait this out. It's a hard decision to agree, but I did so in the end. Perhaps I'm doing this for the Emerald Mansion, not for anything or anyone else. I'd have a headache whatever I do anyway. I go to the pub again, seeing what happened a few days ago. I'd rather not end up in bed with another potential client. And might be a huge leap in logic, but the library is the next best thing after the pub. I have to go there anyway. I need more books for that. Plus, also need to return the ones I borrowed last time. Find a new book or two to read for myself while I have nothing to do isn't such a bad idea either. So on a Saturday morning, I found myself going to the only library in Luxembourg to hopefully cool off. After returning an Erzuli poetry book by Henry of Potter Brady, asked a librarian about several titles on my list, though I don't have much luck on that front. Dialogue with Death has already been snatched, and she bluntly said that she did not keep our mathematical universe for someone who didn't return books on time. I make headway at least when she asked about siege and renditions of Havana by Jacobo de Pezuela. If you count her snarling pointing at history section as headway, that is. History section is devoid of any other except for myself and Redhead, though I'd wager a guess that Red's just passing by to get to the classical literature section. Ah, so many books, so little time. Hello, Broken Brain. How are you? Scanning the books. You missed the sexy part. Scanning the books and seeing so many wonderful titles gives me great pleasure. That's when I spotted.
Hello, sailor. Why don't you come to Mama?
Come to Mama. History of Luxembourg. Ooh. It's that naval battle book I was looking for. No, it's even better. You'll acquired History of Luxembourg Architecture, first edition. Ooh. I know I just have to get it. I've been waiting to get my hands on the book for so long. In fact, there is only one copy proves to be a problem, though, when Red reaches out for its name. Same time as I do.
I had this
Oh,
first,
it's
miss.
Becca. Can only stare her down when she refuses to let go of the book. It's Becca. Refusing to let go as well, I raised my eyebrow at her in the hopes that the fact that I was significantly taller than her would intimidate the girl. Even then, she refused with a rebellious look.
This isn't exactly light reading, miss. I mean, do you even know which architect was at the forefront of 18th century Irish architecture?
A beat. She blinks and I can't help the smirk on my face, which swipe off when she opens her mouth.
Edward Lovett Pierce, who established the Palladian style through his work with Castletown House and the Irish Houses of
Ah, you
Parliament.
didn't expect her to answer.
This bridge was destroyed in this year to delay French troops while under the regency of Mary of Guise.
It's not what I was expecting. Let's be honest, how many people would know these history facts? Aside from me, anyway.
Going right to the obscure ones, aren't you? Easy enough. Tullybody Old Bridge in Clackmannanshire, Scotland, on the January of
Meet a fellow
1560,
nerd.
if we want to be specific.
I like that achievement. Meet a fellow nerd. Suddenly, it's a game where we throw these history questions and facts at each other, back and forth in hushed tones, unless we want to be thrown out of the library. After a while, it goes from strange competition to the strange but friendly banter, if it could be called that. As fun as it is, the exchange soon slows down until we're grinning at how odd this whole scene
Marianne
is.
McCulloch, my desire for potatoes
McCulloch.
doesn't quite match what the stereotypes suggest.
Rebecca Gales, the Scots' supposed hatred for the English wasn't enough to stop me from teaching their little spawns.
Nice to ones from right who didn't like history. By then, we had forgotten about our little tug of war, although she still holds the book in her hands. Had let go of it without realizing when she answered my first
History
question.
teacher, then?
Got it in one.
No wonder you gave me a run for my money. Now, if we're talking about architecture, I'd blow you out of the water. You're from where? Luxburn Uni?
Oh no, just St. Goretti's.
Ah, yes, Saint Goretti. You'd think a school would choose a more appropriate saint to name themselves after, especially when they have very young students.
And I'm guessing you're an architect, if you're so confident about the subject.
Interior designer, Miss Gales.
Please, just call me Rebecca. You aren't one of my students, are you?
Marianne, then.
I could have said that I was an architect, but there's no point in explaining why I wasn't one anymore.
So, I've never seen you before. I'd like to think I've met every history aficionado in town.
I blame the rock I've been hiding under, of course. That, and I'm usually only here on the weekdays if time allows. Work often has me meeting clients on the weekends.
That must be interesting work.
It allows for some creative freedom, sure. But it's like working with children sometimes. Though you probably have it harder working with actual children.
I didn't expect Marian to be the fun character. I thought she was so serious. But she's the fun one.
The hardest part is convincing them that your idea is their idea.
That sounds exciting.
It is!
But isn't that true for any workplace, though? We just cross our fingers and hope there aren't any man-children in charge of important things. Any big projects right now? I can't imagine that interior designing is a frequent thing.
I'm working on the Ermengarde mansion. Lucky me. That mansion.
Yeah. When she mentioned the T20, I was
wonderful,
already
breathtaking.
on board.
I can't wait to start in it. Now that is beautiful architecture.
A pause. Looks like she wants to say something at the mention of the house. I'm not surprised. The place is certainly popular with the locals, especially with the urban legends attached to it. The next second, though, she seems to think better of it and drops what she's about to say.
So, do you have a portfolio or anything I can take a look at?
Portfolio?
I'd love to see your designs. Maybe you have some on a tablet. I've met some designers before, and they're always going crazy over these virtual room apps or another.
A tablet? Please. Callicrates didn't need those silly iTabs when he built the Parthenon. I certainly don't need one to design a house.
Computer back in my place is all I have. Why should I buy such expensive gadget that will just get outdated within a year, when what I have is just as functional? Oh, she's practical. The traditional ways had a far more personal touch, in my opinion. Not to mention, the smartphones are awful tools of procrastination. Can't even count on one hand the number of people I see going outside only to have their eyes glued to the things. And fuck touchscreens does evil things that make typing what should have been a simpler task
I
harder.
do have an online portfolio if you'd like. I can.
Speaking or think of the devil seems to have summoned it. Before I can even carry on, Rebecca's attention wanes as she pulls out her mobile. For what I can only assume is a call, she gives me an apologetic look before she's standing up and excusing herself. Off further into the aisles she goes for some privacy. Do my best to give it to her as well, trying to tune her out.
Belle, is something wrong? Lunch at the coffee house? Sure, I can make it. I'm not too far. I can be there in 10.
With how quiet the surrounding is, she can't blame me if I overhear snippets of her conversation. When she returns with a sheepish look on her face, I know that our friendly chat has to be cut short.
Sorry, I have to go and meet with some friends.
It's fine. Totally fine. No need to even apologize.
About the book.
Embarrassing increases twofold, which realizes she's still holding on to the history of Luxembourg architecture. Don't give her time to think about it as I put hand up, shake my head, fishing out a pen and paper from my bag along with one of my business cards. Hand them over to
You know, I'm busy with work, so I might not even be able to take a peek at it anytime soon. You can go ahead and have it. But you'll have to ring me up when you're returning it just so I can snag it right away. Deal?
Yeah, friendship's born. It's quick work penning her number down and handing it back to me with a grin.
Deal. Just message me during school hours, of course. You have a good day then.
You too.
With Rebecca gone and left alone standing in the history section. Although my original plans were simply to sit down and read a good book, our little pop quiz, if you could call it that, made the time pass by without any of us even realizing it. It was fun, but I do believe I made a new friend. Good job, Marianne. Even with the talk of lunch, however, I don't feel like grabbing a bite to eat. There's still other books to be read here, and I'm hoping to find something that will help me while I work with the rights. Something like How to Deal with Ourselves Professionally 101, just in case. I've dealt with a lot of uppity, snooty rich clans before, but still better to be safe than sorry. Because look right just takes the fucking cake. He probably manages to eat it too. Yeah, look right. It seems the world is conspiring to keep it from me, my me time, as my mobile vibrates in my pockets. The moment I find something in the shelves of the classic literature section.
Marianne McCulloch, Charlie Rose Design speaking.
Oh, it's Rose. She's still alive at this point.
Rose Cooper here, Miss McCullough. I hope I didn't catch you at a bad time or anything. But I just wanted to check in and tell you that we've got the clear to hand over the documents. Madam Wright told us that we should forward the floor plans to you.
Already? How did they get to the process so fast? Surely there's so many red tape to even acquire the forms in transferring of rights. No matter how rich the rights are, it shouldn't be this quick, right?
So, if I can just have your email, I'll be sending them your way.
I'd actually like a physical copy of the floor plans.
Oh, I suppose that's fine. I'm not at the office right now, but I can inform Miss Santos of your request.
I'll make sure to drop by the office after lunch if that's fine.
Not a problem. Right. Well, cheers.
Right. Cheers.
Don't know, I just don't. Something. Is there some sort of deeper miscommunication when we last met? These things take time. It's been what? A day? Less than that, even. There isn't even a point in trying to make sense of these people who seem to be larger than life. As it looks like I'm on the clock starting today, I might as well eat. Grabbing some fish and chips from one of these street food stalls. I find a table to spend. Copy of Marquis de Sade's Crime of Love, since Rebecca left the book I wanted. Alright, Sunny, thank you for dropping by. Yes, I will. I will probably finish Marianne's part before I rest, and we'll continue tomorrow. But yeah, thank you for dropping by and rest well. I wonder how the ghost will deal with Marianne. I've read this one before along with the rest of his works. This would be the 18th time, in fact. But it's always nice to read through again when I don't have the time to enjoy something new. Besides, when you're dealing with people so filthy rich that they end up plain filthy, you need a good old Marquis sound advice.
La blessure se trouvant sans aucune sorte de conséquence.
The wound being without any consequence. Of course, it's foolish to think that things have no consequence, even everything actually does. Via Realty Corporation's Luxburn branch isn't too far off from the city center, just a few blocks away. I can easily eat and walk. I'd rather use this time to rest before I go to flurry of activity. No doubt there will be so much to do once we get hands-on with the mansion.
Still a lot better than working on another condo, at least.
Surely, no matter how much BRC and the old owners put in restoration and preservation of the place, any big repairs would be superficial at most. I'm quite certain that in their haste to sell the property, they did a rush job. It isn't an infrequent thing to do, despite how it is frowned upon. There'll be a lot of hidden issues that I will need to weed out, and have to make sure I find every single one of them. Just the more serious damages. Structural integrity is definitely on top of the list that we will have to consider. The building may look sturdy, but it is centuries old. That alone will likely pose a few problems here and there, put limitations on what we can do. Besides, despite how much I detest these rich snobs, they can pay rather handsomely, so long as I do an excellent job and do more than necessary. Those two things always make sure the referrals keep coming. I don't even have to hunt down projects for myself. When I do go up to BRC's office, I can't help but stop and stare when I enter the building. With lunch hour closing, employees should have been back already, if they still aren't filtering through the doors. I guess it's a Saturday that people probably feel tired and lazy to be working on a weekend. They're still on the clock and not bumming about wasting company time with extended lunch breaks and cigarette sessions. The office is spacious as it is, and with these big corporations, each person is given their little space of what's usually by a 2 by 2 meter cubicle. There's a lot more empty chairs than there's actual people working at their desks. Reminds me far too much of my last day at Poriskova projects during massive layoffs due to the Irish economic crisis. But isn't just that though. Everything's just quiet as a grave, as if these people are merely ghosts. Speaking of ghosts, Santos comes through the. Why do you look like that? Look at she's just seen one. She looks at me wide-eyed with a deer caught in the headlights, ready to bolt at any moment. I'd ask out of concern, but I feel it's not my position to do so. As something's personal, I'd simply be overstepping my boundaries. Really, it's none of my
I
business.
presume that Miss Cooper told you why I'm here, Miss Santos?
Huh? Oh, yeah. Sorry, I just got back from lunch, you know? But it won't take too long, don't worry.
Of course it won't. This whole project has established itself to be a matter done in haste. I do hope it doesn't mean that people are being careless in their duties.
She flinches and looks like she doesn't quite know how to respond to that. Thankfully, instead of opening her mouth, she leads the way towards her station and goes to fetch the floor plans. Won't take too long, she said, but does take a bit. Time spent to compose herself, most likely. Thank you for that reading, Pokedev. How's it going? Yeah, we're now playing as Marianne. So no ghosts yet. It will probably come later.
You know, we usually just email these things.
I prefer the real thing.
Not that you would know. You probably have your nose stuck in front of a smartphone when you're not working even. You should be working, playing those mindless addictive games. Definitely wish Chris would stop playing with Batcat thing during work hours too. Alright, Pakidev. Take care. Have fun lurking.
I know what you mean. Digital painting is nice, but nothing beats the smell of real paint. Not that I go and smell paint like a crazy person, but you know, the real thing is different.
Wait, what?
Yes, nothing is quite like the real thing.
Check out the floor plans. I see I have a lot going for me. I know how Ray felt when he found Central Park West building floor plans from that one movie. That's why I became an architect in the first place. Jacobean style's finest, it's a thing of beauty. Look at these gorgeous rooms, delicate harmony between empty spaces. Speaking of empty spaces, there's something rather odd about these
I feel
ones.
a bit silly saying it out loud because I've never lived in a big house, let alone a mansion. But during the tour, I had the distinct impression that the rooms were bigger. Maybe the scale is wrong? It's not much of a problem. And it is an old house.
There have been little details here and there that would have liked to address during the open house too. It was forgotten in the wake of Miss Santa's incident and trouble with ownership. The wine cellar is going to be a problem. I shudder to think what sort of repairs they did to that place. Might have been things that were swept under the rug, pushed to the dark corner of the rooms, hidden away in barrels. Water damage could have been covered up with floods due to heavy rains in West England last year. And if there's any sort of damage to the house foundation, it's going to be a lot of work. I wasn't able to look at the attic as well. For all I know, whole family of vermin could have made nest there. Working with pest control is always the worst. Sheer size of this place is staggering, even if I did say it was a lot smaller than I thought. Might have been biting more than I can chew, but who doesn't like a good challenge? First things first, I'll have to.
So, do you want a coffee? The one from the staff room is pretty decent.
There's really no need. I'm sure you have rules against it.
Rules against bringing someone coffee? That's ridiculous. And even if there were regulations against it, nobody's really here to tell Sir John. I've already brought 2 mugs, and I'm not going to drink them on my own. Come on.
I've stamped down my annoyance at being distracted, seeing the girl, the young woman, though. Looks like she has a lot on her mind. If babbling is her way of dealing with stray thoughts, not really the one who she should be babbling to. Let's build a relationship with her. You have something to say? Give her time to speak up. Just stares clear my throat.
Yes? You have something to say?
Embarrassment creeps up on her face, snatch one of those coffees from her, and take a sip. Too
Just
hot.
thinking and speaking off the record, it must be fun what you do. You go to people's houses and you make them, well, pretty. You're sharing your art with them.
It's a little bit more complex than that. But if you put it that way, it is fun. I wouldn't have done it for 7 years if it wasn't a little bit fun, I guess.
These big clients always have paintings in their homes. Do you have a supplier for art pieces?
Didn't expect to hear such question from her, seeing how well she handled herself yesterday. Didn't doubt why she's assigned to an important sale like the Ermengarde mansion despite the little accident she had. Now she just looks too young, too nervous, and unsure of herself. Although her enthusiasm just make up for that in spades. In fact, I would have believed if she had introduced herself the way she is at the moment. While watching her now, she actually looks like she should still be in college. Acts a bit like it too when I think about it. I thought she was teen slumming it out in the mansion when I first saw her there, lying on the ground. Surprise, surprise, she turned out to be one of the estate agents handling the property. Even know what to make of the whole meltdown that happened with that strange document. I were the client, I would have been very upset. She'd be in hot water
The
for it.
clients usually support artists of their own
Ah,
choice. If they don't, I'm always happy to refer those that I know.
That's cool.
They're very picky. I don't think a hobbyist will have an easy time getting their work sold.
Hey, I'll have you know I was a student of the fine arts.
And yet, here you are, selling property. Maybe you weren't a very fine student of the arts.
maybe I took that a bit too far. She bites her cheek, and it looks like she's barely holding
It's
herself
not like I
back.
had a choice.
She mutters under her breath, barely even hear it. But the hurt is there. Makes me wonder what I brought it on. Although it's understandable for reasons what I think it is, very few people make it big in the art world. See why she'd be upset about it with that enthusiasm. I didn't have a choice when I left Ireland. Was that years of unemployment, recession, and the toll it took into the construction industry was out of anyone's control. I don't know what choice she wasn't able to make, whether it was about her being at art school or something else. The world isn't a fair place, and the sooner she accepts it, the better. Still, with that forlorn look at her face, I can't help but sigh. Girl reminds me far too much of myself when I was younger.
Well, if you're thinking of commissioning your paintings, I'll have to see your work first.
Oh, it's not. I didn't mean it like that. I don't have any paintings.
Really? You sounded a lot like you still did art or want to. Now I'm starting to worry that you might just like the smell of paint.
Stop sniffing paint.
I'm not a paint huffer, sheesh. I just mean I don't make much anymore. I don't really have the time for it. The tools and materials aren't exactly cheap either.
Everything has a price. It sounds like you're making excuses for something you're presumably passionate about. If you really want to practice art, a little out of your wallet isn't much.
It's not that simple.
It's not? Life's simple. People just like to make it complex. Speaking off the record, I have some advice for you, kid. Either go for what you want, or stop thinking about it when you have something else. That is unless you enjoy making yourself miserable, then by all means.
You know, if you wanted to look at the floor plans without me bothering you, you could have just said so.
What? I was just speaking the
Would
truth.
you have left me alone?
We'll never know now, will we?
A strained air settles in. Did I choose the wrong thing? It looks like her relationship was worse after that. Strained air settles in the room afterwards. Doesn't help. She doesn't immediately leave, as she said, lingering awkwardly by the door with that downcast expression. Clearly, there's more she means to say, perhaps even to defend herself and her choices in life. Or is she expecting me to dish out more of that advice? It's an awkward affair, and I choose to hightail out of the realty office as quick as I can. I'm able to keep myself professional at all times doesn't mean I like it. Seeing most of the day already gone before I realize it, I choose to head back to my flat instead. Despite today being a Saturday. No fun, but at least this way I can definitely avoid another unpleasant encounter. Considering how much I'll be seeing whiskey in the near foreseeable future, I have a feeling I'll need the rest of the weekend it can give me. For the first time in a long time, decided to work on the mansion. I cannot wait to be over and done with this project. Monday couldn't come any sooner. I've taken the floor plans to Miss Santos after the last spent most of the Sunday drawing up plans, calling my suppliers. Though no design choices have been made yet, I'm quite sure they wanted high-end appliances, most expensive materials, and most pretentious everything. Usually did. This rich types, based from experience at least. Given how badly this whole thing started, I wouldn't hurt to be prepared. I've checked myself, make sure I'm not playing with my gloves as one other building tenants takes the elevator up with me. Make self-conscious when the woman's eyes go over me. I'm sure she was going to point out some perceived flaw in my physical appearance. Save from being paranoid when they went off a few floors later and still right up to my floor is nerve-wracking. The Rights live at the very top of the penthouse, the creme de la creme when it comes to condominium and urban living. Just getting access to this place is an ordeal on its own. I had to jump so many hoops, so many security checks just to secure a key card. Not only because of building management, but because the rights personal security. Sometimes felt I'm being interrogated for a crime, not visiting a client at their home. Even when their personal assistant came to help out and verify my presence, process is aggravated rather than hastened. Speaking of the devil, it's Ron Weasley. The elevator opens. I'm greeted by none other than Whiskey's not so little
I do
lackey.
apologize if I kept Mr. and Mrs. Wright waiting. But I'm here now and I'm ready, so if I may, where are
They've just woken up, but they should be down soon. I'm surprised to see you made it through security. And only 5 minutes late.
you? Said I'd be through security soon, and it took half an hour. Define soon in this context.
I'd make myself comfortable if I were you. I'm going to go and put the kettle on.
About the tea, I don't want to intrude or anything.
The sir does not like being woken up by the whistling. But who am I to deny tea to a guest?
Shows me to the couch before drifting off towards the kitchen, quietly pulling out a teapot, cups, and all sorts of other things in preparation for tea. I ignored the animals towards his employer. That his words implied, but I wouldn't be too surprised if Whiskey's own people don't like him. Accepting quiet isolation instead, I brace myself for what's to come. In this case, soon apparently means more than 5 minutes or even 10. I sit in their living room just waiting. When the kettle starts whistling, the tea has been served, I continue to wait. At least the silence is relaxing. Then there's a crash. Nearly spilled tea over my lap in surprise, and I look, expecting security to come and running. Even the man at the kitchen counter appears to fix breakfast like he heard nothing. I want to speak up about it, but he looks far too absorbed in his cooking, and I don't want to cause of burnt food or worse. However, there's something in me that wants to figure out what was that, although I am normally not this nosy. Do I want to check what's that? Yes, I am. Hope the curiosity doesn't kill the cat. Cash came from the hallway. Really shouldn't be snooping about. He's concerned the urges to check it out. Taking a glance at the butler, continues to
Excuse me, but where's the loo?
He barely looks my way before pointing his spatula towards the hallway. Good excuses, any. If I'm caught lingering longer than I should, I could just excuse myself, say that I wasn't sure which door lead to where. Oh no. Did we? Looking at hallway reveals something might have caused a crash. While he looked at the rest of the place, pristine condition. Several doors only for a toilet, but also presumably rooms for their butler and other members of staff. Stand here, however, feels definitely out of place. One of the doors nearest within my reach stands ajar. It's like the light flickers incessantly. Could be a light bulb that needs replacing, but the thought of it in a place well taken care of seems off. Think that maybe this is where the crash came from. Oh no! Did we choose wrong and we'll die? Inside, I can spy a radio lying on the floor. That's probably it, right? Maybe one of the help hurry to get out of the room, knocked over it in the process. That's all that it is. I should really leave it alone. So to leave, sound of static fills the air. A man's tiny voice interrupts the silence.
7 in the morning, students found a 5th year dead.
What? Why am I still standing here?
Assumed to have fallen from her dormitory window.
Seems familiar, doesn't it?
Authorities are investigating the possibility of foul play.
Like I've heard it before.
Reporting from St. Samthins, Shane McLaughlin of Galway Bay, AM.
What the hell? I clicked off the game, sorry. Girl, don't surprise me like that. What the hell? Recall back away from whatever that was. I accidentally click on Twitch. In the process, I trip backwards on my feet and I wait for the pain of falling flat on my back. Instead, I feel a hand on my back, seeing smug smell. Well, guess who?
Oh, don't tell me you're reporting to work drunk, Mint.
Oh no, it's Whiskey. Of course, I know his lucky who's that voice belongs to. Just have to be him.
Marianne McCullough, hammered on the job? That would be something.
But, as if I had been burned, push him away with a deep scowl of my face. Even his slightest touch makes me sick. And that smug smile on his face makes me want to come in contact with him, only to break his nose with my fist.
Is that any way to say hello to a good friend?
We aren't friends. Let's get that straight first off, Mr. Right. Secondly, you're a married man, so that thing that happened shouldn't have happened.
Oh, come on. Don't tell me it wasn't even a little fun. A bit of a romp never hurt anybody.
No, it wasn't fun, and we shouldn't have done it. But since we did, let's pretend it didn't happen and never speak of it again.
I was drunk and had no self-control. Don't I get a free pass?
I have work to do, sir. Nothing more than punch the fucker and show him what for. I have to remind myself to stay calm. No matter what I feel for this man, no matter how much I want to cuss him out and spew every profanity in the book, and then some, he's still my client. Imagine that knocking the block off one more influential persons in high society would go well with the rest of my usual clients.
It doesn't matter. I have work to do. I'm here to do my job, and if Whiskey has any ounce of sense in him, he'll know not to bring up this matter.
Must have some sense,
Or
right?
else what? I can't take that statement seriously without one of those.
Apparently not.
Whiskey will know not to bring the matter up, or else he'll get what's coming to him.
No, still not convinced. You tried, I suppose. Plus points for that.
They're there between us because it can't be anything else. That is broken as lively voice calls out from the loft. It's Hannah.
I hope I haven't kept you waiting too long. I know we agreed we'd start at 10 o'clock, but mornings just simply do not agree with me. Not one bit. It's been like this since I've been in university.
5 minutes to 11 o'clock. The silent glance sure like to be fashionably late. I'm used to it though, much like how I'm used to many years of hearing people mispronounce my name. Besides, berating correctly my client would be extremely impolite, and Marianne doesn't sound too bad when she says it. To be fair, it doesn't seem like she's late on
I
purpose.
see you up, darling. You know, you could have woken me up as well. Were you showing Marianne around? Not that there's much to see. This place is so tiny compared to the mansion.
More worried about the way she stares at me, judging such a look. Doesn't suit her pretty face at all. Just seeing Mrs. Wright reminds me too much of her. Maybe I'm starting to hear her again, see her again, when I shouldn't. Should have left it all behind, forgotten it. To think she would be looking at me that way. I can just feel my hands tremble.
Oh yes, just showing her around and getting to know each other. Isn't that right, Marianne?
Yes, of course. And your butler was making breakfast a while ago. So if you want to get right to that...
Breakfast would be lovely.
There's no denying clients when they invite me over to the table. Though it's too personal to share a meal in their home, it'd be terribly rude to deny their invitation. Oh, it's pancakes! Did smell heavenly. A bowl of clotted cream, fruit syrups, jams, and other spreads are laid next to them, making a colorful arrangement. If it was a brunch with friends, I would have gladly helped myself to the whole lot. As it is, I accepted just a few pieces of pancakes, topped it off with lemon and sugar.
You know, I was a tiny bit serious when I said I wanted a helipad.
And you're not serious about the greenhouse, the vineyard, and the stables.
Well, I do want those too, but I know you'll agree to those.
We're talking about interiors here, honey. You don't handle exterior designs and whatever handles those sorts of projects do you, Marianne?
I'm able, actually, and willing to take a project of that nature. I was an architect in Ireland before. Of course, that's another contract entirely. I also suggest we finish the house itself before working on any additions to the rest of the property. There won't be any problems about ownership this time, will there? Pardon if I'm crossing a line, but the acquisition was rather quick.
Oh, don't you worry. We've got everything sorted this time around. I've talked to Miss Cooper and Mr. John from BRC, as well as the old owners. Everything has been paid in full, and all we're waiting for is the paperwork from the land registry. They're letting us move in as soon as we please. It's not like they were living there in the first place.
That's good to hear. The problems that could arise from renovating another person's home would be... well, let's not dwell on it. First off, we'll want to know how you want the place to look. It's pretty furnished as is, but I understand if you want to modernize the whole thing.
Actually, I'd prefer to keep the place looking as it is, but at the same time, I want modern appliances. You worked on the Ludgate's Christchurch summer residence. I do remember there being an oven I thought was a simple drawer before. Make them look vintage, antique, blend in with the rest of the decor.
Customize appliances then. I can't find someone for that, and if you can't tell me what you specifically want, it'll hasten up the process. We're talking about electronic appliance manufacturers. If you have a preferred brand to work with.
Splendid! So, what is next on our agenda? All the other interior designers we've hired in the past did not have us this involved.
I stop. What sort of half-baked designer did that? If I knew who they were, I would have words. Since no time place for it, however, instead I used this brief pause to pull out the floor plans I brought
We'll
with
have
me.
to figure out what you want to do with the rooms. Here, we can have a quick run-through.
What is that little room next to the master's bedroom?
Oh, as far as I could tell when I saw it, it's a second bedroom of sorts. Used, apparently, for the ladies-in-waiting who has served Lady Charlotte Ermengarde, which is strange, as that isn't the norm for these sorts of houses.
Well, we're not stuffing Johans in there. He won't fit. You don't suppose we could turn it into a walk-in closet and a dressing room?
I love fashion, but do we really need to turn an entire room into a walk-in closet, dear? We'll have...
Says the one who takes 3/5 of our closet. Well, what do you suggest we do with it?
I thought a utility room of some sort would be nice. A craft room where I can do fun things. Or maybe a children's room might be nice. You know, for when Kylie comes over. Or if Rochelle visits once she's had a baby.
Oh wait, Kylie?
One, you
You're
are not
related
inviting
to
that,
that
witch. And two,
child.
there's a whole mansion for Kylie to play in. We don't need a children's room, and you don't even do arts and crafts. I'd like to turn the guest's room and the study into my personal office, by the way, if you don't mind.
You can turn it into a personal office if I can have my utility room. It's just the one room of the many. I'm taking that room for myself, no matter what you say, dearie. So you might as well take this deal. You're always out doing business anyway. The real problem is the theater. Whatever are we going to do with all that space?
Fine, we could turn it into our own personal cinema, I suppose. Might as well have it, if you plan on not having a telly in the parlor.
Yes, well, I don't want guests to be glued to the telly when they come over for a meal and some tea. By the looks of things, we can keep the rooms as what they are on the ground floor, though. The ballroom would be perfect for parties.
Do we really need a dining hall, though? I don't suppose we can't convert it into a garage.
What for? You can park your cars outside.
What about that room, right there, in the northwest corner?
That's sleeping quarters for the household help?
Oh, that is perfect! Johans will be glad if we have other staff members who stayed in. It'd be convenient so they don't have to make the trip from Luxbourne to the mansion when they're needed.
You'll definitely need a lot more people to maintain a property of this size.
The mansion is really a lot bigger than I thought. Look at all these rooms. I didn't even know there was a music room next to the parlor because of what happened.
There was a grand piano in there too when we checked during the tour.
Did you hear that, Luke? Maybe you can take up playing the piano again. Oh, you should have seen him when we were younger, Marianne.
It's not like I was very good with the thing.
Oh, hush you. You were no Mozart, but I loved hearing you play nonetheless. He'd come over to my home and he'd play such fun tunes. He'd sing too and I'd dance and it was just...
Mr. Wright playing the piano. I can't imagine it. Heard his way of saying Mrs. Wright said so, told you otherwise.
Anyway, what do you think of these plans, Marianne?
Are we not even going to consider one of my requests? Not even just a closet or just a garage? Now, that isn't fair, is it? You're not the only one who's going to be living here.
I hardly see how that's unfair. I told you you're getting your office and your theater, the greenhouse, the vineyard, and the stables. That sounds fair, does it not, Marianne?
We can compromise. I really wish they did look at me like that. Their decision to make. They want to ask for a personal point of view. I'd happy to give my 2 cents.
You can still have a garage.
See, Marianne agrees with me. Thank you.
But the structural integrity of the mansion might be at risk if we try to turn the dining hall or any of the rooms into a garage. Taking down one of the exterior walls might hit one of the support beams. And with a mansion that old, I'd rather not risk it, especially without closer inspection. There's always compromise, of course.
I suppose that's better than nothing. Better than flat out saying no.
Mrs. Wright does have a point. There's plenty of space for a garage outside of the mansion itself. If you'd like a covered parking space, we can arrange something on the grounds instead.
Then we better go there. I want to see where we can build a garage.
Yes, no time like the present. You want a thorough inspection? Might as well do it now. We actually took another look at the property yesterday, though it was brief. But I'm sure you would want to see it yourself, to spot anything we might have missed.
It's not like I have much of a choice, do I? Riding to the Ermengarde mansion, and their rice is worth a fare. Only I'm worried about scuffing expensive leather seats, and also worried about getting the middle of couples bad. With attention thick in the air, I can feel them starting at each other anytime. Nobody's saying anything. Until Mr. Wright tells his valet to turn the damn radio off. For a moment, I think he might start. But instead, he stays quiet, so do the rest of us. In the end, sufferable silence stays. I've never been so glad to see a house. Stepping out of the car of the mansion meant the end of an uncomfortable ride. I can finally take a deep breath of fresh air. In a place that feels to make me gaze in wonder every time I see it. So, as I move towards the front door, keys in hand, I can already hear Mr. Wright plotting.
Alright, Johans, we're going to go in, but I want you to look around the place. Familiarize yourself with it. Know every nook and cranny, every inch of the lot. Go and see where we can put that vineyard and the other things we talked about. We'll want to know where to station security as well, so go around the perimeter and figure it out.
Scout the property and circle the perimeter on foot. You do know this is 46 acres of land, sir.
Well, you are not driving a car over the grass. Put those long, spidery legs of yours to good use. I didn't hire you to stand around and look intimidating. Go, mush.
Someday I'd like to ask Johans. I can even stand and tolerate the man. Why doesn't he just quit? Certainly the pay can't be that good. Been a bit put off our mutual employer, and the only thing that keeps me from bailing is the fact that I already signed the contract. At least I'll be working with them during the duration of the project. He works with them every day.
Sometimes I think you hired me to make me suffer for your amusement.
Someday I'd ask. I feel a bit bad for him. As any consolation, he'll be away from Mr. Right. Only for a little while. Able to enter the mansion after a bit of standing out there in the sun. Strange sunlight's far too alien and rare. Bit of problem with the mist not knowing which key was which. First item on the agenda would be a grand staircase. Seems sturdy during open house, but a closer inspection might say otherwise. There are no obvious marking of damage nor wear and tear, probably rethreaded during renovations. Peek under the grand carpet, the wood is properly installed with the bark placed down to prevent cupping. Carpet itself could use a vacuum though. Fracture conditions from what I can see without actually dismantling the thing look to be in good shape. Handles support posts are firm. Work on it should be commended. Can't look much more than the rest of foyer, but because Mr. Rice starts to hurry us in checking the dining hall.
So, what do you think? Certainly we can't turn this area into a garage.
It's Jacobean architecture. I'd say these would be pilasters and not buttresses, but you never really know. They really liked mixing up these elements. You could say it was pretty avant-garde at the time. We might hit a support beam if we're not careful.
And in layman's terms?
From what I see here, we could risk great damage to the house if we try to turn the dining hall into a garage.
The man didn't look too pleased at this. As I look of disappointment before he sighs and look around the place with an air of defeat. He moves to speak, head read under unreasonable demand.
This will stay
Again.
a dining hall then. But if I may have another request instead, at least spruce the place up with some flowers, some plants, or something. Feels so old and dead in here.
That's hardly unreasonable. Daffodils are a must, I presume.
The look that passed between two of them, there's a genuine look of fondness there. It's the first time I've seen such an exchange between two of them. Anyone are to see them like this, there's little doubt that they loved each other.
Of course. And I want a garden full of them.
Now, if you excuse me, I'd like to look at the rest of the house. I'll just be around here downstairs if anybody needs me.
That leaves Mrs. Wright and
He's
I.
quite fond of them, you know.
I can imagine. He looked terribly upset when we told him he can't have his garage.
I meant the daffodils. We always have a vase full of them in every house we own. Somewhere, I'd like to think, they may be about his mother. He never talks about her. I don't even know her name. He likes to flatter, claim that they remind him of me, but he's always loved the flowers, even before we married.
Much like the piano, it didn't take him for a person who liked flowers. Daffodils, least of all. What's next? Am I going to find out that Mr. Wright saves kittens from burning buildings?
I'll go and snoop about upstairs. You go and do whatever it is that you have to do.
And she goes without even asking if I need her here. I'm left standing stare at the walls. Really, I don't need to go through inspection of the building itself. It isn't part of an interior designer's job. The architect in me is committed to doing this task with every project. Going to make a living space to have both form and function, might as well make sure that the entirety of it is safe for my clients. So I'm already here, roam around dining hall, check things off my punch list, if you will. When it's time to move on, I hesitate. Mr. Wright said he was somewhere around here, the ground floor. I really didn't want to be alone with whiskey. I have to look at the place eventually, but on the other hand, I can do it later when he's gone. Go upstairs first if I want to. Yeah, let's go upstairs. Don't want to deal with whiskey. Already seen enough of this floor during the open house. Of course, I want to know just convenience cues. I just don't want to be in the same room as whiskey anytime soon. So I'll just go upstairs first. Benches on the grand staircase landing are solid, proper heights, and lowered there will be trouble. There's small cache on the carpet though, but as long as nobody tries to run down the stairs until it gets fixed, things should be alright. Stained glass art. Restored no doubt, but name Last Lady and Lord of Ermengarde. It was supposed to be until Lady Charlotte's fiancé was brutally murdered. by a witch of all things. From what I read, you'd think the historians of this place would be a lot more scrutinizing, filtering out stuff like that. I'm amazed they bothered with it instead of replacing it with some generic cookie cutter design. This place, entire piece alone would have cost roughly 500 even million pounds. Lady Charlotte Ermengarde and her beloved. Looking at mosaic, it's not far stretched for imagination to believe the depicted image could be Mr. and Mrs. Wright. I can easily assume as such if one doesn't know the history of the mansion. Really, a place like this should be protected by government as a landmark. What can I do about it? Walking the east wing, I tried to go to the theater but met with an obstacle. Obstacle that is locked doors. Two doors, and both of them are locked. Maybe stated would be if I already just had it snuck off while the Wrights were having their little business meeting with Miss Cooper for her to take a peek. With what Mr. Wright wanted, we'd have to install powerful projector, the type they use in cinemas, and a projection screen. The seats would have been reupholstered. They're to be comfortable, and the walls will have to be covered in dark material, paint, wallpaper, and install wall-to-wall carpeting. Really, of all the rooms I could be jealous of, it's this one. Just picture myself in there watching old kung fu flicks on a weekend-long marathon. So I wonder what kind of movies Mrs. Wrights would like. Rom-coms, perhaps? Her husband on the other hand? I'd rather not think about it. Middle of my rotation planning, I don't realize that I'm not alone while caught standing in front of the locked door like
Were
a
you
fool.
meaning to go in there?
Oh, it's just,
I'm
it's just
afraid we won't
Hannah.
be able to open it up today.
Oh well, I wanted to, but it's fine. I can still survey the rest of the place.
Apologies, but the key was missing when they were handed over. They told us that they'd get right back to us with it.
What? But aren't they supposed to hand over all the keys once property changes hands? That can be grounds to file a complaint.
They were already kind enough to let us move in so early. There's no need to raise a fuss about it. Worst comes to worst, we can call for a locksmith.
It's heavy and somber as she grows quiet and glances out the window. Outdoors, a vast expanse of surrounded what would be their house, their home. Then she looks back at me with a sigh and a bitter smile.
Flowers. Yellow flowers. Daffodils, dandelions, and sunflowers and the sort all up front. Just a whole garden of them. They'll make the house look lovely, won't they?
Of course. A garden is a wonderful addition to any home.
As I said this, her eyes roam over me, scrutinizing and thoughtful. The whole back shiver that threatens to run down my spine after being expected so
Yes,
closely.
it must be nice.
We're still talking about the gardens, yes?
I mean, not having to worry about what another person thinks of you.
What do you mean by that?
She lifts her hand, point the wedding ring before it falls listlessly to her side.
Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I didn't marry Luke. There'll be no fights about walk-in closets or silly helipads. I could do with this place as my heart desires until there's nothing but content. Then again, I wouldn't have bought this place if it wasn't a gift for him. I probably wouldn't even be in Luxbourne if it wasn't for him. Maybe I would have moved to London, Manchester, or Birmingham. I might have even left the country altogether. France, Germany, Spain, Canada, Sweden, even America. The possibilities would have been endless.
I don't know what to say to that. What is there to say?
I'm sorry, I must sound so petty and ungrateful. I do love him. So very much, even if he can be a bit difficult at times.
Oh no, not at all. I'm just confused why you're telling me this, of all people.
Just a whim, I think. Just flights of fancy, that's all.
Don't you ever think about one decision you've made in your life and wonder how much would change if you chose to do things differently?
I try not to dwell on the past, ma'am.
Keyword is try, of course. Think of past brings up too many ghosts. Memories of her. I do wonder what would change if I just said yes when she asked for me. Maybe she'd still be with me. Hmm. Yeah, I don't want to make you closer. Why do you want to decide on your own? Her words seem simple enough. I mean, doesn't have to be difficult. She makes it
Why
okay,
don't you
right?
decide on your own?
I mean, nothing against Mr. Right, of course, though whiskey buggered me to no end. Well, unless they sign joint property ownership anyway, which is a rare thing as far as I know, especially among these highbrow types. Surely they could actually love their spouse. I don't doubt the possibility. Money's money, and it makes people do the most horrible things sometimes.
It's your house. You can paint the whole place pink if you want, and there's not much he can do.
Somber expression she had changes the look of
I
contempt.
could, but we are husband and wife. Equal partners in marriage, Marianne, though I can see that you don't understand. This is his home as much as it is mine. I'm not going to go behind his back over a room. And how dare you suggest that?
Well, she became angry. How do I talk her down without causing further offense? It's my attempt to shake off my drama that I end up tripping right into theirs. It's really, I have no business meddling the affairs of my clients unless involved interior designs or architecture. Yet here I am opening my mouth and yapping. I do hate to see a good woman
That's
down.
not what I meant by it. I just mean that maybe you don't have to get the approval of your husband all the time. Or well, okay, fine. I know nothing about married life, Mrs. Wright. You're right about that. But I still think you're allowed your indulgences every now and then.
Of course, my form of indulgence meant buying old slate 78 RPM country records. Records which I don't even dare use with my gramophone. For her, it would be very well be buying entire
That's
houses.
just my take on it. A perfect relationship is as rare as hen's teeth. You got what you got. I mean, you're doing well enough without my advice. Sure, look it.
That looks to placate her somewhat. She looks away and starts to favor the view outside once more with a faraway look in her
Feel
eyes.
free to look around the rest of the house. Everything but the theater should be open. Just call if there's need of me.
Of course, Mrs. Wright.
I shouldn't have opened my big mouth in the first place. Sort of thing only gets me in trouble. Keep it clean, keep it simple, stick to business, that's it. Be professional. I failed to do that just because of a pretty face. And when she turns to leave, she glances back at me before disappearing into the foyer. Look out the window from where she was standing and move on. Well, nothing of my thoughts and her.
Finally, some peace and quiet. Thought the old biddy would never leave.
Sutter Mad, is this here? Oh no, the ghost is here. I reckon it's stress, though I don't know exactly what I'm stressed about. I think Miss Wright has really thrown me for a loop. I'd be worried. Developing some sort of psychosis disorder? Well, I'd call a doctor. Hopefully, it's not right here, not right now. I mean, just be that person talking cricket, conscious, so to speak. I'm only noticing now, though. If it is, it's been very pushing the dilemma voice in my head aside, I got back to work. I barely make it few steps before everything tilts and shifts. Though I stumble, what it feels like being thrown my feet and the rest of the world just follows. Though my feet stay firmly on the ground, even I stay mostly upright, I feel like I've been upheaved, put off balance. Is it the ghost? Oh no! I close my eyes, feeling sudden sense of vertigo, but when I open them, it's bloody. Don't feel any less sick to the sight that meets me. Blood dripping from the walls and ceiling, pulling downwards, seeping into the curtains on the carpet. Wave of nausea stronger than the last hits me, along with the overpowering stench of blood and gore. Oh, the ghost is gonna appear! On the bolt, rushing apart my head, telling me to flee. Blood lit down his ass, only I didn't hear
In here,
her.
Marianne. Come on. I have something to show you.
Oh no, don't listen. Could have ignored it. Would have ignored it. Only heard it in my head. I swear this time's coming from one of the rooms. Much further into the study. I feel compelled to pay attention. Can't just turn and leave. Not when it's her. Even it just follows the sound of her voice. Oh no, you're stupid. What's this? Lorraine. Lovely Amanda Lorraine Lazar Fiona. She was my friend, the only one that I had at St. Samthan's. I was a scholar charity case in a school for privileged and prestigious young girls. They will look down on me if they cared to look at me or acknowledge my presence at all. All except her.
Oh, stop your crying. You know better than to listen to Maeve. Why I gotta teach that butterface a lesson?
Wait, no, lass! I don't want you getting into trouble with the sisters again!
Relax. It's not like I'm going to stomp her and her lackey's arses flat like last time.
Come on, let's just go back to our dorm room. I don't want to be on my Tobler while you go get yourself punished.
You'll be fine. Gip's there with you.
Lorraine was there when needed, through my highs and lows. Now your friend made being in strange school, away from my father, all the more tolerable. He saw this poor helpless girl who was kept down and shunned by everyone else, and being the kind soul she was, she rescued me. So brave, so beautiful. She was something else.
I'll eat all the chocolates stashed away in your closet if you go.
I can get more. Just don't go complaining to me if you get a tummy ache because of that.
Well, you don't want to get detention on a weekend, do you? It's a Friday. We can go to town and have some karaoke. And we can have a go at druids and demons again.
Druids and demons.
You're not going to miss that just because of Maeve, are you?
Sometimes question what I did to serve a friend like her. Like her corners of my mind where treacherous thoughts lurked. I thought that she had only felt sorry for me. She was being a good Samaritan, offering a helping hand. Perhaps I've been too selfish to return
You
the favor.
have a point. I'll just kick her arse on Monday then.
That's not what I mean!
I know what you mean, Em.
Wait, where are you going? You just told me you wouldn't cause trouble.
I still have something to do. Don't worry, it's not like I'm going to burn down her dorm room or something criminal like that. I'm just going to talk to her. Maybe I'll make it so that her room smells like a dog's air biscuit. That'll make it an excellent weekend. I'll see you in a bit, Marianne. Lots of tobblers.
What's a tobblers? When told that she loved me, I couldn't be. She told you that she loves you, but you didn't accept. Not to her, not even myself. It was wrong. I was taught that way. Husband and wife, one man and a woman. Unclean, impure. Prayed for her and I for our sins for salvation. She is in the closet. I want to apologize for disregarding her feelings so callously. Might have been like a slap to the face for her. The life had gotten in the way. Exams, which were trivial in hindsight, took top priority. I'd keep my grades up to keep my scholarship for my father. Told myself I would apologize to her when those were over, that I needed to focus first and not let anything distract me. It had been easy when she avoided me like the plague. She was upset, I get that. There's blood dripping, oh no, it's gonna be the ghost. I thought I had time to make things right, but...
At 7 in the morning, students found a 5th-year dead. Assumed to have fallen from her dormitory window.
Told us it had an accident, the sort of official statement. Oh, she killed herself, oh no. I knew better. She was dead because of me.
Maeve had a hoot and I kicked the bucket, didn't she? Ding dong, the witch is dead!
She had thought that she didn't say witch, Lorraine.
But at least Maeve had the courage to admit how she felt about me.
Even though how long I've been stuck here in the trance, the mere Lorraine smiles back at me. As beautiful as I remember her, but then I feel bad about myself. My throat's clean image warps to how she looked like when they found her dead, lying cold, hard ground. Good Saint Dimphna, great wonder worker, every affliction, mind and body, help me. I'm seeing things, hearing things. I'm going completely insane. Looking everywhere but at her, I hope you pray this enough to will whatever it is to go away. Even immediately registered in my head that I can
You, on the other hand, can't even look me in the eye.
This isn't real. You're not. You're dead!
I'm dead. Because of you. And you won't even look at me. Look at me.
breathing weekends. I can feel my heart being torn apart by her
I'm
words.
so sorry, Lorraine.
Look at me!
I can't take it because he's right. It was my fault. Least I can do is look at what I've done. Lorraine, broken, bleeding, looks at me with such hate-filled eyes. A natural smile stretches across her face, and I can only see malice in it. And she launches a mirror, ripples around her form, like glass parting like the water surface for her. She grips my shoulders, I can feel her nails dig deep, sharp even though the fabric of my clothes.
There you are.
Ah, let me go!
Why won't you love me?
Apologies spilled through my lips as tears cloud my vision. I won't give in to this madness. Every bit of strength I have has struggled to get away from her. Fear grips and threatens to choke me. I endure, I escaped. Without turning back, I stumbled back out. My panic, I don't even care to look where I'm going. With one hand, the wall steady me, I stumble as fast as I can, away from the study, away from that mirror. Freedom is bittersweet. I'm free from madness, it seems, as running out of the hallway reveals it to be in pristine condition. But it means I've turned my back on Lorraine again, with no plans of stopping, not until I know I'm safe. If that means walking back to Lockthorn, as ridiculous as the idea is, then so be it. Someone suddenly grabs hold of me, however, fingers digging deep on my shoulder, my heart nearly stops. Body seizes, I nearly scream.
Marianne, you look awful. I mean, not awful, but... Did something happen? Are you alright?
This is right. I...
Without thinking, I sought comfort seeing that it wasn't her. Ah, that's sweet. Sudden impulsive thing to do, and had I been in better condition, I wouldn't even dare of doing such a thing. Didn't know what else to do, though I know it. I shouldn't. Her warm, her scent, they grounded me. She is intoxicating.
Marianne, what's going on? Oh, you're shaking like a leaf.
Tremors run through my body as soon as my mind realized I'm no longer in danger. Wanted to cry, scream about what I've seen, but like a scared child, couldn't control myself. My mind couldn't reconcile with what I had seen. I shouldn't just write it off as a big figment of my imagination, yet I can still feel her nails cutting onto my
Are you
skin.
sick? Should I call for a doctor?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Wright. Just feeling a little woozy and lightheaded is all.
Let's get you somewhere to sit down then. Come on, don't worry, I have you.
A lie, but a whole lot less complicated than telling her I was attacked by a dead girl. When a feeling of fear eases off, I feel nothing but shame for my actions. Quickly back away and clear my throat and nod my thanks.
I think I've had enough looking around. If it's all right with you and Mr. Wright, I'll meet you outside.
If you're sure, I'll have the car started. Do you need assistance heading downstairs?
I'm all right, ma'am. Just go on ahead and I'll be right there.
Seems to placate her worries, though only for a brief second. First she heads down, don't miss the concerned glance shoots my way, hidden quickly under another smile. Don't begrudge her of it. That to worry. My face must have been strange enough sight as shown, even I'm still reeling from whatever that was. Her voice still whimpers in my ears. After all these years, you still know Marianne. Shaking my head on the thoughts, I drag in a breath that follows shortly after Mrs. Wright. Whatever has happened in the past is long gone, only memories now. And those are the things I can no longer bring back. It's already dark when we make our way out of the mansion. With no lights, we were only illuminated by the headlamps of the Wright's car and the stars up above us. The sight of them helps me compose myself much more than several minutes of being alone did. Car's engine's running, yet the two still stand out on the lawn. Mr. Wright is busy, eyes up to the stars. And Mr. Wright, arms crossed, has his eyes down on the ground. It's a crunch of grass under my heels that brings their attention to me.
About time. What took you so long? A minute longer and I'd think the house swallowed you all up.
It almost did.
Oh, hush, dear. I'm sure she has her reasons. Marianne doesn't seem the sort to idle.
Sorry, I was just checking on something important.
See, business is business and they take time, love. You should know that better than anyone. So, Marianne, what do you think? Are you the woman for the job? I know we already signed papers hiring you, but I want to be 100% sure that you are committed.
I glanced back towards the mansion, knowing what I had seen there, rather who I thought I saw there, because there is just no way. Not to mention how I acted towards Mrs. Wright, for goodness sake. She felt the slightest bit hesitant. I was lucky. I've seen enough films to know what happens when promiscuous woman enters a haunted house. It's my chance to turn it down, make excuses, say that I'm not up to the task, that I need to take care of my old sick father. Just pay the fine, which is probably outrageous to our contract like this, and let it go. I should turn it down, but for some obstinate reason, I can't. Same manner, I have to let go of her, and regret that has shadowed me since that day. Much as I hate to admit it, even to myself, seeing her again, the mischievous glint in her eyes, the loose tendrils of hair curled up to her forehead, something I've terribly missed. You fell in love with a ghost still? Now that's there, almost within arm's reach. Father would tell. Sometimes you just simply have to go through it. Consequences be damned. And well, I don't really have a logical reason to say no. At least not something like the Wrights would want to hear from a professional designer.
It's certainly an interesting project. You can be sure I'm seeing it through the end.
Such dedication! Oh, I do love the determination.
You were always determined like that, weren't you?
Oh no, Lorraine speaking. Hearing her voice once again sent a chill running down my back. Can't wait for this day to be over. For the mansion through the Anstem, I rode with them in silence. As soon as we hit city proper, I asked to drop off and bid them good night. But it's best didn't stay too long confined spaces with either Mr. or Mrs. or Mr. Wright. What seemed to cost me serious trouble, and if the project had been less interesting or grand, would have dropped it without a second thought. Would have, shouldn't have, won't. I assure that in my place not far off, I have to fight off the urge to roll my eyes and groan when whiskey throws me a little smirk. Even in my own place, peace is elusive as is sleep. Lie awake thinking of what I saw in that mansion, of who I saw. So much hear a single whisper from her, so much hear a whistle for her. I'll afraid I'll go mad. None of that happens. Makes me feel hollow. You want to see her again? For 2 nights I've been having trouble sleeping. It's only one morning when fatigue already let me rest. I'm reminded of what terrifies me so. Restless dreams, I see that mirror, the one in the study. And in it, I see her. I see them. Lorraine and Hannah. Hannah and Lorraine.
Poor pathetic Marianne. Work, work, work. She'll work herself to death.
See, she doesn't listen. That's all she did. Look at what happened to me.
They talk to themselves with cruel smiles and venomous tongues. Rather to themselves, 2 heads, 1 body. Oh. Horrible mockery of these women, as if they were the same and the one and the same.
More's the pity. Life goes on and goes out, and she doesn't even see it.
Do you think she'll even realize when she's kicked the bucket herself?
They say a person has a hard time telling when they're in the dream. It was true often enough. Even with the bizarre sight, even with the obvious implication that this isn't real, I can't help but feel distress.
Likely. Is that any way to live at all? She might as well be dead.
Cruel fate that she's alive and I'm... well...
Though they speak into each other's ears, tones low and hushed, I can still hear them clear as day. Their whispers pervade the air, heavy and oppressive. They bury and dig in my head like tiny maggots worming their way into my skull. So only when they take notice of my presence, eyes towards me, and I'm going to feel small under this scrutiny. Caricature smiles etched on their faces, mimicking each other grotesquely.
Oh, Marianne! How long have you been standing there, dearie?
Come join us, Marianne. We won't bite. Unless you ask, that is.
Have you been looking at us? Spying? How scandalous. Such a naughty gal.
I'm sure you were just waiting for something lewd to happen, weren't you?
You know she will not admit it. She thinks it wrong. You've said it so yourself.
Yes. She thought me wrong, impure, abnormal, because I loved her.
She actually loves you back. Oh no, breath hitches open mouth protest. They stop reaching. Mirror that holds them cracks, lines spidering across the surface.
Do not lie! We know the gluttonous thoughts you try to deny, girl. All those desires you bury beneath that sickening guilt. You act the martyr when you turn the bed you lie in into your own hedonistic hell. You are nothing but a tainted soul with filth-stained flesh held together by falsehood and pride.
They look livid. It looks like they would lunge. I woke up. I wake feeling like the wind had knocked out of me. With a groan, I squint and find certain fluff ball sitting on my chest, looking as pleased as sponge. She's the overlady of cats, queen of despair, destruction of nice furniture. No, I can't stay mad at Her Majesty because it feels like she did something good this time. It's having a nightmare, but I can't even remember what this was about. Trying to recall leaves a terrible pit in my stomach. Maybe it's probably better that I don't
Good
remember.
morning, Baruthiel. Who's the good kitty? Are you hungry? Is that why you woke me up?
A content purr comes out my sweet dear before she jumps off the bed and trots toward the kitchen. On the other hand, it takes a bit more before I roll out of bed to start my day. Mornings before work are always a quiet affair. Shower first, then a mug of coffee and a bowl of oats. Sometimes I do stretches and I always check my work email. The rights will be moving into the mansion today. Don't think the paperwork's officially done yet, but it isn't too far-fetched to think they were allowed to start their move despite that. Rich people like them always find ways to get what they want
I'll
after
be
all.
leaving you again today, Beth. So you behave and make sure not to shred up my new covers, okay? And don't worry, I didn't forget tomorrow is Black Cat Day, so I'll throw you a party. But only if you behave like a proper lady.
She barely gives me any glance, I say before going back to her own food. Cats. It's better than humans most of the time. Too bad I have to work with humans. Place already busy as soon as I get here. Foreman, the one I've contacted the rights or his work ethic is clearly as usual. Already, he's instructing men here and there with the bigger loads. No chance to talk to him as Miss Wright appears and greets me with a smile.
Mrs. Wright, I hope everything has been to your liking thus far.
Good morning, Marianne. It has been delightful, and these men have been very helpful. Look at all this. It's so busy here. I'm getting tired just looking at them go.
No complications so far with the movers or the previous owners of the mansion, I hope?
If anything, the only one being problematic is Luke, if I'm to be honest. He can be such a diva, but I do like that about him.
She stops looking at the upper landing when Mr. Wright comes through with two other movers and mirror form. A mirror from the study.
Oh, do be careful with that mirror. We wouldn't want anyone getting hurt because of broken glass. Why are you even having it carried around?
Oh? You did say you didn't want the mirror, and I keep getting distracted by it. If I'm going to turn the study into my office, I'd rather not have it there. Where can we put this?
Well, you are not putting it in our room. Why don't you go, I don't know, put it in the wine cellar for now? We can figure out if we'll store it in the attic or somewhere else later, yes?
You heard her, boys. To the cellar it goes. Mush!
Movers bring the mirror one step at a time, no matter how much a man tells them to hurry. Settling feeling grows my stomach as I see a reflection in the bloody thing. And I look away, not wishing to risk anything. If I see Lorraine's image in a mirror now, I wouldn't know what I'd do. I have luxury privacy right now, so I'm not going to break down in front of all these people. As soon as I go to the kitchen, I'm realizing I'm holding my breath. At the sigh of relief, I think nobody's looking, and I go back to the task at hand. Be terribly busy day, and there's no need for me to think about anything else. Talk to the foreman, fill him in which room is which. It seems I'm doomed to not get significant work done without being interrupted when it comes to these particular clients, however.
Marianne, dear, have you had breakfast yet? Well, I do believe it would be considered brunch at this hour.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Wright. I...
You must join me. Johans has already been breaking in the kitchen, as they say. I do not see the others settling down for a meal anytime soon. Someone might as well enjoy the food while it's hot, and that someone might as well be us.
I should say no. I really must say no. The way she smiles makes it difficult to do so. Look at how ridiculous I'm being, acting like a silly nervous schoolgirl with a crush. Just a brunch, and I may say no to a client. He's polite to do so. It's not like I'm going to agree because of anything other than propriety. I'm not agreeing just because she batted her pretty eyelashes at me.
If you insist.
Really isn't any of those. It isn't something about her eyes, rather. She looks like she needs a good talk, a friend. And although I'm not supposed to be chummy with my client, there's no harm in pretending, right? Of course, I've been wrong on many occasions before. Maybe there's plenty harm in pretending that I care. So pretending I care might lead to actually caring. Being alone in the same room as Miss leaves me reeling as I find myself paying too much attention to her. Seems so borderline unhealthy how much I'm getting obsessed, even if it's just by looking. And it's the little insignificant things that I notice, like the way she plays with her hair, how she smooths down her dress.
Hiya! Come on now!
Whiskey's annoying voice from the other room helps me pull back to the ground. I'm just looking, aren't I? I know that someone like her wouldn't even look at someone like me. She's developing feelings. Still, there's some time to turn around this bad
I'd
decision.
really like to thank you for inviting me to breakfast, Mrs. Wright. But I already ate, so I should really go back to work.
Nonsense! You arrived so early, you must not have gotten a proper meal. Sit, sit! I'd situate us in the dining hall, but it is a mess right now.
Her concern is sweet as is her smile. I'm not really here for idle chit chat, something I keep forgetting. But the certain food arrives, enough for me to say at least until the meal is over. Oh, what is this? No more, no less, just to be polite. Thankfully, conversation steers on topic I'm comfortable with. Work. This goes on for a bit, I can't be more relieved. Most people don't stand calling me a workaholic, but I choose to work in a field I'm enthusiastic about. So what if my career is also my
But
hobby?
no, really, how have you liked it so far?
Oh, it has been wonderful, believe me. Everything is going smoothly too. It has been a long time since I've worked on something on this grand a scale. Nowadays, everyone is about condos and flats, living in the city where every room is an identical box. Believe me, this is very refreshing.
We lived in a condo before this, Marianne.
I didn't mean any insult.
It's fine, sweetie. Look at you, all frazzled. I was just pulling your leg. Luke wanted that penthouse when we got married, and you can thank him for purchasing this place as well.
Wait, doesn't she own the house? I'm pretty sure. I have no business with it, though. It's theirs to hash out. Apparently, the momentary confusion had been visible on my face.
Don't be fooled. I'm just the treasury. I wouldn't be able to make a purchase this grand without his seal of approval.
I see.
That's it. That's all you have to say.
Yeah, so what else is there to it? Without warning, a nice friendly chat evolved into something horrible. Something
But
sad.
I really don't know what to say, Mrs. Wright. We were talking of no topic in particular, and...
Luke. We were talking about Luke.
About him not eating breakfast with you?
About him treating me as if I were some treasury.
Despite my general dislike of the upper class, sometimes feel pity for them. They may have all the money in the world where material things aren't a problem, but they don't even have what... They don't see what they've become, where they've ended up, or what they've done most of the time. They're shut in by their own trap first to play along with society's expectation and do anything to stay where they are and keep what they have. A world where even people feel and are treated like they were mere possessions. When someone is at the top, the only way for them to go is down. I've worked with many Hannahs and Lukes and Whiskies, but I've never been one of them. Don't pretend to understand their world any deeper than that. I really know what I've witnessed before. Luke's lost speech how she betrayed herself. My pity for the likes of her returns. Nothing but pity moves me. I speak. I can say anything else that might ruin or break
I
her.
won't speak a word, Mrs. Wright. Not only am I contractually obliged to, it would also go against my principles. This is no one else's business but your own, and it should be kept between the two of you. And whoever you wish to seek counsel from.
Please, Marianne. You have to understand. These sort of affairs, if anyone were to know this, they could just twist it and we'll be ruined. All I ask for is your silence on the matter.
She practically begs me to keep quiet about it. Is disheartening. I have no plans of speaking about anything I hear, especially if it's about their private affairs. The way she looks at me, the way she just expects some sort of fallout because of this makes my heart
Well,
clench.
I'm keeping that information confidential as well.
It's not like I have any other choice, do I?
Thank you.
Ah! Hello, Lib! How are you? We're currently playing The Letter, a horror visual novel. We're playing as Mary Ann at the moment. But how are you? I are still awake at 2:30 in the morning. When the last of the food and drink is gone, the door opens as if I'm kidding.
Madam, the photographer from Luxury Living is here.
Oh, Zach is here. Zachary.
This was a wonderful meal, Marianne. You're free to return to your duties.
You know the drill. What if I drill you? What?
I must excuse myself.
It was my pleasure.
It was my pleasure. You're working on stuff? Oh, I don't know.
And thank you for the food as well.
She stands here to up and leave, and all I want to do is reassure her again to prove that I am someone she can trust. So when she looks back my way, they didn't fight the smile that found its way on my face. I feel giddy. The feeling dies down afterwards as I sober up. Oh well, back to work. Soon enough, I find myself drawn to the kitchen where the right butler has returned to. He's already claimed the space and telling movers to back off. And no one dares question his proclamation either.
My kitchen. No kinder allowed. Little men running around with knives, especially.
You're gonna lurk, alright, Lib. Thank you for dropping by. I hope the ghost doesn't get you.
We do not want any accidents to happen now, do we? Good? Good.
Good. I mean, it's a knife-wielding German standing there. Don't want anybody. Yeah, there's a ghost in this house. I hope it doesn't get you. Don't think anybody would be insane enough to refuse this
I
request.
hope I meet the age restriction, or at least the height restriction, because I'm asking to be let in here.
You are allowed inside, McCulloch, but not the little ones.
Shake my head and roll my eyes while I give him. It's like I'm going to be in trouble to him. I just need to look around, get my bearings. Breakfast had been distraction enough. Don't even want to think what we just talked about. Just need to get my head straight and get back to work. The movers work efficiently even when they're left alone. They do quick work of their responsibilities. Head foreman comes, standing in the doorway, consult me on this or that, and I have to go help out every now and then. They pretty much have everything up to standards. Skip lunch entirely, not even realizing when they do so. Nevertheless, all is well. The butler gets heating up leftover bubble and squeak from breakfast and makes a generous batch of fish and chips for them. Most likely simple in comparison to what he serves to the rights, but well done
That
nonetheless.
smells good. Want to wrap up some for me to go?
It's an idle observation more than anything. My thoughts, as they are,
If there are
preoccupied.
any left. One can't go wrong with fish and chips. Everyone loves them. Even my husband. And he's
Oh,
American.
you have a husband. German and American, nice. Really do hate getting up close and personal with my clients. It's a distraction. Obvious to me that I've got my priorities all wrong when I can't help but think about what I heard, what I learned about the right couple. Yeah, the butler has a husband, and Marianne here is a closeted woman lover, and she's regretting her choice. These things have a way of creeping up on a person, toss ideas whether they have fact or fiction. They creep up, fester, and crawl right in a way that twists. I hear giggling, delighted, and mocking. They creep up and Sensation of fingers ghosting briefly on my arm caused me to freeze on his. What? I have expected her to be
Whoa,
there.
no need to scream bloody murder.
Oh, it's you.
It's just me. Quiet down before you break glass.
Shut up, Draco. It's just whiskey.
Don't do that again. Ever.
Don't like being scared, though I don't believe in the like of spooks. Being startled is not on top of my list of things Marion liked. Lucky for him, I have nothing within reach. He would have gotten on friendly terms with something like a rolling pin.
What was with that reaction? Were you really scared?
Need to find your husband too. You lucky butler. What was with that reaction? Were you really
Has
scared?
Johan's been telling you ghost stories? He just loves to scare people. Isn't that right, Brother Gurium?
Brother, Butler's expression is unreadable. Hardly see any emotion on his face to begin with since I started working with the rights, aside from vague amusement. There's just something there though, judging from Mr. Rice's own content look. The expression on Mr. Rice's face is almost cruel. Neither of them spoke even as Jans leaves the room and served with the workers their late lunch.
So, now that we're alone, Marianne, what are you so jumpy for?
You, because you're a creep.
I was just thinking about all the urban legends the movers have been telling me about this place.
Don't tell me you believe in that tosh. They're nothing but tales made up to scare children. Timmy, Billy, don't you dare go up to that big mansion and get in trouble there. The ghosts are going to get you.
That's a boring way to look at it, but that's usually what it is anyway, no? Like I said, I was just thinking.
Relief, actually, if those rumors of the place being haunted is true, that just means I'm not going bonkers. Hearing, let alone seeing a dead person, is exactly symptoms of a healthy mind. Sure, it means there would be such things such as ghouls and goblins, but at least I'd be sane. On the other hand, that would actually be a dead girl walking
If you
around.
could excuse the inane question, Mr. Wright, you haven't noticed anything weird here?
A simple enough question on the surface, yet I notice the man stiffen as the question leaves my mouth. Wouldn't have noticed if I wasn't watching his reaction intently, but his eyes, I see something
It
dangerous.
depends on your definition of the word weird. Are we still on the topic of this place being haunted? Because no, things have not started to fly around and we have yet to require an exorcism. I don't think my head would like to do the whole 180-degree turn thing.
Well, maybe that, but no strange people?
Aside from my usually weird butler and all the weird men traipsing around touching my things? No, not really. Why do you ask? Have you noticed anyone strange while you were here? Because you must report it to Johans and he'll have security handle it. But these reports better not be about ghosts and things that go bump in the night. I don't want to waste manpower on the boogeyman or senseless witch hunts.
I'll keep that in mind, Mr. Wright. But no, it's nothing like that. I guess the mansion is just strange for me. It's a unique project.
No strange men or women lurking about then?
Just you, you're strange. The teenager would technically qualify as strange. Yeah, the whole thing I see dead people things and going to go over.
Not
well.
that I know of. But I'll inform Johans immediately if something comes up.
I'm serious, Mint. You see anything, anyone suspicious, and you report it. Immediately.
Yeah, you are suspicious.
I think that goes without saying.
Concern he have on the top of security quickly gone. Sagra's smug smirk returns, a bit subdued. A smarmy remark or innuendo he has ready never comes though, as voices from the dining hall ring out.
So, is this a full-time job for you then?
Oh, Han is talking to Zachary.
Nah, I just freelance mostly for magazines, newspapers, and events. So you can't really call it a full-time job. It's fun and it puts food on the table, but it's not what I really want to do. At least not all the time.
That would be the magazine photographer, I presume. So always Mrs. Wright talks in such a kind, cheery fashion no matter who she's talking with. Certainly puts people at ease around here. It sounds like it's working on the photographer too. Hearing them though seems to put Mr. Wright in a sour mood. At least if his small scowl is anything to go by, because he's a racist. Are you alright?
Hey, are you alright there, Whiskey? You're looking like you need a serious drink.
What is it that you want to do then?
Films. Documentaries mostly. But cinematography is a lot more difficult than photography, right? I was working on this thing, actually.
I'm fine. Just a bit winded from all that moving about. It's been a long day.
And the day's not over yet. So if you can excuse the bluntness, you either shape up to help or ship out back to your room and let us do the rest of the work.
Yes, it is ice cream on the door that led to the dining hall. Even now, we can still hear Mrs. Wright and the photographer chit-chat in between shots.
It's not my place to say this, but she really does seem to care a lot about you, you know?
There's no need to remind me of that.
So a smile appears on his face before he shuts his eyes and
Tell the
sighs.
workers that you're all dismissed early.
That's nice and all, whiskey, but we really shouldn't just take off. Delays aren't a good thing when it comes to big projects like these. The sooner we tackle certain issues, the better.
And I trust you can take care of these issues another day. Don't make me ask again, Mint. Just tell the others they can go home early, and to not worry, they'll still get paid the remaining hours.
Don't know what prompted this the air he's putting on, though. I know better than to meddle and prod further. Besides,
Fine, you're the boss.
walking out of the kitchen, I just accept the fact whatever he says will go while under this roof. Mrs. Wright, the photographer, is still far too busy in conversation to notice me, even as I make way through the dining hall. Besides, they didn't want to ruin their
Well, it wasn't really a big thing. People didn't like Blue Foncé very much.
People don't like a film about colors. I suppose they would have liked Blue Bibby a lot more.
Hello. Go to forest, stumbled upon family butler once more, who raises a brow at my presence.
And where are you off to in a hurry, Miss McCulloch? The foreman is looking for you.
The Bratwurst wants us off the clock. He's dismissing us early because of... Oh, I don't know. He just wants us out of here.
I'll go and call a cab for you then. It would be for the best that you leave when he asks you to.
I don't doubt it. My ride back to the city doesn't take too long to get there. Granted, there were some difficulties at first because the driver didn't know where the Ermengarde mansion is. He tried to have us hand over GPS coordinates from our smartphones and some other technobabble I didn't care about, but they didn't understand. As soon as they told him it's a haunted mansion over at Ansem Village, he just knew the place. Finally headed over, albeit with some hesitation. All the way back to the city, driver keeps complaining about the place, giving him the willies. I gave me willies too, but I would love to snap at him. As soon as the thought occurs to me, another blossoms to the forefront of my mind. One somehow bothered me greatly, more than my exasperation over whiskey and this project, wanting all of it to stop. There had been no Lorraine whispering over my ears today. Worse, I find myself searching. You really want to see the ghost because it looks like your dead almost girlfriend that you do not accept. Searching for her. The loose ends. Fucking bloody loose ends everywhere. I thought I've already moved past this years ago. It doesn't help me curb my frustration. If anything, it only ensures that I want a stiff drink. And where do I go for a drink? To the bar. Tuesdays are for karaoke and Wednesdays, improv. Usually these four guys who did hilarious games, one with Irish drinking songs, are always a crowd favorite. I love a good laugh, standard comedy isn't my thing, and without Cam or Haroon and other distractions, I end up drinking a lot more this time. And when there's several bottles of beer in me, I get really embarrassing.
Hey! G! Psst! G, come over here. I need you for something.
It's a good thing the bartender's a nice fellow. Probably have me kicked out of other places by now, or worse. Push comes to shove, all he would do is give me an easy smile and shake off his head, even when he's attending to the other customers. Just like now.
Give me a moment, will ya? I gotta go check on her.
He's some Asian guy, and I'm pretty sure I've seen him here before a couple of times, although he never talks to anyone else except G. The girls used to be all over him too, but also... Is it Ash?
I'll be here. You
Oh,
go
it's
do that
Ash.
before she calls over.
I knew it.
All right. What is it? Do you need someone to help you get home?
Bartender, pour the wine.
I think that's enough alcohol for you, little missy. I'm cutting you off.
Wine come back to my throat as he pulls my bottle away. No hope getting them back once they're behind the counter. Even my drunken mind, I don't dare hop over it for them. What little sense I have left, sooner floor dive than succeed in wresting a bottle from sober man. Doesn't stop me from trying to reach out with my arms like a stupid idiot anyway. Smile shakes his head, and it's like I know he would. For going back to other
Right now, where were we? How you holding up, boy?
No drinking, no one to really chat with. I would have gone home and gone to sleep on the bar right there and then. I'm not ready to stand up and try to trek back home just yet.
Same old. I'm still on the Luxborn firm case.
Those blokes they talk about being in dark suits, whisking people into the night or some shit and all that. Didn't the media call it some ridiculous name in the morning news?
What is it this time? Wait, don't answer that. They've called it a lot of things. As long as people don't start running around claiming they're the Illuminati. So, what have you got for me this time, G? Anything good?
Slow down there. You haven't even told me what sort of deal in Dosh we got. Who are you looking into this time?
Their talk would have interested me, would have get my attention if I gave a damn. In my current state, I can barely give two fucks about the things going on around me. All this we're just buzzing, barely surfacing in the sea of sounds that is the pub. Would have stayed that way, perhaps even drowned, if I didn't hear his name.
Luke Wright. You know the guy. And don't pretend like you don't, G. It takes a special kind of ignorant not to know who he is.
That smug blonde who likes throwing around his money. He was just here a few days ago, as a great tipper. If you think him just dumping a wad of cash on the counter after having too much whiskey counts as tipping, why are you asking? He dirty?
You have no idea, G. He's probably the worst sort you can imagine.
Look fucking right. Fucking whiskey. Even without him around, I'm still hearing about the guy. What an absolute fuck. Despite this, I find myself getting up and sauntering over to join him for a pipe up.
Is this smart talk about Luke fucking right I'm hearing, eh?
Private conversation here, lady.
Ah, what happened? Oh, I clicked out of... So the amusement on G's face. Asian guy starts looking ticked off as hell.
Don't worry, Holmes. She's clean. And she might be able to help you with your, predicament.
Course. A drunk's just stumbled through here with what I need. Get real, G. No offense, lady, but you're smashed.
I know, right? Nothing beats being drunk after a hard day's work. Especially when you're working for Mr. Luke Wright.
So, she works for the guy? Doesn't that make her, I don't know, suspect?
See, have a little faith in me, why don't ya? I don't have much, and you might as well have something to go off. You're the one who was so desperate to come running to me for business.
Yoo-hoo! Still right here, fellas. 5'11". Can't miss me. Unlike Shorty over here. What's with that mad look? You want to dance, boy? You don't look like you can bust a groove. Maybe a leg, but with that fancy coat of yours.
That insult to injury, I moved directly behind him to use the top of his head as an arm. Ah, how rude! When he shakes me off, I plop in the seat right next to him.
Don't try me. You can hardly stay on your feet. We don't want to ruin your fancy coat, do we?
Ah, children, the both of ya. But you're still standing after all that, are ya? Matt, you see this giantess? She's a legendary regular here. Been drinking like there's no tomorrow. I'm a bit jealous. Can't do that anymore or my liver will give out on me. Good with the mic, too. Don't see you much recently, but I guess you're always busy, aren't you? You're some fancy designer or something, if I remember correctly.
Wait, I know you. You were at the open house for the mansion.
Yeah, that's right. Marianne McCulloch. I'm a famous interior designer extraordinaire. Ooh, that rhymes. Anyway, you guys were talking about that weenie Luke Wright, right?
Or something. Can't really talk about it. I don't even know if I can trust you, even if G said you're clean. But anything would be of help.
Well, I don't gossip about my clients, if that's all there is to this.
You wanted to gossip about him a few minutes ago, Marianne.
And that was the beer talking, not Marianne.
You won't mind if we ask the beer a few questions then?
Maybe. Depends on who's asking and what they're asking.
It's a fun one.
How dare that sleazy wanker treat me like I'm a piece of furniture?
And by wanker, you mean Luke Wright.
Yes, Luke Wright. I just said that. Iskultona Kranthe. Completely different from his pretty wife. And Annie? Hannah? Anna! I wouldn't be surprised if he's doing something dirty behind her back. Even bought him a mansion. Lucky bastard.
So it was the wife who bought the place.
Are you going to repeat everything I say? Yes, it was the pretty one. The one with the long hair. She bought the place. Sort of.
With how drunk you are, I don't even know if you're aware or sure of what you're saying.
Excuse you? I am at least 350,000% sure that I know what I am saying. I am a professional. I'm totally sure of what I'm saying. Do you think just because I'm drunk I don't remember facts? I remember everything. I remember every little thing as if it only happened yesterday. I bet you don't remember young McGurn's full name. Of course you don't. Here we go. John William, pure mad, mental inte, your body, Simpson Clay, Gimel Chip, the Bam, Rib Racker, no real young rebel, ya best Saint John McGurn.
What the?
See? I have a photographic memory. Or read memory. I don't remember which is which.
Back to the wanker. Nothing off about him or anything? Nothing shady that sets the alarm bells in your head?
Alarm bells, nothing ringing. Maybe someone's mobile is. Getting tired enough for me to press my cheek against the cool countertop with my eyes shut tight. Eventually cracking one eye open, just in case they thought I fell asleep. I grin at home.
Aside from being a sleazy piece of shit, he did get all in a tizzy whenever something about security came up.
Makes sense. I don't blame the guy. Place that big, you'll need a couple dozen people stationed around if you want to make sure nobody you don't want gets in. And the guy seems like the type that doesn't like too many people.
Oh, but he does like the ladies. I don't think his mommy hugged him enough or anything.
Yeah, his father will hear about this.
These are serious questions, Marianne. Lives might just be at stake here.
What do you expect? She's smashed.
Why am I even doing this? This is getting me nowhere, G. She's not a reliable source. The chief, let alone the courts, aren't going to take the word of a drunk. This'll be dismissed, and I might be in trouble if they try to argue that I coerced a testimony out of her. This is a fucking train wreck.
You're a fucking train wreck now, if you ask me. Maybe it's about time you apply the brakes and stop for a bit.
Maybe the despair that comes over the both of them is palpable. Feelings that taste to be bitterer than the beer I'm full of. Gets me thinking though thinking doesn't get me far too much shite in my system.
You know that's not an option. Thanks for being patient, McCullough. Good luck with your work on that mansion.
Speaking of that mansion, there's something going on in that place. Something. As ocht day! No wonder Mr. Wright likes it so much. It's as fishy as he is. Rotten bloke. Maybe that Santos girl is really onto something, eh? Suspicious shite, I'm telling ya. Explains why she's so reluctant.
What do you mean that Santos girl is onto something?
Forget another word, there's hands on my shoulders and everything starts to spin. Quickly slap his hands over best I can, send him the foulest look I can master.
Take your hands off me, pipsqueak. I'm not a lady who's shaken or stirred unless you want me up-chucking on your pretty hair. But it's just like I said. Are you sure you aren't brain damaged or deaf? Santos girl from BRC showed us this creepy letter. You know, just like those spam stuff you get in your emails? And we thought it was some joke or that the girl was just a bit too green to handle a big sale like that. You should have seen the look on their faces when they saw it. Whiskey, that's Luke fucking right, you get me? And the missus didn't look too happy either. I should have taken a picture and posted it everywhere. When rich snobs give you that face, no wonder the Santos girl went all mental on us. Working with them does that, you know? I think I'm about to. I'm not mental yet, am I? Anyway, just like I said, in that man... Hey, you okay? Holmes? You're looking a bit shaky yourself there.
And he really is pale, paler than before at least. See the gears turning his head on overtime. Suddenly shows a card in my hand. On his name Ashton Frey and his number. He has second thoughts as he grabs it from me and slips into my pocket.
You're cute, pretty boy. But I prefer blondies.
Well, you're not exactly my type either, lady. But listen to me. If something comes up, don't do anything rash. If you think you're in danger or if you see anything suspicious, call me and the authorities as soon as possible. You understand me? That's 99...
I know what the damn emergency number is.
Right, 999. Good. Anyway, I have to run. See you, G.
See you, G. Guy's quick on his feet, already up and at him as soon as numbers leave his lips. Watching him as he maneuvers through the crowd and other pubgoers enough to tire me out. Hello, Jars! Thank you for dropping by and thank you for redeeming. We're playing The Letter, a horror visual novel. And we're playing Marianne, who's currently drunk right now. Fast as he can, he's at the door and throws us a smile. That's all we get before he's gone, just like that.
Oi, what about your drink, boy? I'll go put it on your tab then.
Oh, he didn't pay.
Holmes boy always like that, G?
Pretty much. But what about you? I suppose I'll put your drinks on your tab too. Don't want you to spill your wallets when you look like you're close to spilling yourself.
Yeah, and if it's fine by you, I think I'll go take a bit of a cat nap here. Just for a sec or two.
Go right ahead. I'll wake you when I close up shop.
Mumbling a sleepy thanks, I doze off on a face press on the counter. Already I dread the pain I have sleeping in such a position. And you gotta go, you gotta go. Oh, you saw it again! I was good before this thing showed up.
Oh, Marianne! How long have you been standing there, dearie?
Come join us, Marianne. We won't bite. Unless you ask, that is.
Not that I can get much sleep to begin with. Do people ever have feeling they're working on something they really enjoy, but still it eventually tires them out? So honestly, I've been feeling like this.
You have certainly exceeded expectations, Marianne. Everything looks so marvelous, and in such a short time, too.
The moments like these make all the hard work worth it. Definitely.
Well, I can't take all the credit. People have certainly been enthusiastic about the idea of working on the Wright mansion. There won't be any more problems unless Mr. Wright has any more objections about the second bedroom.
Oh, no. We proceed with that room as planned.
Alright, Jars, thank you for dropping by. Enjoy the lurk and work. Don't forget the rest as well.
I already agreed to him having his greenhouse and his vineyard and his stables. He may as well let me have this one thing.
Only about halfway done, but the unsatisfaction on the client's face is enough for me to push through. Let's face it, in between my exasperation of Mr. Wright's antics and her, I've been burning candles at both ends. Can't even close my eyes without seeing the dead girl's face. Dead girl. Dead. She's dead. I have to keep reminding myself that. Burying my feelings as deep as they've buried her body 6 feet under. I shouldn't waste much time with someone who's supposed to be gone. I've wasted so many years thinking about her already. Should be no need to bother myself with the dead when I should be bothering myself with the living. Too bad living are usually as complicated, if not more, than ghosts of the past.
But don't you have a party?
Yes. But Luke's just being a sweetie, you see. That friend he's visiting, he's having marital problems and he's just trying to cheer him up.
Even more complicated when the living in question is a pair of rich and famous socialites way past their honeymoon phase. Somehow roped into being a relationship counselor.
They've been married for a long time and they've hit how do they say it? A rough patch. His wife has a drinking problem and can be very neglectful. The poor thing really does his best to be a good husband.
But oh no. Luke is not taking care of the husband though.
But it's never enough for her. Sometimes I think it's the years. Maybe it's been so long that they've lost that romantic spark. What do you think?
If I'm going to be completely honest, I need to ask. This is about you and Mr. Wright, isn't it?
Suppose it is. What would you tell me?
Then, I tell you it's none of my business. I tell you that I don't want to meddle. But, if the troubled husband with the neglectful wife asked me for my honest opinion, I'd say that he shouldn't base his happiness and his self-worth on someone else. Maybe he should try being independent for a while. See what it's like when he isn't trying to please someone else and doing things for himself. Everyone's supposed to be their own man or woman, right? A bit of breathing room never hurt anyone. We shouldn't let our fear control our lives.
Why she thinks a single woman like me would be best source of relationship advice is beyond me. Still, I thought I'd answer at the best of my abilities. Without realizing it, I'm already pouring out a part of me that I thought were long gone. I'd like to believe my words will still be of some help to Mrs. Wright. I'm honest though, there's some help to me, like some weight have been taken off my shoulders.
I really should handle what's left of the work.
You won't be attending the party? Oh, you really must, Marianne.
Wait, what happened to her hasn't left me yet, did it? Maybe.
I'll try to stay in chat. Maybe grab a few bites and a drink, but I can't be around for the entirety of the event. My apologies. Busy, busy, busy.
You must stay a while. I'd love for you to meet some of my friends, and you need to say hello to the Lees at least. If it wasn't for them, I'd never even heard of you.
We'll see. So, if I can be excused?
Certainly. You'll have to excuse me as well. I must attend to the party before any early birds arrive. Because, believe me, they will throw a fuss if things aren't ready, even when they're not supposed to be here until an hour later.
I should dwell on the dead. I shouldn't just carelessly forget about them too. Saying that I have work left to do is an easy enough excuse to make. I know other people see me. When they see someone so obsessed with their craft, she would easily miss things like a party for it. Outside the parlor, people hurry about here and there, preparation for a nice grand housewarming party. Now spare me a glance as I slip past them, each working on their appointed roles and not daring to slack off while they work for what is probably the most powerful couple in Luxburn. Making the kitchen with ease, so once I bring my final destination, then there's great task over simple, probably never. This a great task isn't my greatest one yet that is worthy of being called a quest. Acting as Marion McCullough, a professional interior designer, when I chose to lie about being too busy for a party. I'm Marion McCullough, a lawful neutral cleric, 9.7 wisdom and 18 charisma. Think of it like that, makes it a bit cheesy, but helps with the fear. Oh, the mirror is down there. Why are you going down there? It also overcame an insane thought that I'm actually seeking out something that has been plaguing me for years. Might face my worst nightmare, might see nothing, find myself imagined grand quest fall flat. And who would have thought that the gatekeeper from Final Quest would be someone I thought would be valuable?
Schnell! Hurry up, you snails! We are on a deadline and you are wasting my time.
Doctor comes from the cellar into the kitchen, tailed by a couple of others. People assume are mostly likely chefs and bartenders. Raise a brow, seeing me just standing there by the hatch, by the trapdoor. Almost looks like he's going to throw me out for being in the kitchen without permission. But he motions for the others to disperse and familiarize themselves with their surroundings. Meanwhile, he continues to stand there, preventing entry into the darkness
What are you
beyond.
doing here, Fraulein? This is not the place for guests or in an architect right now. I request you leave.
I was just looking around for any last minute things, yes?
Yes, you have been doing that a lot. Looking around, snooping about. Now is not the time for such things. If you're not careful, people might think you are up to something.
The look he gives me as he says, "This is almost chilling." If life was a game book, it'd probably be the true neutral warlock guarding the treasure room. Difficult opponent to beat with 9 points in wisdom, 8 in dexterity.
Well, I'm not done yet. I actually need to go into the wine cellar. Just need a quick go at the place. So just don't mind me. I'll be out of your hair soon enough.
Go outside, enjoy the party. Bask in the praise and adulation they will no doubt shower you with when the madam speaks highly of you. Surely you've had enough of this stuffy old kitchen by now. You do not want to cause trouble. Both the bratwurst and Hannah want this to be perfect. It would be a disservice and disrespect to toe out of line and risk it being anything otherwise.
He calls Luke Brat the worst.
And more importantly, I will be blamed for any failure that happens tonight.
This intervention almost turns me away. Maybe this time I'm not meant to seek Lorraine out. Also, you really want to see Lorraine, but
Please, it's really important.
you really want to see the mirror.
15 minutes. 9, 10 minutes. Any longer and I'll pull you out of there myself. The bratwurst will be furious if he thinks anyone is touching his precious wine without his permission.
Thank you. This seriously means a lot.
It means we're facing the ghost. This point looks like no turning back. Cellar gives me ominously as I descend. Yeah, we're going to the mirror. Space feels smaller with a lot more bottles lining the wall compared to before. Knowing what might be waiting for me here makes things worse. Mirror had been moved from the study is my goal. Did not return to after my initial discovery, but the thought of Lorraine, much I want to see her again, even if it's just one more time, keeps coming back to mind. You really want to see the ghost. Want to the solder, or I have to stop when I'm feeling something crunch beneath my feet. Ah, it's a bottle. A few bottles were left behind here, nothing but glass under my heels. Perhaps dropped one of my many chefs and bartenders and butler had escorted through here before. And made a downright mess. The red slick pooling on remnants of good drink. And how dark this place is. A person with a dark enough imagination could easily mistake it for blood. Can't help but think it is, despite easily logical explanation that had come to my mind only because what I'm about to do. It's merely momentary distraction as continue to the end of cellar where the mirror stands. Propped up the far wall, it gleams innocently while pretending to be simple and ordinary mirror. I'm over to think that this thing can show a person's deepest, most desperate desires, and then twist it to an image so dark. It's what I had seen that day. Though I heard Lorraine many times, only. Well, Marianne is really dedicated to seeing the ghost. Only seen her within its frame. I hope you don't die. I wonder if people have been discovered it before. How many wasted away in front of it, enamored? How many were frightened away by what they saw? Yet I stand here before it now, nothing. Barely see my own reflection in this darkness.
How does this even work? Mirror, mirror on the wall? Something? Anything?
Nothing. Touching a surface doesn't make it magically activate or something like that. There's no sudden surge of power. Not suddenly granted sight. Stays what it is, a mirror. Was Lorraine's appearance a wall, some sort of fever dream? Really, would that burden with guilt, despair that my mind would eat itself in mistress, have me hallucinating such things? Either way, just going here some crazy obsession for a girl long gone must warrant me a trip adult. Already, I feel ill. A few more minutes and hope something would change. Turn around, leave. Just go back upstairs like nothing happened. Perhaps drop by the pantry or some orders, then go home, collect myself. Side Mrs. Wright expecting me and
Going to
I'm.
leave me again then, are you?
Oh, there. Lorraine. I stop my tracks, but I don't turn back. As much as it pains me, don't look back. So if I'm just hearing again, it's really delusional. I look but see nothing. I don't want to give myself false hope. I feel fingers. Oh no! It touched you. Pull me, look back in shock. First thought, how in God's name is this possible? And second is Lorraine. Her hands are
Are
cold.
you that mad at me that you're just going to ignore me, Marianne?
You're a ghost. Don't know what to say. I can only stare at her in wonder. Stands there in the mirror with only her arm extended outward from my say. I look at the hand still holding my wrist. And when she sees me looking at it, she moves. So our hands are intertwined, fingers weave together. Seeing her there, feeling touch her, meant I'm not crazy. Though, however impossible and unexplainable this is all to me right now, just takes my breath away. Pulling her out from there is tempting. I can imagine doing so with ease. We can be together again, Lorraine and Marianne, like nothing had ever happened. That would be a great big lie, wouldn't it?
What? Pack out your tongue? Don't just look at me like that. Say something.
Even if this thing were some magic portal that could bring back the dead, that doesn't erase anything. Just look at her, still young teenager, while I'm already grown woman. It serves no other reason than to break the illusion that blinds me. Seen her twice now, always behind the mirror. This is real, since some delusion. Then why can't she only exist behind the glass?
You have no idea how happy I am to see you. It's been so long.
You don't look happy.
I really am happy. But at the same time, I can't help but think about what happened. To you.
And what does that mean? What are you saying?
She gives me this peculiar look, and before my eyes, she moves a step out of the mirror. In turn, I wrench my hands from her and take a step back, almost as if I'm afraid.
I don't know how this is possible. But whatever this is, it isn't real. You can't be real.
I'm right here, aren't I? What other proof do you need?
No, I see you. I hear you. I feel you. But even with all that, you can't be real. You just can't. I saw your body. I helped bury you. You're dead.
A deep hurt crosses her face and just breaks my heart in two, seeing her wear that expression.
Burying me wasn't the only thing you did. Don't you dare lie. But I'm going to be the bigger woman, aren't I? Let bygones be bygones. I'll forgive you. As long as you stay with me, Marianne. That's why you came down here, right? To find me?
That was the plan. I came down here looking for closure. This isn't just closure. This is something else entirely. Didn't think I was forced to make such a choice. I need to move on. Closure. That's all I came here for. No, I won't stay with a ghost. Are you crazy, girl? That's all I came here for. Whatever this is, might as well be just a devil's trick. I might as well make some use of it, right? Say nothing at first. Fear of angering whatever phantom this is. I take Lorraine's hand, bring it to my lips, pressing to kiss her knuckles. Take some sort of invitation to pull me along, and step back in the mirror until only her arm is
I
extended
should
again.
have been more honest back then. Both to you and myself. I know it's too late. I'm sorry. But
The thought of being with the dead did not agree with me.
I can't stay with you.
So what? You're going to leave me for some old trophy wife? That's it, isn't it? You're going to leave poor Amy Lorraine and go after the next rich, pretty blonde that you see.
This is a mistake.
All these years, guilt has been my driving force. I felt so guilty for what I did, what I didn't do.
I think she can guilt me into being complacent, but she realizes otherwise as I pull my hand from her. By going look at anger in her face, an anger that runs cold. She did not like the fact that I'm not some puppet on a string. Had she chosen her words carefully, I would have accepted whatever punishment Lorraine chooses to give me. Guilt had run my life, and it might have very well ended it. because I
But
deserved
what
it.
I did to me. The blood in my hands is mine, not yours.
Whatever this shadow is, my gut tells me she's not Lorraine. Yet I keep talking as if she is.
I broke your heart, not your neck.
Don't you dare deny it! It was your fault!
Because I loved you more than I dared to admit? Yes, that was my fault. But I never meant to hurt you like that.
Despite my words, no matter how sincere they are, she appears angry. Enraged, in fact. It's been years since I lost that face, and even now the memory of it still etched deeply in my mind. The hurt, the tears, the hate spilling from her eyes that day. The moment I rejected her. Rejected myself for who I am. And she definitely will hate what I'm about to do next. To my left, the wine rack. And from there, I take a bottle and pray all the things I can remember. For all my sins, for every hurtful words I have uttered, for what I've driven her to do that way, what I forced
What
her
are you
into.
doing?
I do it without thinking twice. You're gonna break the glass? Quickly, before I can hesitate to grab bottle, send it towards the mirror. Shards of the bottle mirror are sent flying everywhere as Lorraine screams echo in the cellar. Bitter, searing. Every wounding accusation she hurled at me never left me. I doubt they ever will. With this, I can move away from them, from her. Live my life as I should, free from the burden. Her burden, because the Lorraine I know, the real one, personal love, will never want me carrying this to my death. As the scream dies down, I can't help but mutter weakly.
It's done. It's done. Oh, Lorraine. Forgive me, Lorraine.
Take some to compose myself, breathing in, breathing out, stamping down, tremors still racking my hands, straightening out my jacket and fixing my hair. All a weak attempt at turning myself to someone resembling my normal self. Probably be easier to do so with a mirror, but likely won't be able to stand looking at one for a long
Well, now,
time.
I should probably go back up there. Party to attend, rich socialites to do business with, and food to eat. Mrs. Wright will be happy if I make some time for it anyway.
Yet one last time, shattered glass beneath my
I'm
feet.
sorry, Lorraine. May you see God's light on the path.
Turning around to leave for good this time, and he smiled on my face as I see Lorraine whole and well.
Come on, Mac. You really didn't think it would be that easy, did you? You get bonus points for trying, but you should know an 8 in charisma is not enough to turn undead.
Oh no. Advanced towards me, backs me against the wall. Even reached another wine bottle to pushing myself within her reach. Despite my earlier bravado, I didn't think she'll be able to exist at all without the mirror. Can you blame me though? It's not like an expert in the supernatural.
You shouldn't be.
What? Out of the mirror? Did you think just moving on will erase what you did to me? You're nothing but a murderer, Marianne. A murderer!
Stay back. You're not real. Leave me alone. Stop. I'm trying to move on with my life, so why won't you let me? Please, just get out of my head and leave me be.
I'd find an exit when there's a click. Next thing I know, I'm falling back into darkness. Why am I in a dungeon? Fall back and the door slams behind me. In a daze, I look around wearily, find myself in another room entirely. On the other side of the wall, some sort of secret passage, perhaps another underground tunnel, has me very frightened. It also proves that oddities on the mansion floor plans are a lot more than just little discrepancies. Expect Lorraine to jump out of me in darkness anytime. The breeze blowing through the tunnel has me relieved though. It's the idea that there is still a way to escape what should that happen. So way better being trapped underground with only God knows what that was. A funny thought comes to mind as I start walking to where the exit might be. I think about how Mr. Wright would be so disappointed if I didn't show up to the party. Imagine how furious Mr. Wright would be for breaking one of his wine bottles. Even Johan's reaction come to mind. I don't really know with that guy. And it's for sure I would be calling Cam in her room for a drink as soon as I get out of here. It's here. That noise has me wary. Oh, there you go. The ghastly thing across the woman leans on the wall. Arms and lives almost every inch of her life body is peppered with wounds and rotting flesh. Is that where the putrid smell of God gore hits me? And so that I don't even question how I missed the
How
first
long
place.
has this been here? Ugh, that smell. Oh,
you're a nasty one, aren't you?
I flinch as the thing twitches. As soon as it opens its eyes, look at me with a smile. There's nothing on my mind but horror. I break into a run. Try to keep a run, no matter how much legs and feet scream at me to stop. Going, even when I look back, see nothing of her anymore because I can still hear her. Scampering of her feet, the words she tries to form with her bloodied mouth, and the painful sounds of bones grinding against each other as she moves closer and closer to me.
How long are these damn tunnels?
A split second where I know the thing is right behind me, a strange sensation creeping over my limbs, where her presence looms over me. Then suddenly, I can't even do anything before I'm yanked by the hair and pulled back. So I struggle to keep up and thrown to side like a ragdoll. Hit the ground on my side, musty smell of old hay that reaches me is my only indication that I'm still alive.
Please don't hurt me.
But it hurts to keep my eyes shut tight, afraid of what might happen
What's
next.
wrong, Marianne? Are you really afraid of little old me?
Only dread seeing how she's followed me even here. Jumps over me, backs me further in the cell that I was thrown in.
Please. It's so cold. I don't want to be alone, Marianne.
No,
Why won't you
Lorraine.
stay with me? Why would you leave me? Why?
You're already dead, Lorraine.
What are you?
Lorraine turns shift into that thing from before. What is this? And with that gruesome grin, takes forward towards the cell, towards me. I just come to my knees when the door cell slams shut and just stands there staring. Shouts for help ring out the tunnels. Nothing coming from me. I'm more paralyzed, shocked by what's happening. My throat tightens, being fooled by the image of Lorraine and the thought of being trapped down here. So then where?
Help me! Help me! Oh, help me! Are you getting all this on camera, Carl?
Oh.
Yeah, but are you guys sure this is a good idea? We're breaking and entering here. Don't worry, the owners of this place haven't been here in a long time.
Also, they created the letter?
Look at this thing, though. It has writing in blood like some cheesy 80s horror prop. Wait, I have an idea.
Oh, they found it.
Oh man, that's genius.
What kind of butthead would even take this thing seriously? Maybe we can stick this in Rowan's backpack. That's Suarez kid would panic.
Oh, Rowan? Isn't that the sister's brother? I mean, the little kid's brother. Frank gone wrong. Ah,
What? Spit it out. Behind you!
there in the corner of the cell, the little camera comes flickering to life and a video is played in the back of the screen. So hard to consider paying attention to it when my life was on the line. When the ghost doesn't move and teenagers' mocking shouts have helped me fill the cell, sad to watch. But I seen students judging by the insane Coretti's uniforms. They were holding that thing, the woman she... it's turning into a different person. Oh, it's being revealed slowly. Ah, it changed its preview again. That's how do I save? Save. We have Don, Zachary's, and Marianne's one, but I think we will continue tomorrow. We have done 4 because the 5th, I think there's 7. But yeah, I think we will continue later because it's already 3 a.m. So we're gonna raid out today and continue tomorrow. It's getting exciting. We're getting to know more about the ghosts. Out of the 4 stories that we got, I had fun with Marian. Marian is a fun character. Let's see the others as we go through. We're going to Rebecca tomorrow. Probably, I'm not sure if we're gonna finish tomorrow, but maybe we'll try. There's 3 more characters left, so we'll see. Yeah, we're reading out and we're going to David's as a little bit of eye bleach and mind bleach from the horror. David's is playing some Minecraft and yeah, let's go visit David. Thank you for joining me today. And yeah, tomorrow I want to finally finish this game because it's getting good. We're discovering more about the ghosts. And yeah, Marian's story is so great. So yeah, until next time, guys, thank you for dropping by. See ya.